to you all. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rebecca, or Bex, and our lovely Adam has come to join us in the potting shed today. What a wonderful day it is.
Oh yeah, it is. Bit windy, bit Mork and Mindy, but other than that,
it's Mork and Mindy.
Bit Mork and Mindy, but nice blue sky though. It's good.
It is a
beautiful. It is Lincolnshire anyway, isn't it? Right.
Well, we're in the flatlands here, so
yeah,
you know, wow, we do get a bit of wind here, and not that kind.
No.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are here for 4 whole hours for you. We've got a mixture of things, haven't we? We've got summer bedding, we've got perennials, we've got grow your own.
Oh.
This one we love.
We have got some stonking shrubs, haven't we?
I love
Gorgeous.
it when you say stonking.
They are, though, aren't they? I mean, the stuff behind you is amazing. I mean, not little tiddly kind of things. You know, plants, really gorgeous, great big chunky plants with lots of stems and looking super lovely and lush and healthy.
So many things. This was one of our absolute favourites. It's one of your favourites. This is the Exocorda. You were telling me, Adam, you know loads of gardens that have this.
Yeah, it's one of those shrubs that many of my customers love, and it's not surprising. I mean, how gorgeous and elegant and stunning is that?
It is super elegant. It absolutely was one of the favourites during the week, so we're giving you a quick sneaky preview before we go into all the boring stuff. I'll tell you all of that in a second. 511240. Definitely recommend you add this into your basket. It's just $19.99, but if you join our amazing, beautiful Gardeners Club, it's an exclusive discount club, you will get an extra 10% off that as well. We have over 40,000 members. I'll give you the details. Boring stuff first though.
Go for it.
If you get your order to over £40 today, you will get free delivery. It's not boring really, is it? That's absolutely amazing. If your order is under £40, by the way, you only ever pay 1 postage cost. So if you've got 3 or 4 items in your basket that all have postage attached, you'll only ever pay that 1 postage, and £6.99 is the highest postage you'll pay today. You might find some things on the website that might be £8.99. but not many at all. The highest I think today is going to be £6.99, but we highly recommend you get that order to over £40. In fact, the other day, I think Stu was telling me everybody did manage to get their order to over £40. But if you're on a budget, I do appreciate that. Under 40, you'll only pay the 1 postage cost. We have a free gift. We have a free gift with every single purchase that you make as well. So it's not 1 per customer, it's 1 per order. So if you want multiples of these, then you just need to place multiple orders. A great way to get your free gift without paying any postage. Order the compost. That doesn't have postage included anyway. So get yourself some compost. You're going to need it. Enter the code, you can see it on the screen, YGTV1424, and we will enter this into your basket for you. And this is a really handy bag,
It is good.
It?
I mean, it's not as beautiful as Sarah Bernhardt, which was our free gift the other week, but it's much more practical. So, yeah, I mean, super strong bag, this really sort of capacious bag, and just so many uses for this as well around the garden. I mean, you can go, I mean, for instance, harvesting, brilliant for harvesting, like picking your runner beans, digging up your spuds, digging up your carrots, taking compost around the garden, deadheading, weeding, taking your tools around the garden. I mean, you can even just sort of take this away on holiday. You're going down to the beach and you've got to put the kids' toys in there, all that kind of thing. So this is super strong. This isn't going to tear, this is not going to rip, it's not going to rot. It's got those super strong, really well stitched on handles. You can see the white knuckles there. I'm really trying to pull these handles off, but they're not coming off. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, it really is. I actually grew my potatoes in there last year. So I had 3 bags of those, grew my potatoes in. So there's multiple uses for it. But the important thing for you to know is that it's absolutely free with purchase today. So just put the code in. The code is really important, not only for getting your free gift, but also for unlocking all of the deals. Now look what we've done here. We've added our premium professional compost in 50 litres times 2. That's 100 litres you're going to get. Just down there, look. Do you have an offer code? Always, yes, you have an offer code. This week it is YGTV1424. Apply the code and look what happens. The free bag gets entered into your order, and because the compost does not have postage attached, you're not paying postage on that order. So this is the way you get multiples of that bag. Then go and place a separate order for something else, all the other beautiful things that we've got for you. I did quickly mention the club, and I am going to just quickly go into the details of that, because if you are not already a member, we recommend it, don't we?
Oh goodness, it's a no-brainer, Bex, isn't it, really, honestly? I mean, it's just a brilliant thing to do.
It costs you just £5 to join. You can go for the other one. You can go for the 1-year membership. That's a one-off membership for a year, and it costs you £10. But I highly recommend going for the auto renewal at £5. It's half the price, first of all. But it will automatically renew for you every single year, so you don't need to think about that. If you're not interested in renewing, you can cancel that. It's not a problem. There's no tying you in or anything like that. You can cancel it at any point. But what this discount club gives you is some amazing things. First of all, 10% off every single plant and accessory order. So everything that you see on the show today, the plants, the compost, the pots, 10% off every single order. You can also shop the web. You don't have to just buy the items we've got on the show. You can shop the web as well, and you'll also get 5% off our outdoor living and gift section. You'll get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year. Free money. I like your maths when it comes to that. Just buy more, basically.
Yeah, it's more money to buy more things.
Exactly.
That's how I see it.
So all of those details come out to you in your welcome pack. I do highly recommend. One last thing. If you are watching us on YouTube and you have not already subscribed to our channel, please subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything at all. You just have to click a button to say that you subscribe. What that will give you is notifications of when we go live, so you'll never miss a show. It'll always give you that notification. It also helps us, because the more people subscribe, the more we can get the channel out there, the more people can watch, the more we can plan to do more shows, and that's what we want. I think that's it for the boring stuff.
Yeah, we got that. Is it like housekeeping we call that?
Housekeeping. We call it.
Yeah.
I'll keep saying it throughout the show. But let's get into it, shall we? Because we have got some gorgeous plants for you. We've got perennials, we've got summer bedding, we've got grow your own, and we've got our expert gardener here who's going to help us with any tips and things. I mean, I love gardening. I absolutely adore it. I came to it a little bit later in life, but I am well into it now.
All you need, Bex, for gardening is just one word: passion. That's all you need to be a good gardener is passion.
And
that
this
is it.
potting shed is filled with passion today, Adam.
Like your greenhouse and your conservatory. Yeah.
All right, let's start, shall we?
This.
This Excorder is just, I mean, it makes me go all serene.
Yeah,
it's really pretty, isn't it?
It is absolutely stunning. And what I particularly like is the way the flowers just flower all the way along the stem as well. I mean, when you sort of look at a flower side on there, it's not just one flower on the end.
No.
It's like a number of flowers all the way down the stem.
Well, this plant, okay, so we had this particular plant, and it's this sample right here. We had this in the potting shed on Wednesday and Thursday. Now, if you were one of our regulars and you were watching on Wednesday and Thursday, do you remember how many buds there were waiting to open? Can you see many buds now? Because they have all really just burst into bloom, burst into life.
Yeah, and the great thing there, the foliage has practically disappeared, is it, under this wonderful, wonderful, really pure white flowers as well. There are still a few buds at the top there to come, but bridal wreath is what this is called, and you can understand why. And over the years, I mean, I've been self-employed about 37 years now, and this is one of those shrubs, I'm not going to say in everybody's garden because that wouldn't be true, but it's one of those shrubs I see in an awful lot of gardens. And it's not surprising, because isn't it great very, very early in the season to get a plant that is so exuberant, so exciting, so kind of out there right at the beginning of the season? Spring is kind of arriving in a huge, great big bundle of joy, isn't it, with this plant? Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. It's easy to grow. It will grow in semi-shade. It will grow in sun. Not really fussy about soil, for example. It gets, I mean, in kind of my experience when I've seen them in customers' gardens, generally they're sort of about 1.5 meters. They can get to about 2 meters, but generally they're quite a smallish shrub. They've got quite a nice, laxed sort of easygoing sort of habit about them. Yeah. And they're a sort of shrub as well that it's not too dense, so you can actually plant things underneath. It's not like a budleia or something that's going to sort of overtake and overwhelm. It's a well-behaved shrub that looks, it does look fantastic with wallflowers and tulips flowering underneath as well. I mean, imagine this with a carpet of black tulips underneath, and then blue forget-me-not in between, and then this on the top. Whoa, that'll look good.
So I was thinking about this because I've got the Alamankia, the beauty, and it gets this lovely white blossom on there. Yeah. And the way that it's positioned is right sort of near a Photinia, and I love that pairing of the two, because you've got the bright red of the Photinia behind, and then that really highlights the white blossom. And I think you could do something similar with this, couldn't you? Yeah,
that would look amazing as well, because the Photinia, as you say, Bex, is evergreen as well. So you've got that incredible foliage this time of year, and then to have this, I mean, that really vibrant red of the Photinia, and then this really pure snow white flower of the Excorder in front is just, that would be a stunning mixture.
So easy to grow. What about pruning, that sort of thing? Is there anything we need to do?
Do you know what? I mean, over the years I've found with these, you pretty much leave these alone. All I've tended to do with these occasionally is if there's any crisscrossing branches in the middle, sometimes late winter, You get sort of a little bit of dieback on the end of certain stems, which is natural, but you can just trim them back to where new shoots are coming. But really, this one, it's just one of those shrubs that looks stunning, flowers its socks off, is disease resistant, and yeah, there's not much else to say about it in terms of maintenance. It really is plant it, enjoy it, as I say, full sun, semi-shade, dappled shade, just a real easy plant, but just such a fantastic reward of these amazing flowers.
So an absolute stunner, easy to grow and very low maintenance. I think we've ticked a lot of boxes right there.
Indeed, yeah.
511240 is the item number that you need. You need to go to yougarden.com in order to place your order, or you can actually, if you prefer, you can use the telephone, because until 4 o'clock the telephone lines are open. 0844 502 0050. Just make sure you tell the operator when you speak to them, I've got an offer code to use. Give them that code, YGTV1424. It's important because you won't get the savings. This one's got a £5 saving, and you won't get your free gift entered into your basket if you don't give them that code. So it's really, really important to do that. Right, we'll come back to her later on.
Oh, it's just
beautiful pearl bush.
It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous.
Right, so Adam, you started the day off with a hot chocolate.
I did, thanks to you, Bex. Very nice it was too. Yeah, little sugar boost there.
I start off with a coffee. Adam starts off with a hot chocolate. But then we have, and Sean and I were blown away by this particular hydrangea, the hot chocolate that you're getting here, for a couple of different reasons. The foliage is really actually very interesting on here, isn't it?
Yeah, the foliage is stunning, and kind of the leaves are, sort of almost like,
I love that underside.
They're red
so
underneath.
Interesting.
Yeah, they've got that gorgeous reddish colour underneath, and then the new foliage comes through that sort of chocolatey brown colour, and then as it matures, it then turns to that lovely green. And what I like about this particular hydrangea, look at the lustre and the shine on those leaves. Those leaves just look so healthy, don't they? So vibrant, and that's a real happy spring shrub. Sort of, it's a sort of shrub that when it comes out and you walk around the garden, some things you might just walk straight past. This one, you'll kind of stop and you'll go, whoa. That's different. That's nice. Who are you? What are you?
It's definitely going to grab your attention. But I mean, I love the foliage on it. Don't get me wrong, and I don't want to dismiss that because it's really interesting. Particularly for a hydrangea, I think. But the flower colour on here, I think is just stunning.
It is, yeah, and you've got these sort of heads of flowers. Now, the true flowers are right in the middle. The actual ones we see on the outside are known as bracts, B-R-A-C-T-S, which are kind of modified leaves. But the real flowers are in the middle there. But look at that, when you've got those kind of pink bracts around the outside, and then the true flowers in the middle. Some are pink, and some have got that bluish.
It's lovely sort of violet blue colour, aren't they?
Yeah, really,
gorgeous.
Really unusual. And then when you see that kind of flower colour above that foliage, I mean, that is just such a brilliant combination and a brilliant contrast as well. And again, this is a hydrangea that's very neat, very tidy. It's only going to get about sort of a metre or so tall. Great for growing in a pot if you want to grow it in a pot. It's a hardy plant as well. This one will have a lifetime guarantee. But yeah, just an absolutely stunning hydrangea from the perspective of foliage and flower.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And that winter hardy guarantee, by the way, what you're looking for on an item is, there's a little symbol on the main page of the actual item. It's a snowflake symbol and it says winter hardy under it. If it has that, it has our lifetime guarantee, which I think is super special. I don't know any other plant supplier that will give you that. Winter hardy means that if it fails to thrive in your garden, you just get back in touch with us. You let our customer services department know and they will replace it for you free of charge. All you have to do is cover any postage costs to get that out to you. But that really does give you a little bit of confidence to shop with us here at YouGarden. We've been in business for a long time now. I think it's about 2 decades this nursery has been here. And we're specialists in a lot of gardening stuff, really. We've got a houseplant section, we've got perennials, we've got grow your own, we've got summer bedding, plug plants, tropicals, we have pots, we have outdoor furniture, we've got so many things. So I just want to let you know that we've been here a long time and you've got that guarantee, you've got that confidence to shop with us. Now, there are a few ways you can get in touch with us. We've had some email questions this morning. We're going to answer those. Email us at ygtv@yougarden.com. The details are on the bottom of the screen there if you want to share any pictures. We love getting pictures, so show us what's going on in your garden and let us know. And if you've got any questions you want to ask us, we'll do our best between us to answer those questions.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll do that, Bex. Yeah, it's a pleasure. And yeah, we just love seeing your pictures as well. We've seen some brilliant pictures, haven't we, recently? absolutely.
We do.
And it's kind of, the pictures get more excited every week because obviously, well, probably you noticed, Stu noticed when we drove in this morning, the trees are just coming into leaf everywhere, aren't they? I mean, it's just that time of year where everything just explodes into life. It's gorgeous.
I had a little wander around my garden this morning. I took some pictures, put them on my Instagram, so if you're following me, you'll be able to see them on there. It was just, I couldn't stop taking pictures. I was like, oh, stop. There's only so many pictures you can post. It is really exciting.
It's lovely, isn't it? Brilliant time of year.
An email question that we had, who was it from, Stu? Anthony, good morning if you're watching, Anthony. Now, Anthony had a question about the Wisteria Amethyst Falls. We do have that. I'm sure it's available on the website if you want to go and search for it. And it was about putting it into the tower pot. This is an amazing item. I've got 4 of these in my garden. I think they're brilliant. Now, his question was, so the Wisteria Amethyst Falls, it comes supplied on like a little bamboo cane thing, something for it to climb up. He's planting it into his tower pot. Should he remove the canes?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave that with you, Bex, because I feel a bit of a hypocrite answering to that because the fact that you've got one of these and it's to the top of your tower pot, so it's you, I'll leave it to you, to be honest.
Bless you, thank you. All right, well, so I did exactly that, Anthony. I've got the tower pot and I got the Wisteria Amethyst Falls and I planted it last year. So I planted it into the middle of the tower pot. Now, I'm going to say to you that my bamboo canes are still inside the tower pot nearly a year on. What has happened is the wisteria has grown up and around, it's grabbed hold of it. It no longer requires those bamboo canes for support, but I haven't actually gone in and chopped them away. It really isn't necessary. You need to leave the canes on there until the wisteria has grown to grab onto it. Once it's grabbed hold of it, if you want to go and remove the canes, you absolutely can. That's my wisteria. It's not what it looks like right now. That was last September. And you can't see it, but the cane support is still inside that pot. It's entirely up to you. Once it's got hold of the side of the tower pot, if you want to go in and trim those canes away, you absolutely can. It just needs something to grab hold of.
Yeah, and those canes eventually will just rot and disappear. And to be honest, I would say what you did, but I would just leave the canes because the only thing I'd be terrified of doing if cutting the canes out is then cutting through one of the stems at the same time. So to be honest, just leave it. I mean, yours looks amazing. Yours,
thank you.
So it's not worried at all.
It's starting to bud up now. It's
I know,
very exciting.
Yeah, the wisterias, they've got all those huge, great big buds coming in. But they're so early. I mean, goodness me, I come through this morning, lilacs are in flower.
I know.
Already.
Well, we've got a lilac on the show later.
And it's only, I mean, when I was a kid, lilacs used to flower in May, kind of late April, early May. Now they're flowering almost late March into early April. Yeah. It's crazy.
Well, thank you very much for your question, Anthony. And as I said, if you do want to get in touch, ygtv@yougarden.com is where you can send it. You can also message on Facebook or on YouTube as well. There's a chat there and you can message anything in there. Stu is in the control room just outside of our potting shed here, and he's checking out all the pictures that you've been sending. Thank you so much for sending those in. If you do want the tower pot, by the way, and I highly recommend it, I've got 4 of them in my garden. They are perfect for anything that climbs. I've got 2 with my sweet peas in, so they're going to climb up it. I've got 1 with the wisteria. I've also got another one with a jasmine in as well, which is looking stonking at the moment.
Winter or summer flowering one?
Summer flowering.
Oh, so
the leaves are looking amazing.
Yeah, you get that mind-blowing fragrance as well.
I can't wait. I'm so excited. It is a double up deal, by the way, on the tower pot at the moment. So if you go for 2 of those, you can get them for $39.98. But $24.99 each if you want that. 130461 is the item number. Right, Torino pots. Now this is the lowest priced item that we've got on the show today. This is a buy 1, get 2 free. Now this is a really good way if you are hovering later on just under the £40 mark and you want to get your order to over £40. This is a fantastic way of doing it. You will enter 1 of these into your basket, enter the code YGTV1424, and the other 2 will automatically be entered into your basket for you. we're going to prove it for you. We're going to show you. Basket example. Here you go. So look, he's put the code in already. So we're going to go in here, look. 1 would be $3.99. 2 would be $5.98. No, not on YGTV. We're adding 1 into our basket. Because Stu has already entered the code, can you see we've now got 2 free included in there as well. This is the beauty of shopping direct here at YGTV. We try and give you the best prices, some of the best deals, some of the best offers. It's very much about getting the most for your money. I want to get the most for my money and we want the same for you as well. I find these to be because I love container gardening.
Yeah.
I've got beds, I've got borders, it's wonderful, but I do love container gardening. And I like the size of these for a few different reasons. What do you reckon?
Well, what I liked your suggestion the other week, because over the years I've had customers who've got gardens on split levels, and they've got like steps going up from like the patio up to the top garden. And I really loved your idea of tucking them into the corner of the steps, and they're just that perfect size where they're going to fit into the corner of the steps nice and securely. They're not going to fall off. So you might have some steps that are a bit boring, and you want to bring them to life. Well, you could just tuck these into the corner of each step and then put some fantastic summer bedding in these, couldn't you? Which would look really, really great.
Well, that's what I like about it, because you can change them over very quickly and easily. They're not massive, they don't take up loads of compost, but they're quick and easy changeover. So at the front of my house, at the moment, what I've got, because I love things either side of the front door, at the front of my house I've currently got my, the tall, thin cypress conifers.
Yes, yeah.
So I've got those, so they're nice and tall and thin. And then around each of the pots, I've got 5, not this size, unfortunately, not these ones, but this size. I've got 5 of them just around the front of each of those with lovely little bits of summer bedding in. So it just creates that tiered effect going on, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, and then later in the year, you can just empty that out onto the compost heap, then you can go for winter flowering pansies. In fact, I mean, you could even do a bit of lasagna planting in these, because they're still deep enough. So by that, I mean, you could fill these a third of the way up, put like a little layer of miniature daffodils, fill up again, then put a little layer of crocuses, and then on top you can have some winter flowering pansies, or something like pansy cool wave, for example, and then get that interest all the year through. But the great thing about these Becks is they just look so real.
They do, don't they?
I always say every time I come on here that, I'm really honest, I used to absolutely hate plastic pots. I really didn't like plastic pots at all. But now they do not look like plastic pots. You can't see the joins, you can't see the seams. It's not like where they've come off the mould and you've got like kind of the blow mould, and there's little bits of little bits of transparent plastic you've got to pick off or trim off the corners. The depth of colour on these, and even on a small pot, just the amount of detail. You've got the little horizontal lines along the top there. I like the little recurved lip on the top there as well. You've got your drainage holes in the bottom there, so you've got great drainage. These are UV stable, these are frost resistant. They're just sort of those. In fact, I'd have 2 sets of these, so because I'd like to have 6.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea, and it is a buy one get 2 free. So if you put 1 in your basket and put the code in, we'll put the other 2 in. If you put 2 in your basket and put the code in, we'll put another 4 in for you. So it's just an excellent value little pot to have, and I think doubling up the double ups, getting multiples of these is a really good way of getting the most out of your money. 130272 is the item number, and it's the item that'll help you to tip you over that £40 mark if you're trying to get that free postage.
The Busy Lizzies we've got coming up later will look good in those pots.
They would look good in there, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they look great in there. Right size as well.
One thing you might want to add into your basket, and I say might, you definitely do want to add this into your basket, is our premium professional compost. It is the most sold item here at YouGarden and has been for many years now, and there's a whole load of reasons why. Go for it, Adam, tell us. You've got a minute.
I've got a minute. Okay, first of all, there's ingredients. Lost the word then. There's ingredients in this that are going to hold on to the moisture. So, when your plants need moisture, they've got that moisture, but it won't ever get too wet because you've got that composted wood fibre. That lets the water percolate, lets the roots penetrate. It lets the air get down to the roots. Is really fantastic. So never too wet, never too dry. There's a wetting agent. So if you do go away for a couple of weeks and your neighbour hasn't watered your plants as well as possible and they're a bit dry, that wetting agent will hydrate the compost really quickly. It's not going to just run straight off onto the floor. There's a slow release fertiliser giving you up to 6 months worth of feed. So from seed to a plant that's 6, 7, 8 inches tall, it's going to keep feeding it. It's going to keep sustaining it, and it's pH balanced as well, which means it's not too acid, it's not too alkaline, so it gives a huge range of plants that will be happy in this. And also, finally, it's been one of the most reviewed, 5-star reviewed products we've ever brought to you. And very finally, it's the compost that the professionals use. It
really is. If there was a better compost, we would be using it. I can promise you that. Our head gardener would insist that we would be using something else. This is the best compost. This is the compost we use here at the nursery. 2 big bags, 50 litres each, 100 litres in total, delivered direct to your door with no postage including. And if you're a club member, you're going to get nearly £2.50 off that. So just think about that. £5 to join the club, 1 order of compost, and you've half paid for your club membership just in that 1 order. So it's well worth getting hold of your compost and also joining our club as well. Now then, we're moving on to, this is what we call our favourites table, okay? So this is, we start the week picking our favourites, and then we change it over throughout the week based on what you are buying. Now, one thing that I think has been on the table all week is definitely the Euphorbia minus Merlot. And it would have been the Black Pearl had we had it from Wednesday, but we weren't allowed to come to it on Wednesday. But these two in particular have been very, very popular, and I'm going to recommend you go for both of them.
Yeah.
But, go on, we're going to start with the Black Pearl though.
Because, well, I can understand why you said both straight away, because, I mean, we've got, in fact, what I'm going to do is, let's...
Put them in together.
Let's kind of put those back and then just stick kind of, if we put that in there, I mean, when you get that immediate contrast, look at that. In fact,
so pretty.
I've done that wrong way round. Hold on, get it right, Adam.
Come on, Adam. You've got one job, man.
You're a gardener. You're supposed to, like, know which way round to put things.
One job.
You don't have, like, you know, tall things at the front and short.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, when you get that sort of contrast, yeah, look at that. So you can see that wonderful, wonderful acid green there, and then with that deep Merlot kind of chocolate colour of our Miners Merlot. Whoa, I mean, this is why you want both, to be honest, because
definitely.
the contrast is amazing. And Euphorbias are so easy to grow.
They're so easy.
They are, and they're looking magnificent right now, this time of year. Very early spring, late winter, they throw out these great big spikes of flower that look glorious. Even the stems are lovely on them as well. Down at the base there, you've got lovely red stems that then fade to that green colour. They're loved by pollinating insects and butterflies and things. You can see all the little stamens, they're all covered in wonderful pollen, and there'll be nectar down in there. The pollinating insects will love as well. And their plants are super drought tolerant. They're great for really dry positions. So if you've got really dry soil, poor soil, if you've got a really hot sunny position where everything's struggle, if you've got a windy garden, even kind of seaside gardens, these are just really good plants for those really challenging kind of dry areas where other things suffer.
Yeah, I think this one's absolutely fascinating. Now, I've got the other one. I am going to add this one into my garden. I think the Black Pearl just is so interesting. But from my own experience of growing Euphorbia, I can definitely back up what Adam is saying here. They are super easy to grow.
Yeah.
Quite fast growing as well. They will fill that space quite quickly.
Yeah, and they're kind of, they sort of grow like in a bowl shape as well, which is nice, so that you get even foliage come out all the way round. And they never get that tall, probably, I don't know, about sort of 18 inches, couple of 3 feet tall if you include the flower spike. But then when you take the flower spike off after it's flowered, you know, the foliage tends to be quite nice and low and ground covering as well. But they are the sort of plant, I mean, at work, I've seen Euphorbias come up in crevices between paving slabs. I've seen them grow out of cracks in walls. Really, they just really almost grow anywhere apart from deep shade or really wet soil. But they are a good plant for a challenging position. So, as I say, you know, if you've got an area of the garden that's really hot and dry, a bit windy, poor soil, and you put other things in and they wilt and they go yellow and they just look really, you know, they're just not getting to grips with that kind of position. Euphorbias will say, bring it on. They like to grow in those sort of challenging positions, and they're fabulous plants for pots and containers as well. So, as I always say, if you live 3 floors up and just got a balcony, you can enjoy Euphorbias.
It's evergreen, isn't it?
Yeah, it's evergreen. They'll come back year after year, look really, really good. And then what you can do is you'll find the flower spikes die down. So when the flower spikes die down, just trim them off. Just pop on a little pair of gloves when you trim them down as well, just so you don't get the sap on you. But yeah, really, really lovely, rewarding, unusual, different plants that, well, like the Exocorda we were talking about, that give such an incredible performance, but for really minimum input. And that's what we want to do at YouGarden. We don't want to bring you plants that are going to intimidate you and keep you up at night, you know, because you're terrified how you're going to look after it. These are the sort of plants you can literally, what I say, plunk in, leave and walk away, and they'll just do their thing. Well,
I want to point out the price to you on this one, because you can get one for £9.99, but if you double up, just for £2 more, you will get 2 of these. So with £2, it's £2 basically. So for a double up deal, you do put 2 in your basket. The savings happen when you enter the code YGTV1424. I'm going to highly recommend that you double up and go for 2 of those, because I'm also going to recommend that you add the Miners Merlot into your basket. Now think about that, you'll have 2 of these and you will have 3 of the Miners Merlot, because this one is a triple pack. I am right, aren't I? It is a triple pack. So 3 of those, 2 of those. The way you can space them together.
You've got your 5 number.
You've got your 5.
Yeah.
And that will create, I promise you, that will create the best. You'll be so pleased you got these and planted them. you'll be thanking me this time next year, or even actually in probably about 3 or 4 months, because they grow so quickly. You'll be sending me an email saying thank you for recommending that.
And they look great in gravel as well. Like where I live, unfortunately, well, I'm going to say it anyway. Along my street where I live, some people have just like taken everything out their front garden,
right?
And there's just a sea of gravel. I mean, it's just gravel, nothing else.
That's sad.
And it looks really sad and depressing. And where I live in Norfolk, we've got very sandy soil, very well-drained soil, quite poor soil because all the nutrients get leached through. So if you've got an expanse of gravel and you just want something to break it up and you want plants that will survive in that kind of condition, again, euphorbias are brilliant for that, and they just look so natural and at home in sort of gravelly areas because that's where they will grow naturally. But again, Bex, I'm going to throw to you on this one because we've got a picture of you with yours in your garden.
So mine is Merlot 511386. This is the one that I've got in my garden, and I have only got one. I should have got more, but you know, it's fine. We can always adjust. We can change. And this one is absolutely stunning. This is super simple, easy gardening. When this flowers, and mine is in flower right now, and I've got look at it.
Look at that.
Look at it.
Wow.
I'm so excited about this plant. So look at those limey, real lime green flowers, and the way that they contrast against that Merlot, that burgundy, beautiful dark foliage. How interesting is that?
Yeah, I mean, almost kind of the tops of those stems almost look like pine cones that have kind of opened out, you know, and then you've got this flower come out the top. Now, if you saw those flowers, because those flowers aren't very big, they're probably only about the size of a 5p kind of each flower, and if you saw those flowers on their own somewhere, you could easily walk straight past them, but when they're highlighted and contrasted against that chocolate dark foliage, that's a really wow plant. That's what I call an avatar plant. It almost looks like a plant that's kind of been made up.
Yeah, it looks like it's alien, doesn't it?
It does look alien, but it is an absolutely gorgeous plant there.
This is Phillips that he sent us pictures of. I saw that against his Fatsia back there. He's got one in the front garden. Oh, look at that.
That is just gorgeous.
It really is shiny, isn't it?
And with that gorgeous green lawn behind, you know, the green of the lawn again is highlighting that wonderful dark foliage on the euphorbia as well. And again, looking in the flowers there, I mean, goodness me, what have we got? We've got yellows, we've got little touches of orange, we've got bits of peach.
Almost pinky colour.
Pinky colours.
Yeah. This is Lorraine's. She sent us this in the other day. Love that. Can you see all the strolts she's got down there as well?
Yeah, so no slugs and snails to worry about there.
Snails.
I love the colour of the fence as well, because again, that's that kind of contrasts, but also complements the colour of the euphorbia.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And she's got that lovely evergreen little vinca in the front there with the gold edging.
Lovely. Elaine, what's Elaine's look? Oh,
hey,
that's
that.
super cute. Look at that.
With some some daffodils coming, some little some narcissus coming up in between there. So again, and isn't it nice the way the flower heads sort of nod a little bit as well? Before they come out, they seem to nod over, and then all of a sudden they kind of stand up, don't they, and really sort of ping out at you. So yeah, I really, for me, if I think I was walking through a garden centre and I wanted some euphorbias, I wouldn't be able to choose between the two of these.
It'd be hard to choose, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to go for both because, and that's the amazing thing about euphorbias. I mean, there's some euphorbias that have absolutely bright red foliage. I mean, like blood red coloured foliage. Well, I've seen euphorbias with bright orange foliage. They're kind of a family of plants that seem to have foliage in as many colours as some plants have flowers.
Yes.
And that's a great thing, isn't it? Because when it's the middle of the winter, when it's kind of that really low time of year, you want plants that look good, don't you? Even when the light level's low, even when everything is looking sad. So again, good plants for pots, because then you could bring them right up to the house.
It was Lorraine? Leslie, sorry, I knew it was an L. Leslie has sent a question asking, actually, and I think this is a fantastic idea, and I might just do this myself, about getting both of these and planting them together in a pot.
Go for it, yeah, go for it.
Yes, I think that would be absolutely stunning.
What I would do, I'd put the taller one at the back, and then, you know, the Merlot at the front, so, you know, you can have that sort of contrast. Or what you could do is put kind of the 3 Merlot around the outside, and then put the black pearl in the middle.
In the middle, that's
to get
what I
that
was
height
thinking.
in the middle.
You'd need a decent-sized pot, though, I think, wouldn't you? Maybe
Yeah,
a big barrel planter or something like that.
I'd say a pot at least as wide as a washing up bowl kind of thing, a round washing up bowl. That's that sort of width, minimum really, or dustbin lid width. So then give them lots of room to kind of really. It doesn't have to be super deep, the pot. It doesn't have to be super deep pot, but just give that width so they can kind of spread out.
The fact that these are drought tolerant as well means that they really do lend themselves to going into a pot, because obviously anything that we put in a pot we have to just be a little bit more careful on the watering with, but because these are drought tolerant, that's going to be even easier, isn't it?
Yeah, these are silly drought tolerant. I say at work, I've seen these sow themselves into gravel, into cracks between paving, and they have really sort of strong roots as well, because sometimes people don't want them between the paving. I've gone to pull them out and they're like, they're not coming out, I'm staying where I am. So they're a plant that they grow themselves, basically, once you planted them. But say the most important thing is, if you want the best results from these, plant them somewhere sunny and well drained. But other than really deep shade or wet soils, honestly, they do well pretty much everywhere.
All right, so that's your Euphorbia Miners Merlot, 511386. The price on this one is phenomenal as well. They should be $9.99 each, but you're getting them for less than a fiver, basically. It's a half-price deal. You're saving £15 on here. And, of course, if you are a club member, you're saving even more because you're going to get 10% off that as well. So £13.47 if you are in the club. Right, let's say hello to a few people, shall we? Good morning, Elaine. Good morning, Neil. Hello, Andy and Leslie and Philip, Amanda, Hazel, Penny, Simon. Run out of names now, but good morning to all of you. I recognise a lot of names in there. Thank you very much for being part of our regular viewership, the ones that are always tuning in. And if you are new, you can join our club too. We're here every single Sunday from 10 a.m. It's normally a 4-hour, 10 till 2. We do have to change it sometimes, but we're here every Sunday. We also, at the moment, we're doing Wednesday and Thursday shows as well from 10 o'clock, 10 till 1. We'll see how that goes. We might have to change a few around, but essentially we are always here. And if you are watching on YouTube, if you subscribe to our channel, it doesn't cost you anything. It's free to do it, but it gives you benefits because it lets you know when we're going live. So hopefully you'll never miss a show. It also helps us out because it gets us out there, gets more people watching us, gets us more visible. And the more visible we are, the more people will watch, the more we can do shows, basically.
Yeah, and we're doing
you'll be helping us.
Yeah, and we're doing our show differently these days. We're not about just plants, buy them. It's
interactive.
It's interactive, yeah. So we want to talk about other stuff. We want to give advice. We want to kind of create a community. We want to hear your stories. We want to hear about your experiences. We kind of want talk you through things and give you reassurance. And of course, you have the lifetime guarantee as well on a lot of plants. So if you're one of those people that says, oh, every time I touch a plant it dies, don't worry, because if it's a hardy plant, we give you that lifetime guarantee.
Absolutely.
So, be brave, be bold, take that chance, because it's risk-free, to be honest, when they've got that lifetime guarantee.
Totally.
Yeah, and just interact with us and have a great time. Enjoy the show.
All right, let's move on, shall we? Because we've got another one of the favourites, another really popular one from the week, which we're really pleased about because I like anything sort of grow your own. I've got a few bits and pieces. I haven't created a homestead or anything. I'm not trying to feed my entire family, but it's really nice to just grow something in your garden that you can then pick and eat. I thoroughly enjoy that process. Potatoes, strawberries, apples, all sorts of things you can grow, and you can grow them with the smallest of effort and the smallest of spaces in some cases.
Yeah.
We aren't talking about having to have a massive, great big allotment or a huge, great big garden. There are things you can grow very simply, very easily in the smallest of spaces. The kiwi blew my mind. We can grow kiwis here in the UK. I
have in my old garden in Bishop Stortford. I moved from there about 5 years ago. I had the kiwi fruit growing along a fence, and you know what? Oh my goodness me, it grew with some vigour. I mean, it was a really, really happy plant. A lot of people think kiwi fruit are from New Zealand, Australia, that part. Well, they actually originate from China. That's where they originate from. So they're tough plants. And they trail and grow really, really well. They send out these lovely, great big shoots, and they're really unusual, the shoots, because the shoots are red and they're furry. They've got that kind of little sort of furry...
Like the skin of the kiwi?
Yeah, like the skin of the kiwi. And then they've got these lovely, great big kind of oval-shaped leaves, which are really, really nice. And you can tie those vertical shoots in really, really well. And then they flower. They've got lovely little white flowers, almost like a strawberry flower, but sort of, bigger, much bigger. And believe it or not, they do fruit in the UK. So grow yours on a south-facing wall, south-facing trellis. And again, as Bex was saying, this is a good fruit because it takes up vertical space, not horizontal space. So again, even if you're 3 floors up and you've got a balcony, you haven't got to worry about it taking up lots of surface space because you can just grow it on the wall at the side of your door where you step out. You can grow it on a piece of trellis. You might have one of those planters that's a trough with an integral piece of trellis at the back of it. Again, you can grow it there. You can prune these really, really well. They're quite happy to be pruned back whenever you need to sort of prune them to size. But grown in the right position, you can have your own incredible kiwi fruit.
I think that's incredible. Honestly, it's just amazing that we can. I mean, there's so many things that we can do in our gardens, or in the smallest of spaces that we've got. And being able to grow kiwis here, I just think is amazing. So this is the Jenny. It is already a saving on here. So we should be selling it at £12.99. It's £9.99. But you're then going to get even more savings if you want to go for the double up deal. You can get 2 for £14.98. It's a self-fertile variety, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, which is good, really, because obviously kiwi fruit aren't the most popular or common fruit in the UK. So you might be thinking, well, there's probably not going to be another kiwi fruit nearby where the bees are going to come and sort of pollinate this. But yeah, this is self-pollinating, which is absolutely fine. And I have seen them when I've gone around sort of gardens and places like that. And it was a surprise to me. It was about 8, 9, 10 years ago. I went into I can't remember where the garden was, but it was one of these places that had one of these Victorian walled kind of gardens, and they were growing a kiwi on the wall.
Wow.
And there were dozens and dozens of these little kiwi fruit just sort of hanging off the wall. I was like, who knew? Then I think because we always think of kiwi fruit coming from New Zealand or somewhere like that, and we think, they're probably like really quite warm, hot places. But as I say, they do originate from China, and most parts of it, huge areas of China, are very cold.
Yeah, these are winter hardy, aren't they?
These are winter hardy. Mine in Bishop Stortford, it was still there when I left. I mean, it just went for years and years and years. It was a really tough, robust plant. And what I liked about it as well, it was a good plant for covering areas very, very quickly as well. But equally, you don't have to let it go mad. If the shoots get too big, just chop them off, keep it to size, and just enjoy it. And then in the autumn, it loses its leaves in the autumn. Yeah. But they kind of turned, as I remember, they turned a quite nice yellowy colour before they dropped. And then next spring, you see the little buds start to come back, just like this one has here. And then a little later in the year, in fact, what will happen with these is you won't notice the flowers to start with. Then you'll step out one morning, you'll kind of walk past and be like, oh, and you kind of do that double thing, that double take.
I love that.
Oh, it's got flowers on now. And then later in the year, once the bees have done what they do, but the fact it's self-pollinating, that's not a problem if there aren't bees around. You will get your fruit, your own kiwis.
So you don't have to go for 2 if you don't want to. You don't need 2 in order to pollinate. But what an amazing deal we've got for 2 of those. That means you can get even more kiwis by having 2 of these growing. 340090 is the item number. Go to YouGarden.com in order to place your orders, or you can actually use the phone lines up until 4 o'clock today. 0844 502 0050. Hazel has just asked a question. She's up in Scotland. Can she grow it in her unheated greenhouse?
I would say yes, to be honest. Unless you're right up in the Highlands where you might get -22 or -27, but you're not going to have a greenhouse right up in the Highlands, are you really? So well, you might do. But no, honestly, you could grow this in your greenhouse, unheated. As I say, I had mine in Bishop Stortford for a number of years, and we had some really quite cold winters, and it got through. Yes, yeah. It's tough. It's a tough plant. Tough. As I say, and it's got the lifetime guarantee on it, this one as well. So, I don't think we'd give it that if we weren't sure ourselves.
No, absolutely. Okay, so send us your questions. If there's anything that we haven't said or that you want to know, or maybe there's a plant that you've seen in our show page and you're like, I really want to see that, and I've got to go out for lunch. I can't stay for the whole time, then you can let us know. If you want to go and see what we've got in the show, you go onto YouGarden.com. There's a little symbol there, look. I mean, I say little symbol, it's massive. So what you need to do is click into that page. There we are. All you need to do then is scroll down. That's going to show you all of the items that we have within our show today. Obviously, you can go and you can shop the entire web, but this is the show that we've got going on. So if there's a product in here that you're thinking, I really want to see that, just let's do it now. Send him an email. Put it in the chat on YouTube or on Facebook. We'll happily bring it up earlier for you. It's not a problem at all. ygtv@yougarden.com is the email address that you need. Should we go and see Doris?
Yeah, let's
see. How about baby Doris?
It's good because we just had Jenny, didn't we?
Yeah.
Now we're off to see Doris. Dianthus Doris is probably the original, most famous Dianthus that you can think of. Been around for about 70 years. And, the fragrance on Dianthus is amazing. That sort of clove kind of tropical spice fragrance that you get. This is kind of baby Doris, which is a slightly more compact plant, but flowers that are going to keep flowering for sort of month after month after month. And a bit like the euphorbias we were talking about earlier on, these plants do really well in tough conditions. You know, if you've got a really windy aspect, if you've got a really dry, bakingly hot, sunny position where other things struggle or wilt or get scorched by the sun, if you've got quite poor soils, if you've got quite chalky, alkaline soils, Dianthus do really well on chalky soils as well. So, you know, you might struggle sometimes growing certain things you like on chalk, but these will absolutely love it. Keep deadheading them, and flowers keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Lovely, lovely, sweet clove fragrance from these. Make great little posies of cut flowers. You've got that evergreen glaucous blue foliage underneath. And these don't get very tall. I mean, only probably 6, 7, 8 inches tall, but they spread out and make little tufts or little sort of carpets of foliage. And then this time of year, you look into the sort of foliage, you start to see the little buds, little shoots come up, and then for weeks on end, you just get this joy, happiness, pleasure,
so pretty, aren't
fragrance.
They're a traditional flower, I think. You know, we all know the Doris. It's like 70 years old. It's an amazing variety, and this one is the baby Doris, so it's just that little bit smaller, isn't it?
Yeah, just that little bit more dainty, that little bit more delicate, but as, you know, as bone hardy, as tough, as resilient as, you know, as the original one.
Well, this is and we've got summer bedding, and I love summer bedding. It's very exciting, and we definitely want some summer bedding. But Sean often talks about how, you know, it can get quite expensive if you just go for summer bedding, whereas this gives you the kind of summer bedding, summer flowers, but you get it year after year, which is a really good, cost-effective way of gardening. Yeah,
and you can take cuttings from these really easily as well. You can they call them pipings, the little cuttings you can take from Dianthus. You can take cuttings, but it is a plant that actually, a bit like lavender, it survives on neglect. It doesn't need fuss. You know, don't worry about giving these tons of water and super rich soil. And as I say, if you these are good for like rockeries, rock gardens, scree gardens. Even if you've got those little miniature alpine gardens with those little kind of little miniature sinks that you've made a little miniature landscape in, they're great for those sort of positions, because if these dry out, or if the soil dries out, these are going to be fine. These are going to be so resilient in those super dry, poor soil conditions. Great for seaside gardens as well. So sometimes when you've got seaside gardens, you've got the worry of the salt, you've got the wind, you've got, you know, so many other things going on. But with these, they'll be happy in all those kind of positions. They're happy with high UV levels. They're happy with really full-on hot baking sunshine. And they flower for you for a long period of time.
Okay, so this is how they arrive to you. This is our mini greenhouse. All of our plants come to you in a variety of different packaging, depending on what it is and its size. These will come in the mini greenhouses. We have a team of people who are here looking after the plants before they come out to you. They're always well watered, you know, they're well cared for before they come to you. You will need to give them some attention when they arrive to you, because obviously they'll have been in a box, you know, packaged in the dark for a couple of days in transit. So just open them up, show them a bit of love, talk to them, show them some light, give them a little water, but then you'll be ready to plant these out. These are winter hardy. You could probably get away with planting these out right now. I would probably grow them on just a little bit before I plant them out into their final location. Just preference on my part, and obviously it depends where you are in the country, but they're pretty hardy, pretty tough
They're
things.
really tough. And what you could do as well with some of them, if I just pick another one up, Bex, is when they arrive, you can see they've got a central stem, but a lot of them have got these little shoots around the base. So what I would do, actually, I'm going to just do it with this one. I would literally just sort of pick the middle out. Just pick the middle out like that, and then what you'll do...
You've stopped it.
Yeah, you've stopped it. You'll get lots of little side shoots. So rather than one plant that goes straight up, you're going to get lots of stems.
Yeah, it'll branch out then,
it'll branch out, yeah, and you can see on all the ones...
Can you do something with that?
Yeah, you could try it. You could try it, actually. That one's falling apart, but if it had a little bit more of a base to it, again, you could just drop that into a bit of sandy compost or gritty compost, keep it watered, and they actually root very easily, pinks as well.
There you go. You might be able to multiply your plants. I like that idea. 401388 is the item number for your baby Doris. Remember that this is our favourites table. These have been the most popular items during the week this week. Sunday is our last week of the show. Next week we will have probably some of the items from this week, but it's a brand new show basically. So do take advantage of our favourites table, of the deals and things that we have for you here at YGTV. I've just seen the time. We need to speed up, Adam. Right, let's move on, shall we? We're going to go on to our Weigela next. This is called the Florida Monet, and I think this is stunning. I love anything with variegated leaves. I don't know what it is. No, I do know what it is. When something's got variegated leaves, it highlights it, it stands out, it brings it forward.
It does.
It really, from a garden design perspective, it's a clever one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it brings it to your eye.
And I think what happens is when you've got that variegation around the edge, it delineates it from the shrub next door. Because if that was just plain green and the shrub next door was plain green, they kind of blend into each other. But when you've got that highlighting around the edge, you say it makes that plant come forward. It makes it come out at you, sort of thing.
Yeah, it does.
Right at you,
Really
sort of,
does.
which is good. And this one is absolutely smothered in buds. I mean, loads and loads of buds on there. So in a few weeks' time,
Turn it around.
as you can see in the picture behind, this is what you're going to get in a few weeks' time. And these flower for week after week after week. They remind me of my childhood as well, because my grandma my grandma and granddad used to have Weigelas down the side of their house, and they always fascinated me as a kid. And they had a variegated one as well. And it was just lovely. I mean, they actually kept it clipped back to some trellis work, and it kind of almost like sort of covered the whole wall. But you could just leave them as freestanding shrubs. And again, really, really easy shrubs to look after. The first couple of 2 or 3 years, I'll just plant it, let it grow, don't do much with it at all, really. And then once it's been established for 2 or 3 years, I would probably take about a third of the old stems out each spring, and then let the new stems come through, because the new stems that come through then give you flower for the following year. But it's a super tough shrub. It's very, very drought tolerant, absolutely totally frost tolerant, good for windy positions. It does well in full sun. When I think back to when my grandma and granddad's house was, they had theirs on the side of their house. It was quite shaded, but it did well there as well. And it has a main flowering period in spring, in another couple of 2 or 3 weeks' time. But it's one of those shrubs that every so often will throw out another little cluster of flowers, and sometimes towards autumn you get another little burst of bloom. Not as dramatic as the spring, but it does throw out that sort of colour interest. It's a shrub that you can keep clipped or shaped. You don't have to let it get too big, so don't worry about this. This one getting sort of out of hand. They only generally, I mean, I've seen them get to sometimes a couple of metres, perhaps sort of 3 metres tops if you really sort of leave them. But they're a nice shrub in the fact that they form a nice little compact, what I would call like thicket. They kind of become a multi-stemmed shrub, but they don't spread out all over the place. That they tend to sort of be quite narrow at the base, and then they spread out at the top, and it allows you to plant underneath.
That's beautiful, honestly. I really do love that one. For me, it's a bit like a euonymus, but a bit more interesting than a euonymus,
With the flower.
With the flower, if you want that variegation, you want that foliage and things. I'm not a big fan of euonymus. I'm going to put it out there. I think it has its place, but I'm not a big fan. But this one just has that extra added interest because you get those gorgeous flowers on there as well.
Yeah.
Should be £14.99. We've taken £2 off that price, so it's £12.99. But if you are in the club, remember you do get that extra 10% discount as well. Make sure you enter our offer code when you place an order. You always need to. It's really important. This is the way that you get your savings, the double up deals, the buy one get one free, and also the free gift, because every week we try to bring you a free gift or a special offer. This week it is that amazing grow bag, really strong, handy grow bag with £4.99. I've left it over there. I'll show you in a second. But that code will enter that free gift into your basket. So make sure you use that. Savings, freebies, all of that stuff. It's all unlocked with that code. Right, we're going to go back to our compost, because this one is, well, everybody needs compost in their life, but everybody needs this compost in their life, because this is the best compost. And I'm not just saying that because it's my job to stand here and say that. I am saying that because I have experienced it, I have used it, and I know the difference that this has made. I also know that YouGarden have been in business for about 2 decades now. Our head gardener, who has been in horticulture all his life, he's a true proper expert, isn't he? He really knows what he's doing. Yeah. He's had a major hand in developing this and turning it into the amazing compost that it is. Our business is growing plants. We are not going to use an inferior product on the plants that we grow, and this is the compost that we use. If there were a better compost out there, I promise you we would be using it, but we're not. We're using this one because it's the best. Tell us why it's the best, Adam.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you used to come around my house in Swaffham and look into my greenhouse, you'd see 2 great big shelf loads of seedlings at the moment. I've got Ageratum, I've got Statis, I've got Helichrysums, I've got Cleome, I've got some Busy Lizzies coming on. I'm growing tomato plants, I'm growing cucumber plants, and I've started them all off in this compost, this exact type of compost. And I got absolutely brilliant germination, so
yes.
Loads of seeds came up to start with. I have used soil-based compost before, and then when I watered it, the soil went really hard and crusty on top, and a lot of the seeds couldn't get through. They couldn't break through. Yeah. No. So loads of the seeds came up, which was good. And then over the last couple of weekends, I've been transplanting or pricking out my seedlings into those slightly bigger cell trays. And within a day or two, they've all established really quickly. And again, I had a quick look this morning before I came out.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you do, didn't you? And my little Ageratums have got 2 or 3 what they call true leaves coming now. My Statis have got about 4 or 5 leaves, and they're all looking glorious because they're in this compost. And the reason is because, first of all, this compost holds on to the moisture. This time of year in your greenhouse during the day, even with vents, it can get really hot inside a greenhouse. You don't want a compost that's going to dry out super quick and you get home and all your seedlings are dried up and looking sad. So it's got that moisture holding property to it, which is great. But on the flip side, you don't want a compost that sits wet and heavy and claggy, because that can rot roots, that can rot young seedlings. You've got the composted wood fibre, so that keeps the compost nice and open, allows the water to percolate through, allows the oxygen to get down to the roots. But really importantly, and what I've noticed again with my little seedlings, is when I transplant them into this, the roots get down really, really quickly. And I tell you how I know that. I found out the hard way yesterday, because I was actually moving a little tray of my seedlings, and I held one at a bit too much of an acute angle.
Uh-oh.
And a few of them just plopped out onto the floor. But it was amazing, because when I picked them up off the floor, even though they'd only been in that little tray for a week or so, already the roots had really got down into that compost. So I just picked them up again, plonked them back into the tray, and they're going to be fine. You've got a slow release fertiliser in here as well, so that's good to know, because when all my little seedlings are growing and starting to germinate, I know for up to 6 months they've got that feed. And you can see here, it's a slow release feed as well. Bex has got those little green pellets in there that break down gradually, releasing that feed over a long period of time. And also there's a wetting agent in this compost. Sometimes when you have gone away and your pots, your hanging baskets, your troughs have dried out, you've gone to water them.
Died out.
Well,
dried out.
Yeah, dried out. And you go to water and the water runs straight off, doesn't it? All over you. It doesn't soak in. With this compost, it just soaks in so much more easy, so much more quickly. So if the worst does come to the worst, you can get your plants hydrated very, very quickly. And also, it's pH balanced. That sounds a bit gobbledygooky, but what it means in the practical world is this compost is not going to be too acidic, it's not going to be too alkaline, it's like towards the centre. So that gives many, many more plants the opportunity to thrive in this compost. And Bex and I say, whether it's house plants, whether it's vegetables, fruit, whether it's seedlings, whether it's cuttings, whether it's topping up your pots outside, whether you incorporate into the garden new grown vegetables. Lately. Yeah, I mean, it is just such a spectacularly brilliant compost for so many different positions and plants.
Yeah, it genuinely is. We say there's 2 composts you need. This one or an ericaceous compost. That's it. You really don't need to get confused going to the garden centre and looking at rows and rows, and this has got this added in and that added in, and that's a particular number and that's a particular number. It really isn't necessary, honestly. I mean, if you want to add stuff to this, if you know certain plants, you want a bit of vermiculite or something added to it, you can add to it, but this has been formulated to be used as it is. It's got the right balance of everything that you need. Comes to you as 2 50-litre bags delivered to your door with no postage including. included. So Angela, I think, has sent in a question about seedlings. She has grown her sweet pea seeds. I've done mine as well. They've all sprouted quite well. Are they ready to be planted yet?
What they normally say is just wait for the first true leaf. So when a plant grows, the first set of leaves are not the true leaves. They're the kind of the very first leaves that the plant produces. We're all getting tongue-tied today, aren't we? Things our enthusiasm. And then the next set of leaves will be what's called the first set of true leaves. Once the first set of true leaves are there, then you can transplant them, into their next pot or wherever you want to move them onto.
I pinched mine out a little bit before I did that. So just like Adam did with the baby Doris.
Yeah, looks brutal, but
it does. It feels a bit brutal when you do it as well.
Cruel to be kind, though, isn't it? Cruel to be kind.
No. So they got to about this tall. They had like 3 sets of leaves on. So I pinched them out to that first set of true leaves.
Yeah.
And then after that, I was planting them out. So hopefully that helps you, Angela. Obviously, we can't see them, but yes, you're not far off being able to do it by the sounds of things.
And always, when you transplant seed, this is really critical. When you transplant any seedlings, always hold them by the leaves. Never hold them by the stems. Always hold them by the leaves, because if you damage the leaf a little bit, no problem. But if you hold them by the stem and you crush the stem,
that's where all the
game
goodness
over.
Comes. That's what that's travelling up. So yeah, be careful. Right, Torino pots, the little ones down by your feet there, please, Adam. So Torino pots, this is a buy one, get 2 free. This is the most affordable item that we have got on the show. When you're getting a buy one, get one or a buy one, get 2, you put 1 into your basket, you enter the code YGTV1424 and the other 2 will magically appear in your basket. It's just £3.99 and you're going to get 3 of them. If this is all you want today, you will still get your free gift included as long as you enter that code YGTV1424. Let's show you exactly how that works. So we've got our compost in the basket. We've entered 1 of our Torino pots into the basket. Down the bottom there, can you see Stuart's entering the code? Do you have an offer code? Yes, yes, yes. YGTV1424. Apply the code. And look what happens. So there's the free grow bag. That is our free gift for today. And because those Torino pots are on a buy one, get 2 free, 2 of those pots have now ended up in our basket. We are paying exactly the same amount, but we're getting 3 free items in there. We're getting the grow bag and we're getting those 2 pots included as well. This is why YGTV is the best place to come for all of your gardening supplies. And remember, you don't just have to buy what we have on our show page today. You can actually go and shop the entire YouGarden website because there's a plethora of items on there. You can shop the entire website. All I ask, please, is the code that you can see on the screen there, YGTV1424. When you check out, when you place your order, please put that into that offer code box, because you get your free gift and it'll access all of those savings and discounts and buy one get ones and all the rest of it. Angela, you are welcome. I know you said thank you very much. That's what we're here for. We're here to help, entertain, dance, I don't know, send us your requests. We'll see what we can do for you. Inform and educate, Stuart says.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not dance. He doesn't want me dancing.
No, you could dance, do a little jig. Yeah. I can only dance after about 6 Bacardi and Cokes.
Yeah, that's what I did on Friday night.
That's when I think I can dance.
I danced. And then I spent yesterday laying on the sofa. I feel much better today. Drink responsibly, kids.
But yeah, I just thought I'll put the Alexa recorder in the bag because sometimes when I've done shows, like Chelsea Flower shows, other sort of big shows like that, and you get those stands that sell plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you really start getting addicted, don't you, to buying plants?
I didn't bring enough bags.
Exactly. Yeah, and sometimes you might take that complimentary paper bag, and then with the little string handles, and then it gets wet. Yeah, and then boom. This free gift is absolutely brilliant because it's polypropylene, so it's going to last you a lifetime.
Yeah.
These handles are super stitched on. I mean, you could almost hang from a tree on those handles. Don't, but this bag is tough.
It's super strong. You can see the stitching. You can see how strong that is.
Yeah, really, and it's a real spacious bag as well. And I just dropped this extra quarter in because, again, I mean, this is quite a big old chunky plant. But you can see there, we've managed to sort of drop that into the bag. But wow, I mean, look at this.
Oh, I love
Whoa,
this. It's known as the pearl bush, isn't it? And we can't see it quite as much now because this really has opened up. But just so the buds that come through on here, they look like glorious, shiny little white pearls, don't they?
Yeah, there's kind of a little, look at that, little tiny one there, just like a little pearl-shaped kind of flower bud just come in there. And bridal reef is the other one as well, because this is kind of like a cross hybrid. This has been sort of crossed between two different types of exocordas. And oh my goodness me, they've just come up with something even more lush and gorgeous and wonderful than before, to be honest. But what is amazing about these is, you know, sometimes you think about a shrub, like a rose, for example, and you have one flower, didn't you, on the end of the stem. But what I like about these, when you turn this sideways on, look at that. I mean, there's
so many.
There's a whole kind of stem full of flowers going all the way down.
Yeah.
Which, when you look at the little buds at the top here, you can see how that happens, because, you know, we start off this little kind of stem of flower buds here, and what, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 flowers on there, and the way they all explode at once and then just give you this wonderful, wonderful white, snow white colour. And these last for a good couple of 2 or 3 weeks or so. I like the green centres as well. That's a nice sort of deep green colour in the middle.
You get so many of them as well. Look at that.
Yeah, and even when these go over, they look like snow. I've been in the garden on a windy day when they started to shed their petals.
Yeah.
And
it's sort of sad, but it is beautiful.
It's
at the
still
same
beautiful.
Time as well.
Yeah, it's like confetti, like white confetti coming off the plant. And then for the rest of the summer, you are left with very healthy, bright, cheerful kind of foliage. It's not that kind of like, oh, it's finished flowering and the foliage is really dull. The foliage in itself looks good. And these plants have a nice sort of wiry but kind of laxed, open habit to them. So yeah, they're a nice plant where you can grow other things underneath. They're not going to overwhelm anything around them. And again, from my experience, most of the ones I've seen have tended to be about waist to sort of chest height generally. They don't grow into a huge giant kind of shrub. They're not a shrub that bullies all the other plants away from it. So you can grow things around it, grow this in a pot if you wanted to as well. Yeah. But yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely
it's really
gorgeous.
pretty. It's been one of the most popular. If we had room on the favourites table, it would be over on the favourites table. It is definitely one of the favourites though. 511240 is the item number. £5 saving on there as well, and plus an extra 10% if you are in our discount club too. So do think about, if you're not a member, have a little think about joining that club, because the savings you can make over the year are absolutely incredible. Right, we're going to give you a little review and reminder of everything that we've seen, or some of the things that we've seen so far, and then we're going to come back and show you a little bit more. Starting off with the Euphorbia, the Miner's Merlot. You are going to get 3 of these 9-centimetre pots. It's an amazing deal that you're getting here, because this is it's basically a half price deal. £15 saving, you will get 3 of those included. That picture there is showing you the beautiful Merlot wine coloured foliage, but you also get these gorgeous flowers coming on here as well that have the most vivid lime green colour that really are accentuated by the foliage. Really easy to grow, very drought tolerant, super simple gardening, but outstanding, that one. 511386 is your item number. Remember to enter the code to get that half price deal. Next we've got excuse me another Euphorbia. This is the Black Pearl. Now, I'm going to highly recommend you go for the Black Pearl along with the Miner's Merlot, because you get a double up deal here, which is incredible value for money. You're paying just £2 more to get 2 of these into your basket. So put 2 in, enter the code. That's how you get those savings. But the Miner's Merlot and the Black Pearl together, that will be an outstanding display. You've got the lovely lime green colour, really interesting flowers. Love that sort of black dot you get in the centre there as well. It's incredible. Very similar to the Black Pearl, to the Miner's Merlot, drought tolerant, easy to grow, nice shape that this appears in as well. Doesn't require loads and loads of pruning and looking after it and managing it. All you're going to do is trim those flower heads once they start to fade, and that is pretty much the only maintenance or care that you need to do with these. 561235 is your item number. Put 2 in your basket to get the double up deal and enter the code. And another double up deal we've got for you, which is on our the Kiwi, there we go. The Jenny, with this one is 2 for £14.98. Incredible that we can actually grow kiwis here in this country. I'm just blown away by that. It is a winter hardy plant. It's going to want a nice sunny spot, so we're definitely recommending, you know, a south-facing wall or something similar, but it is winter hardy, so you don't need to worry too much about this over those winter months. Loads and loads of kiwis you will get from here as well. It is a self-fertile variety, so you don't have to go for 2. You don't need 2 in order to do that pollination, but we are giving you an amazing price to get 2 of those, which essentially means more kiwis. What a great journey to go on yourself, or particularly if you've got kids in your family. I just think it's incredible to show them how things grow. Next, we've got our hydrangea. This is the hot chocolate. We're loving the hot chocolate, not just because it's sweet and delicious, but this one has, it's got all of it. It's got those beautiful flowers, but it's got the amazing colour foliage on here as well. Lovely kind of olivey green, but then you've got these lovely burgundy colours as well. The underside of the leaves are a beautiful red, and then the flowers that you get on here, as Adam was saying, those pink ones around the edge, they're bracts rather than flowers. The flowers are the little lilac-y bits in the middle. But the combination of those two, the lilac and the pink, and how many you will get on this hydrangea, I think is just stunning. You can grow hydrangea in a pot, you can grow this in a border. Just remember, it likes a lot of water. Clue is in the name, hydrate. It really wants to be watered. £24.99, £5 saving on there. And of course, if you're in the club, I mean, that's nearly a £2.50 saving just on that one item. That's half the price of your club membership. And remember, it lasts you for the full year. Weigela. I do really like this one. Lovely variegated leaves on here. The variegation, when we're talking about, you know, the garden design, it really makes a plant stand out. It brings it forward. It makes it eye-grabbing. But you've also got those beautiful flowers included on there as well. Another one that's nice and easy to look after, does not require much maintenance. Amazing price, £11.69 if you are in the club, 510710. And one that just should go into your basket. You don't even need to think about it. It's the baby Doris. You're going to get 12 of these plug plants. They flower for you for such a long time, really easy to look after. All summer long you'll get these flowers, but they are winter hardy and they will come back for you next year as well. 401388 is your item number, and a £5 saving on that one. We've got so much more to show you. We have taken our time a little bit this morning, so sorry about that. We'll go a little bit quicker. But, you know, we want to make sure that you got to see all of those. And we love getting all of your emails, your questions, your comments, your photos. You can email us at ygtv@yougarden.com. Stuart is our genius. He does it all. He's in the shed just outside of our potting shed, and he is ready and waiting to get all of your emails, questions, comments, pictures, all the rest of it. Right, we're going to move on to Daphne. Daphne Pink Fragrance. And the fragrance from a Daphne, if you never smelt a Daphne, you're missing out, I promise you. The fragrance from this is absolutely incredible, isn't it?
That is so nice. That is just so sweet.
It's just, it's heavenly.
It's sweet fragrance.
I think it's one of my favourite fragrant flowers, just because they're beautiful, but the smell is just, I'm lost for words. It's so good.
It definitely is one of my favourite scented flowers, to be honest. I mean, it really, really is stunning. And, you know, great thing about this Daphne as well is it keeps flowering throughout the summer. It keeps throwing flowers out all the time. Great foliage.
That is unusual for a Daphne.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've got. Cause I think we've both got the Perfume Princess, which has been flowering for quite some time. Mine's been flowering probably since before Christmas, but
it's spring and it's gone.
Yeah, it's coming to the end of its sort of noggins now, and once that's gone, but this one just sporadically keeps throwing flowers out for you right up until sort of late summer into the autumn. It's a compact plant. It's a nice, neat plant.
Slow growing as well.
Yeah,
isn't
they
it?
are slow growing and great for pots and containers. So again, as I say, if you're just 3 or 4 floors up, if you've got a roof garden. If you've got a really small space, but you want a plant that packs a lot of punch, it's got lovely, attractive foliage. The foliage, it's not evergreen on this one. No, it's not evergreen, is it, on this one? I think
no, not on this one.
No, it's deciduous,
this one. Not on this one.
So, this is deciduous. But if you want a plant that's compact, but has those gorgeous pink flowers and that really wonderful fragrance, you can grow it in a pot very, very easily. In fact, you could even start this one off in one of our little square pots to begin with, because that would be all right in there for one season. And then you could sort of, one of the Torinos, then you could sort of, move it into a slightly bigger pot. But I mean, look at that. The bee says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just going for that wonderful kind of fragrance there.
You definitely want to plant it somewhere where you're going to get, I mean, it's quite a strong fragrance, so it's not like you need to be right next to it, but I wouldn't suggest planting this down the end of the garden or somewhere where you rarely go. You definitely want to plant this somewhere where you can appreciate the fragrance, because it's beautiful, but it is that fragrance really that sets it apart.
It is the fragrance. I mean, the one I've got, my Daphne, I literally step at my patio doors and it's just to the right-hand side of my patio. So, and again, when the weather warms up, when you get those first sort of warm days like yesterday, all of a sudden, it's one of those plants where you're in the garden, you're like,
what's that?
What's that coming? Where's that coming from? You just, and then you lose it, and then you pick it up again. It's like, and then finally, you know, your nose makes its way all the way to, and you put your, so that's what it is.
And when it gets bigger as well, once it's established a bit more, you can obviously cut some of the flowers off here, and you can bring that fragrance inside as well. I wouldn't do it while it's too small.
No.
But once it gets a little bit bigger, you can actually bring that Daphne fragrance inside.
Yeah, take a few sprigs off. It's a bit kind of like a lily of the valley almost kind of fragrance to it. But it's a really sweet fragrance, but it's not an overwhelming kind of sickly fragrance. And again, this is a compact plant, a slow-growing plant. So, and you can trim Daphnes as well. If you feel it's starting to get too big, which this won't, you can just trim it over. And I like the nice branched sort of structure of it. Again, a bit like the like the Weigelia we were talking about. Yeah, it's got this sort of nice open sort of branched habit. So it's not a shrub that's going to sort of become a bully or a thug and overwhelm other things.
You could sort of underplant it a little bit as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, underplant that, and underplant it with if it's in a pot, you can underplant it with some spring bulbs, or in the summertime, go for your summer bedding. We've got some lovely busy lizzies coming up, or Calibrachoa, for example. Lots of different things you can do with this.
All right, well, it is the best price that we have brought you on this one, so it's £14.99. Obviously, another 10% off if you are in the club. 510732 is the item number that you need. Sorry, Stu, I missed that. Where are we going next? Oh, we're going to go Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Oh. The other big winner, it's the Oleander, the shades of pink. Now, this is a killer deal because this is a buy one and get one absolutely free. So there are 2 pots here. You need to use the code in order to access your buy one, get one free. Put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV1424, and the other one will magically appear. And Oleander, this one has been the big story for us just over this last week or two, because this one has been so popular. I think because it's fantastic, but also because we're absolutely free. I'm a big fan of the pairing. I know when we plant things, we're supposed to plant in odd numbers because it's supposed to look more natural.
Yeah, but there is a place for pairs.
Absolutely there is. And if we're talking about either
side of the front door.
The symmetry, thank you, that's the word. The symmetry, either side of something, a seating area, the patio doors, the front door, that's where the pair really does work.
Comes into its own then, doesn't it? Because then like two's company, three's a crowd, isn't it? When you've got kind of that sort of situation. And, recently, up until a little while back, oleander was as rare as hen's teeth because you couldn't. There were problems with a disease issue on the continent. Then there was the B word. I'm not going to get controversial. And there was other things as well. So it kind of made the supply of them very difficult. So a lot of them were coming in from abroad. Now we're growing them in the UK. We're producing kind of homemade stock. So we brought these back to you now. We've got these, and just get in there and look at these.
Wow.
Yeah.
They really are beautiful. And the amount of flowers that you get on here is incredible, and for a really long time.
Yeah, this almost looks like we've gone up to a mature oleander that's in full flower, and we've just chopped the top flowering stems off and poked them in a pot, and they've grown. Yeah, that's what it looks like, because right from the base on these, super healthy, lustrous, gorgeous, shiny, evergreen, fabulous foliage. And in the box, when you open them up, already flowers, flower buds, flower stems.
Yeah, you're getting them at the perfect time.
Oh, brilliant.
Because these are in bud, ready to burst open, and these are going to delight you all summer long. So this is genuinely the best time to get hold of them, because you're going to have all of the joy of the flowers for the longest possible time, but they're also evergreen, so you'll have that lovely foliage over the winter as well.
You've got that foliage for the winter, and they are hardy down to about -5 degrees. And I've noticed in the last 10-15 years oleanders becoming more and more prevalent, more and more kind of common in the UK. I mean, I've seen some oleanders that are 5, 6, 7, 8 foot tall.
Wow.
My mum has an oleander outside her back door, and it's in a corner of two buildings, so it's in this right-hand corner.
That's the perfect spot,
yeah,
isn't it?
And hers is about 5 or 6 years old. It's about 6-7 foot tall. I spoke to her on the phone the other day. She said it's already bursting into bud now.
Wow.
It's a double one as well, and it flowers every year. And I've seen others around where I used to live in Bishop Stortford. I've seen oleanders, large-size oleanders all over the place. And even a few years ago, I went to a place in Italy called San Gimignano, and they had masses of oleander trees around there, really big ones. Stu just said, did I make that up? No.
You made me laugh. San Gimignano.
San Gimignano. You Google it. It's known as the ancient Manhattan. It's in Italy.
San Gimignano?
Yeah, it's this place famous for its stone towers.
Right, yeah.
There used to be a lot more, but they knocked a few over during the war. But that's another controversial thing. But there's quite a few left. And my point is, they had these huge oleanders, and they've got a gift shop there.
Wow.
And in the shop was a winter photograph of San Gimignano, and all the oleanders were completely covered in snow.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so it was like, wow, so they're obviously reasonably tough if they can survive being covered in snow. These were bigger ones, but the bigger they get, the tougher they get.
Yeah.
But, if you're in a really cold area, grow them in a pot. They're fantastic plants for pots. If you're in a sort of a milder area, grow them in a south-facing position or west-facing. Plant them in the most sort of warm, sheltered part of the garden possible. But to have the excitement and the luxury and the kind of holiday mood of oleanders coming back into your garden is
they
glorious,
definitely
isn't it?
feel like holiday. These grow freely in those hot countries, but they can grow very, very easily here in the UK as well. It is a buy one, get one free. It's been super popular. I'd love to tell you how many, 10,000 of these or something or other that we have actually purchased, if not more of these, and they are really, really popular. 680027 is your item number. Just enter one of those into your basket, put the code in, YGTV1424, in the box where it says, do you have an offer code? That's where you put that, and we will put another one in your basket for you. So these work out at £15 each because it is a buy one, get one free. And of course, if you're in the club, you'll get 10% off that as well. So we really are about bringing you some of the most amazing, unusual, fantastic plants, but at the best possible prices. We've actually got these from a Sicily grower. This is, our head gardener was telling us about this. Now, he says that this company is the absolute best when it comes to growing oleanders, and Peter knows what he's talking about. He's been working in the business a long time. There is a waiting list to get onto to work with this particular company. They're a family-run business, and we had to wait a few years to get onto that waiting list. I think there's still a waiting list for people to get in to work with them. Well, we've been working with them for a long time now, which is why we're definitely up there when it comes to supplying oleanders. 680027 is your item number. Right, we've got a little bit of summer bedding. We've got my favourite, my little appletini, coming up as well. But let's talk to you about the Calibrachoa and the lobelia mix. We call this the fruit salad mix. It's really interesting, isn't it? I like the colour combination.
Yeah,
here.
I like this colour combination. I remember in a previous lifetime, a little later, we brought some hanging baskets to wear.
The fruit salad mix.
Yeah, that were fully grown. And that mix of colours was just gorgeous. You can see here the other lovely colour contrast, colour contrast even, kind of the purple and the apricot orange. And what I liked about this in particular, when it was in a hanging basket, was the two different coloured types of Calibrachoa contrasting really, really well, and their big round flowers. And then I just like the little cheeky white pops of lobelia, just kind of poking itself out in between, kind of going, hi, hello, kind of thing. And the lobelia was great because wherever there was gaps between the Calibrachoa, the lobelia is saying, move out of the way. I'm taking over here. Look at that. I mean, that is so gorgeous, isn't it? The way that those white lobelia just highlights. I like what they've done there. They've actually put the lobelia at the top and just let it cascade down in between the Calibrachoas. But of course, you can sort of dot it in between if you want to and get that kind of more mixed look to it. But that is classic, Bex, isn't it? Isn't that gorgeous?
It's a kind of designer look to your hanging basket or pot. If you want to put them in pots, you don't have to do hanging baskets. But it gives that designer look to it without you having to think about it. There is a certain amount of design aspect that's gone on here. It's about the colour wheel. Apparently, the peachy colour and the purple colour, they're at opposite ends of the colour wheel, and which is why they work so well together. And then that white that just brings it all together and makes everything pop perfectly. Absolutely perfect mix for your hanging basket. If you've got one of the big easy fill hanging baskets, I'd probably double up. I'd go for 2 packs because you'll want 12 for one and 12 for another. But it depends on the size of the pot or the size of the hanging basket that you're putting them in as to whether you go for 1 pack or 2 packs of your fruit salad mix. But it's just taking all the hard work out. You've got the perfect combination of flowers and colour all together for you. 400761 is your item number. They come to you in our little mini greenhouses there. They are labelled as well, which is important to point out. On the front there is the labels. On the bottom, can you see the letters on the little pods there? So those letters marry up to the label that you can see here. So that tells you which one is which is really important if you're wanting to plant them in a specific order. So don't take them all out as soon as you get them home and go, oh, these are interesting. They will want a drink, but you can just open the pack up like this, give them a little drink as they are, show them a little love, show them a bit of light. You can actually, what I do is I just do this, because it is actually open to the side there. In fact, you can see the water running out the side, look. And then I just stand it in your washing up bowl or something.
Yeah, just give them a little...
And that helps just to give them a little drink of water.
Look
and
at the
then
roots
you
on
want to
them.
grow these on a little bit before you plant them out. They're not winter hardy, are they?
No, you say grow them on. I mean, look at the roots, Bex. I mean, they're going to grow on like crazy, aren't they? With a root system like that, they're going to immediately get
look
established.
At that one.
Look at that.
Now, who knows? We might be over the night frosts, but we don't know, do we? My mum always says she sticks by the rule, never till the end of May, basically. There's a saying, isn't there?
Never cast a clout till May is out or something.
Something like that.
Something like that.
She won't do anything till the end of May. But just check your weather, see how you feel. They're not frost tolerant, so just maybe on your windowsills or whatever, and then plant them out when you're ready.
In the monthly outlook, I can't see any frost at the moment,
either
to be
at the
honest.
moment.
But, you know,
Fingers crossed, we'll see.
we can't guarantee.
Right, so we're moving on to the Malice Appletini.
Whoa.
I've got this one as well. This is mine, okay? So this one I have been growing in one of our heavy-duty pots. I've been growing it. I planted it at some point last year. I can't remember exactly when, but I've just been growing this on for the year. You can see some of the blossoms. They're just starting to go over now. There's another little collection here that are just starting to open up. I am very much hoping to get some fruit this year. I think I might, don't you, Adam?
Well, with those flower buds on there, yeah, definitely.
reckon?
I mean, you know,
I
the
hope
bees are going to
so.
pollinate them, aren't they? And
I can't wait. I really want this one. I'm so excited about this because what this creates is miniature apples, isn't it?
yeah, miniature apples, about sort of golf ball size apples, which are really, really fun, really novel, really different, great for kids as well. Because I don't know if you've got like a little 7 or 8 year old or a little kid, they don't want some massive, great big sort of, you know. And also, I think it's like anything. If you've got apples that look really cute, kids are more likely going to want to eat them, aren't they? Because they're a bit novel, they're a bit different. You know, your fun size kind of fruit.
That's a cherry. And that's an apple, just to give you a kind of, that's an appletini. That's just to give you the size comparison that we're talking about here.
So imagine like just putting 2 or 3 of them in your lunchbox. You know, you've got those nice little crisp bites of like, really kind of fresh, crisp, sort of juicy apple. You've got the wonderful blossom there in the spring as well. Again, you've got a tree that's very compact. You know, this never gets huge. So if you had a balcony or somewhere 2 floors up, like I always say, you could grow that in a pot. One of our 30-litre pots, it'd be happy in that forever.
Yeah,
ever and
that's
ever
what
and
I've got it in.
Like,
It's in the
like
heavy-duty
you've got
pot.
yours in there, Bex. That's never really going to need to come out of there because you're talking about a tree that might get sort of a metre and a half. Not, you know, it's not going to be like a massive, great big apple tree.
That's why I got it, to be honest with you. I mean, we do lots of patio apple, you know, smaller, but that's why I particularly went for this one. I just wanted something that little bit smaller, a bit novelty, get the kids into it, get myself into it. Like, it's exciting to do these things, isn't it?
It's kind of like it's like the puppy or the kitten equivalent of an apple tree, isn't it? It's kind
cute.
It's small and it's cute and it's novel and it's lovely, but it's still got all the wonderful assets and and benefits of a huge, great big apple tree, if you like. And I mean, I was blown away by the quality of the little plant we're sending out to you as well. This one here, we've got in front of us is already multi-branched, which is lovely. Super healthy foliage, and we've got those flower buds on the top. Lovely little flower buds there that are going to sort of burst open any day now. Yeah. Give you wonderful apple blossom.
The blossom is really pretty as well. Honestly, you get this gorgeous. Mine have faded to a sort of lighter pink now, but they're so pretty when the blossom opens on here.
Well, you can see that's really dark, isn't it? I mean, the buds are really dark, sort of pinky, sort of red colour, and then they sort of burst open. And even the foliage I like on these as well. It's almost a little bit similar to the foliage on the hydrangea we've got, isn't it? It's that kind of that sort of chocolatey coloured foliage. And then as that matures, that becomes sort of a green colour, doesn't it? But I just think if you've got children, if you've got grandchildren, Or if you just want to grow an apple tree, but you're in a ridiculously small space, and you want to grow something that's easy, novel, fun, but you can still eat and still enjoy, Appletini is definitely an apple variety to go for.
Yeah, I love it. And what's even better is the price, because it's just £9.99, and you can get it home and be growing your own apples for many, 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 many years to come. 300210 is your item number. If you want to place an order, you go to the website YouGarden.com, or you can go onto our phone lines. They are open until 4 o'clock today. But in order to access those savings and those deals, you do have an offer code to enter, either when you place your order on the website or tell the operator when you speak to them on the phone lines. The code today is YGTV1424. If you don't give them that code, unfortunately you won't get those savings, and we want you to get those savings genuinely. Right, let's move on. We've got Busy Lizzie's. Busy Lizzie beacons.
Busy Lizzie beacon. Mildew resistant is the first thing to say about these, because I know a lot of people in recent years, sort of panicked and worried about losing these to mildew. So these are mildew resistant, and also these are ridiculous. No, they are. They're ridiculous.
Why are they ridiculous?
Well, they're just ridiculous. I mean, look. They're barely more than an inch tall.
I know. Look.
And they're already in flower, and they've got flower buds on there. I mean, goodness sake, it's like just being born, and you can play a violin 2 weeks down the road. It's insane. It's crazy, ridiculous.
Lovely colour combo as well.
Yeah, right from the get-go, these are flowering straight away. So we're bringing you absolutely super amazing plants there, which are going to just start flowering right from the very beginning of the season, and keep going and keep going and keep going
and keep going.
And keep
we'll
going.
Just give you the details on there, because we're still looking at the Appletini at the moment. There we go. 400804 is your item number, and you are going to get 12 of those plug plants. It's a massive saving, honestly. Sometimes I do question what we're doing, because now is the peak time.
Don't question,
I'm
Bex,
not going to question
just go with.
But now is the peak time to be getting summer bedding, right? This is it. We don't have to take the price down. We don't need to, because it's summer bedding time. Everybody wants their summer bedding, but we've taken £10. It's a half price deal. What does that mean, Adam?
Well, I mean,
buy 2 packs.
Exactly. Yeah. I was going to say, yeah. Don't. Well, that's personally what I would do. If I went to a garden centre and I was intending on spending £10, and then I got a double up, whatever, and they say, oh, well, that's only going to be a £5. I wouldn't walk out personally. I wouldn't walk out with the £5 I saved.
I love your maths.
I'd go back in,
get another one,
buy something else.
Exactly.
That's what I'd do.
So yeah, these are brilliant. Sun, shade, all the summer weathers they can cope with. They don't have to be in the sunniest spot, which is really weird for summer bedding, isn't it?
Yeah.
Most summer bedding wants sun.
Well, what I've done, I'm actually growing my own from seed, because I'm a masochist. And there have been a challenge. And that's good. I'm a professional gardener. I'm willing to kind of do that challenge, and I've had to buy a little kind of heated propagator and stuff. But if you don't want to do that, this is definitely the best thing, because we've done all that hard work for you.
Absolutely.
These plants are really, really rooty. And the reason that I grow Busy Lizzies every year is because I've got a north-facing border, and sometimes have those little gaps. And Busy Lizzies are just brilliant, because you plonk them in those gaps and they just fill that last bit of space. Sometimes you get those little annoying bits of soil that you can still see between your plants. And other things might struggle. For instance, you might want to put petunias or geraniums in between, but they wouldn't like it because it's too shady.
Yeah.
Busy Lizzies, look at the ones at the back there, look, under that overhanging shrub. They look as beautiful and as flowery at the back as they do at the front. So they're really adaptable. They're really easy to grow, in beds, in borders, in hanging baskets, in troughs, in pots. Brilliant.
Yeah, really, really good. And as I said, it's a half price deal, which I just think is crazy. Buy 2 of those, you might as well, because it's half price. So put 2 of those in your basket, enter the code, and if you're a club member, you will get another 10% discount off there as well. 400804. Now, another one that was actually really popular for us during the week is the hibiscus, and this is the Woodbridge variety. I'm a big fan of hibiscus. I bought my first hibiscus last year because, I just think that hibiscus, first of all, you get really exotic looking flowers on a hibiscus, but what I love about hibiscus is that I call it one of my transitional plants. It'll flower sort of later on in the summer, but it'll transition us into autumn, still be flowering.
Yeah, and again, that's what I really like about it myself, Bex. For instance, in the next couple of 2 or 3 weeks, we will see an explosion of spring flowering shrubs, like the Exocorda we've got flowering at the moment, things like ceanothus, camellias, rhododendrons, azaleas. But they will come and they will go. Then you get to late summer, and quite often in late summer, early autumn, there aren't that many shrubs that flower.
Yeah.
That's what I love about hibiscus, these hollyhock type flowers, and they come in a range of colours. You can get blues, you can get whites, you can get double flowered ones. This Woodbridge one is a gorgeous, gorgeous pink variety. These are super, super silly tough shrubs, down to about -20, -25, so really resilient, because you might be thinking, well, hold on a minute, I've gone to Spain, I've gone to Italy, I've gone to certain parts of the world where they've got these hibiscus, but they're not hardy. Those ones aren't. They're the kind of Chinese type hibiscus. These ones, hibiscus, these are the hibiscus syriacus group. These are super, super tough. Really lovely upright habit on all of them.
Yeah, it's that goblet shape that it creates.
That's what I like about them.
Really quite attractive, isn't it?
Yeah, because it means even in a small border, you can still grow one of these, because you can bring stuff right up to the base of them.
Yeah.
They don't have that huge, great big wide spread. They're going to annihilate everything else around them. You can plant right up to the base. Lovely upright stems, and then later in the summer, just when so many other shrubs are finished flowering, you get this explosion of flowers for like weeks after week after week as well. Each flower only lasts a day, but as that one drops off, it's replaced the next day by another flower, then another flower, and another flower. These, I've seen these get anywhere from about 1 metre to perhaps 3.5, 4 metres if left totally unchecked. But you can prune these down in the spring. These flower quite well from new wood. So for a lot of our customers, we trim these back in the spring if they get too tall. The new wood that comes up flowers in the autumn, so really easy to look after. But just a really happy, joyful, resilient, tough, long-lived shrub that flowers late summer into autumn, year after year after year. And yeah, I love them. I absolutely love hibiscus. I always look forward to seeing them. They give me a lift at that time of year when I'm starting to dread the onset of autumn. And then suddenly it's, well, hang on a minute. No, you've got hibiscus to enjoy. They're lovely. Really lovely.
They're really, really beautiful. They do want a sunny spot, though. Don't try and shoehorn them into a shady spot.
No, full sun is what that's where they'll do best, in a really full sun position.
Mine's gone into a pot for that reason, because I just know the borders I've got, they aren't quite sunny enough. I've got a south-west facing garden, which means that the house is really sunny, but the borders aren't.
Right.
So mine's gone into a pot and it's up against the wall there. I mean, it'll be smaller, but I want all those flowers, so that's why it's gone there. Right, that is an £8 saving on that one. That's an amazing saving for you. It's just £16.99, £15.29 if you are in the club. Item number you need is 500074. Right, we're going to do something else. Emails next. ygtv@yougarden.com is our email address. Here are some of the pictures that have been sent in this morning. This is my favourite part of the show. Dingo! Hello, Dingo. Oh, my word. That is an agapanthus. Is that now?
Keith,
Are you kidding me? That is in flower now?
the only reason I can think of that looks like that's under some sort of cover.
Is it under a cover? Yeah, that's brought it on a bit, but oh my words.
That is bizarre.
That is beautiful.
And brilliant.
I love an agapanthus.
And amazing.
He's got 4 different types of lilies.
I'm
He's got
liking
loads
that.
of peonies, a stilbe, lupin, foxgloves, daphs, nandina.
Look at those lilies. They're bottom left there. Look at those lily stems coming up. I mean, they are going to be...
I can't believe how big the lilies get so quick.
Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I did a really annoying thing the other day, though.
The nandina.
I've got a bed with lilies in, and I was moving something, and I snapped off one of my big lily shoots. Yeah, but never mind. But yeah, look at that. I mean,
There's so many lilies.
I like the little rock garden effect and the little sort of not gravel, what do you call it, slate path in between.
Very nice, Dingo.
Beautiful.
That's going to look amazing. Not long. Andrew. Ooh. Oh, he's got some daffs going on there.
Love those
beautiful tulips.
Some strawberries.
Look, strawberries.
Is that a flower on one of those strawberries already? It looks like, they're flowered already.
It could be.
God.
I haven't got flowers yet. I've got lots of foliage, but no flowers yet.
Oh, and I think in the top left, look, Bex, he's got one of those fritillaries, one of the Crown Imperials.
Oh, yes.
Top left there, I think it's like a red or orange Crown Imperial.
I can't see it coming up yet, but I'm hoping it will. I've got clay soil, so it probably won't come up, but we'll see. What next?
Before you go next, Stu, you are not going to show us one flowering, are you?
I think
really?
he is. Hazel just got
okay.
back from Benidorm.
Hey.
Oh my word! Yes, the calistema. Look.
Oh no, that's mental.
Wow.
Hey.
Those are massive. Yeah, let's all go to Benidorm.
look
I'd
at
like
that.
to go to Benidorm.
I
hope you had a nice time, Hazel.
I've never seen calistema trees.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Well, it's weird, isn't it? It goes to show. I mean, we grow calistemas in the UK, and they do very, very well. But you go another 500, 800 miles south, whatever it is, and get that extra warmth and long days, and they go supersized, don't they?
Look at those.
That's impressive.
I'd love a bit of sunshine. Neil, let's have a little look at your garden, shall we? What's going on?
Hey.
Oh, look. Those are beautiful.
That lovely soft colour. That
They look
soft
like
pink,
the
pinky salmon.
peach. What are they called? Are they the angel wish? No. Apricot fox is what I'm thinking. Maybe. Oh, they look beautiful. I love them with those little daffs as well. Oh, that's the Caribbean lily, isn't it?
Oh,
I should have got it. I kept saying I was going to, and I never did.
Yeah,
that's going to be beautiful.
That looks really,
I
really
like your lights
healthy.
in the background.
Nice.
Ah, more lovely tulips going on. Oh, is the Crown Imperial coming? Oh, the picture won't load. I love that he's got our little climbing pots though.
Yeah. Oh, look at those.
The
yeah,
little
didn't see
climbing
those
pots
there
on
in the
either side
background,
there.
blending in. There's some
Very
little
nice.
heather. I think some heather flowering in the top left there as well.
Yeah.
Nice little clump
I
of
love a
heather
heather.
flowering. Yeah, I love heather.
Heathers
It's
are
great, isn't
beautiful,
it?
aren't they?
We have lovely heathers here, and as we drive in, there's
yeah.
huge, great big bed of heathers at the side.
There's a place I go walking in the Peak District. I'm there next week, and it oh my word, when the heather is out and you're doing this great big hike up, the smell is amazing. That's the Crown Imperial.
Look at that.
That's the Fritillaria, isn't it?
Yeah, that's looking really
Neil,
happy.
that's going to look amazing.
Yeah, look at that huge, great big stem
I
on
don't
there.
think mine's going to grow. I stuck it in the clay soil and it's not very happy in clay soil.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to do it.
They like quite loamy soils, really
Yeah.
loamy. Hey, another euphorbia. Mine is Merlot
look,
again.
There's that's Elaine's euphorbia. That's looking beautiful.
And I love those little
dead
narcissus
interesting.
you get now as well this
With the
time of year.
multiple heads as well.
Yeah.
They're really interesting.
They tend to come, the sort of narcissus type, the double flower types, and the sort of the multi-headed types tend to flower a little bit later than the
on.
kind of the more trumpety type daffodils. I've got one called Cheerfulness, which is just starting to flower in my garden, and quite often those are the very fragrant ones as well, which sometimes when you buy bunches of them for indoors,
That's
they
beautiful.
smell gorgeous.
Oh, Ian's got an apple teeny.
Look at that.
Oh wow, you're getting loads of stems on there.
Oh, look, I like
at
his
you.
little
You've
label he's
labelled
done.
as well. I need to get better at labelling.
Is that one of our pots as well from the past? I've
don't
seen
know.
something similar to that.
Is
I thought
it?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Oh, that's looking amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to get loads of apples this year.
I
We'll
like-
be able to compare later on.
Well, it's got plenty of flower bud on there as
Yeah,
well.
there's loads, isn't there? Should we have a look at Malcolm's garden next? Oh, Malcolm. Oh, my word. My acers are looking amazing as well. I took a picture of those this morning too. Oh,
I think Bex has just gone into paradise.
Oh, my word. That is beautiful. I like that kind of burgundy reddy coloured one. That kind of dense one right in the middle. That's beautiful.
It looks like it's got that sort of shaded, kind of dappley shade.
Perfect spot
Yeah,
as well,
they
isn't
love
it?
it there, don't they? That dappled, and obviously nice and sheltered as well, behind the shed and next
Malcolm,
to the fence.
I do love an acer. You know,
Oh, look at that!
Right, blue herons. My blue herons look amazing at the moment. I keep saying amazing. Sorry.
Have you smelt them as well?
Yeah, they smell gorgeous, don't
I didn't know that.
Mine
but,
are tiny. They're really seriously tiny, and right over at the far side of the garden. But the blue is electric.
It's
really
like a
stands
kingfisher
out.
blue, isn't it, almost?
Yeah.
Because I've grown those. I had them in my old garden, and I kind of knew about the colour and stuff, but I was really blown away just how fragrant they are.
Yeah, I love them. I love the Corydalus. So yeah, I'm glad you've got those. They look beautiful. And Vicky has just sent this one in. Oh, Vicky, that looks incredible.
Oh.
You've got all sorts going on in there.
So I guess that's obviously from last year, because there's osteospermum on the right-hand side. You've got a fuchsia. There's that I think Peruvian or type of fuchsia in the middle there. You've got
So there's an oleander in there.
You've got the agapanthus with the big
round so I
blue
can see
flower
it.
heads on the agapanthus there.
Oh yes, I see it now.
And I think there's a salvia hot lips at the back there. I think just in front of that palm in the
Yeah, I
corner.
think you might be right. I think you might be right.
yeah, kind of that. Oh, and see, Bex.
Yeah.
What I like about that picture, that's what you do.
Yeah.
It's because that's the whole pot thing, isn't it?
Exactly.
Because, so you can move all that about, and then suddenly, say, when that agapanthus in the middle stops flowering.
Yeah, you can move it out of the way.
Move that way, and then
bring something else in.
Bring something else in.
That's what I really love about container gardening.
It's
I
like
think it's
theatre, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just changes all the time.
Constantly move it over, change it around. Thank you so much. You know how much we love looking at your gardens. It helps us. You know what? It provides us inspiration, and it helps all our other viewers. It gives them inspiration as well. It makes me happy seeing gardens of plants and flowers.
It's just nice to see what other people are doing, and it's nice to see you're getting those fantastic results from plants that you've bought from us or elsewhere, and just enjoying gardening.
Yeah, I love it. All right, thanks ever so much. If you do want to send us any images, any questions, comments, you can do. The best way to send pictures is via our email, which is ygtv@yougarden.com. But if you do just want to join the chat on Facebook or on YouTube, you absolutely can. If you are watching us on YouTube, please can I ask you to do us a favour? Please can you subscribe to our channel? It really helps us out because it makes us more visible, basically, to the YouTube community. The more visible we are, the more viewers we get, and that means we can keep doing what we're doing, which we want to do because we love being here. But also by subscribing, it doesn't cost you anything. It also just gives you updates. It gives you a little reminder of when we're going live. So, if you're available, you will never then miss a show. So if you could subscribe to our YouTube channel, that would be incredible. Thank you very much. Now, next, Torino pots. This is the most affordable item that we've got on the show. It's a buy one, get two free. So this is I love these. I love them. I think they're useful, they're handy, but what I'm going to suggest is if your basket is just under that £40 mark, this is a great one to add into your basket because it'll get rid of that postage for you. It might be actually, depending on where your basket is, if your basket's at about £38 and you're paying £6.99 postage, if you add these into your basket, you'll be spending less and getting more. And that is the best thing, isn't it? Spend less, get more.
Yeah, and it is.
Buy one, get two free. Put one into your basket.
Couldn't top that, really.
Enter the code YGTV1424 and the other two will appear. They are made of plastic, but we're not plastic snobs, are we?
No, well, it used to be. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Because I used to hate plastic pots in the olden days. Seams down the side, bits of like wavy plastic hanging off where they come off the blow mould, and you think, oof, cheap looking stuff. Tat.
It's not tat at all.
But not anymore. Look at that. You wouldn't know, would you, from a distance? Or even this close up, you wouldn't know these weren't actually metal. They look that realistic.
And if you're doing that container gardening, these are great because you can put them down below other plants. You get that lovely full tiered effect going on. I think they're really handy size. They don't take loads of compost, so it's not too costly. You can change them over on a regular basis. Summer bedding now, winter bedding. You can put some bulbs in for springtime. They're easy to change over, and I would highly recommend multi-ordering on these. If you want 3, put 1 in your basket. If you want 6, put 2 in your basket. If you want 9, put 3 in your basket. Just enter the code so you get the freebies entered into your basket at the same time.
I just thought of something.
What?
Well, you've got 3 or 4 houseplants on your kitchen windowsill. They're all in those scraggy, different size kind of pots, all a bit ugly looking and whatever. Imagine putting your houseplants in these.
Yeah,
3 of these on the windowsill of your houseplants. They look gorgeous,
wouldn't they? They do have the
they?
drainage holes in the bottom, but just get yourself some
little
of those
tray,
trays.
little saucer.
And put them inside there. Oh, that would look wonderful.
Brilliant for your houseplant. Oh,
Herbs.
herbs. Yeah,
wouldn't they?
herbs.
On your kitchen windowsill.
Kitchen windowsill. Little basil, bit of oregano. Yeah. And you could do that thing, because there's a bit of a trendy thing now as well, where people are growing herbs in pots, and then they're putting the herbs on the table.
Yes.
So then you
then you can cut your own herbs.
Cut your own and just drop them into what you're eating.
Yeah, very good. 130272 is your item number. It's buy one, get 2 free. This is what we do here at YGTV. We bring you the best deals and some amazing savings. All of those savings and deals are unlocked by using our special offer key code. It's right there on the screen. It's there for the majority of the show. YGTV1424. That unlocks everything. Gives you your buy one, get 2 free. The buy one, get 1 free. The double up deals. There's savings on pretty much everything that we bring you, but you also get a free gift with every single purchase. It is not limited to 1 per customer. It is 1 per order. Don't pay any attention to that item code. You don't need it. What you need is the offer code down there. By putting the offer code in when you place an order, we put the freebie into your basket for you. And this is really handy. It's a grow bag, but it can be used for so many different things. Normally sold for £4.99 each, but they're super strong, aren't they?
It's tough. I was kind of doing a little panicky looking for it thing, just in case you wondered when I was doing that. I was like, where's the bag? Where's the bag? Bex has got the bag.
Just doing a little dance for us.
But yeah, I mean, these, like, kind of, you get that side, I get this side, like, just, like.
See if I can pull him across the studio.
Right, so, yeah, that is tough. That handle's not coming off.
They're super strong.
That is super stitched on.
It's 45 litre in capacity, and last year I filled this with compost and I grew potatoes in here. You could grow strawberries in here, you could probably grow tomatoes in here, you could grow the apple trees, you could grow all sorts in here. But it's also a fantastic bag to use for, you know, garden clearance and that sort of thing as well.
Absolutely everything. I mean, you know, this is one of those sort of bags. Like, for instance, if you like to go to plant fairs.
Yes.
And
I need to book some tickets.
I shouldn't go to them really, because you'll always end up buying, don't you, about half a dozen plants you've got no space for, and you think, well, I haven't got any space.
Did I do that?
But somehow you do find space, don't you? But you know, if you've got one of those sort of really crummy paper bags, and suddenly the handle snaps off, but you know, this is great because you can plonk all those in there, walk around with them. You could take this down to the beach, you know, holiday times. You know, put all the kids' toys and sort of footballs, and you know, if you've got the sort of the beach cricket bat and the you know, the stumps, throw all them in there. Harvesting. Deadheading, weeding.
Putting your compost. I often empty my compost into one of my heavy-duty pots, but you could do that with this as well, couldn't you? You can fold the tops down as well, which makes it just a bit easier to get your hands in. At the end of the day, it's an absolute freebie today.
Autumn leaves.
Yeah, exactly.
Because what I tend to do at work is I use those great big giant dumpy bags. So when it gets to the top, because leaves are like 50% air, 50% leaves, then I kind of get my foot in there. And you could do that with this. You could, you know, because this is really strong, you could squish that right down, get more leaves on top, and then, you know, get rid of the leaves much more quickly.
Well, it's one. Sorry, I was going to give you the item number. I'm not going to give you the item number. You don't need to know the item number. Just put the offer code in when you place an order and you will get it absolutely free. If you want multiples of them, you just need to place multiple orders. We need to go back to...
Look at the size of that spud.
Look, that's Stuart's son. He's so cute.
Wow.
He's got this lovely mop of curly hair. He's so just adorable.
I think he's blown away by that potato, isn't he?
So that's what I did with my kids last year. We grew those potatoes. So he was having a growing competition apparently with his granddad. So his granddad got more potatoes, but Elliot's were bigger.
Well, Elliot, if you're watching, I'll tell you what, fella, that potato, you deserve an award. It's knockout. Absolutely. It's brilliant.
Right, let's take you back to our oleanders, because these have really... I knew they would. They need to be on the favourites table.
Let's get up and close with these bags.
Go on. It's a buy one, get one absolutely free. So with a buy one, get one, you put one into your basket, and then you enter the offer code, and the other one will appear. $29.99, which means that it works out as £15 each. Check out how healthy that is. And that's because we are working with well, not one of, the best supplier when it comes to oleanders. They are a Sicily-based company. They are a family-owned company. There is a waiting list to get to work with them. That is how spectacular this particular breeder is. Now tell us about the oleander.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's not many people that get turned on by roots, but
Adam is one of them.
These roots are really floating my boat.
I
tell you
what. Look at those.
I mean, when I pull a plant out of a pot and I see a root like that, it's, I want to marry you. I mean, look, that is just such a super healthy plant. The minute you put that in the ground, those roots are going to penetrate into that compost. They're going to sort of start to whatever word. Live in that pot. And yeah, and these plants, these are just such amazing quality plants, aren't they, Bex? I mean, you've got 4 or 5 stems here.
The shoots coming off though. There's some baby shoots coming up out of there as well. So you've got the nice big strong ones, but you've got other little ones coming out there as well. Because we're in the real active growing season right now, so you're going to see so much coming from these. Yeah,
and look at this one. I mean, this is the sort of plants we are sending out. These aren't kind of examples. These are what we're going to send out to you. So they've already got flowers coming, so right from the get-go, right from when you get these out of the box, you've got flowers guaranteed for this year. You've got flowers that might be open, you've got some just open, you've got really tight buds in the middle there. You've got plants that are evergreen, they've got that super, super gorgeous sort of glossy foliage that looks good all the year through. And these are hardy down to about -5. In fact, in recent years, I'm seeing more and more oleanders getting bigger and bigger through different parts of the UK as well. And I'm going to be really honest up front with you as well. I've actually seen some quite large oleanders really hammered by frost. And the reason I've said that is because it wasn't all over, it wasn't a disaster. My mum, she had some a few years ago that got hammered by frost. She waited till the spring, she trimmed off the dead growth on the end. By the time late spring, early summer come, they reshooted them further down and they did flower. So you can enjoy oleanders now in the UK. If you're in a really cold area, grow them in a pot because they're absolutely brilliant for pots. But you know, the fact that we're able to bring you such incredible quality plants is amazing. I was saying earlier on about, you know, a lot of them now are English growers. This is a Sicilian grower, and that's been quite a challenge because for a lot of reasons we've not been able to bring oleanders in from the continent for some time. So the fact we've built up this relationship, or not we, but Peter has, you know, our head gardener, with this company from Sicily, and they must be so proud of what they're sending to us because they are absolutely top quality plants.
And they all look this good. We went out into the nursery because we are here at the nursery, by the way. This isn't a studio, this is a potting shed right in the heart of the nursery in the middle of Lincolnshire. Just outside the door over there, that's where there are rows and rows of beds of plants. We've got polytunnels, we've got all sorts going on here. We went and had a look at these and they all look this good. They all look this amazing. And it's the perfect time to get hold of these right now. As Adam said, they're in bud, they're in flower, and they're going to flower for you all summer long. And that is absolutely incredible. What's more incredible is it's a buy one, get one free. So put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV1424, and we will put the other one into your basket for you. Let's just show you on the website, shall we? Because on the web, normally, for one of these, it's going to be £29.99. If you want two, it'll be £54.98. Look, there you can see, £54.98 for two of these. And I did just say you get one free, didn't I? So let's show you. This is what happens when you are a YouGarden TV customer. You put one in your basket. Stu has already entered the offer code, which is why this one has already been entered in. We're going to clear the code out so we can show you the journey that you will go on right from the beginning. If you want to place your order, you go to yougarden.com. So in our basket right now, we've got one lot of compost. We've got one of our Torino pots. We've got one of our oleanders. Down the bottom there, look, you can see, do you have an offer code? Yes, I do. It's YGTV1424. We're going to apply the code, check out what happens. Now we've got our free gift. Remember, there's a free gift with every single purchase, not one per customer, every order. We've now got 2 free Torino pots included in there as well, and we've got a free oleander. Now, let's just have a little look. We're paying £6.99 less because the postage has disappeared. We're getting a free bag, 2 free pots and a free oleander. We are saving, is that £60? £60.95. We are spending £58.96. Now is an amazing time to join the club because it's going to cost us just £5 to join the club. We're now a member for the full year. You don't have to pay anything else. And we've saved more money. Just create that account at checkout. Look, our total saving now is £71.65. That is the benefit of shopping direct at YGTV. We get the best deals.
Nearly £21 more.
I know.
They actually spend.
Go back and buy something else for 21 quid. That's the way Adam would do it.
It does. It pays to be savvy, doesn't it?
It does pay to be savvy. It also pays to play around with our regular viewers know this. Just play around with your basket a little bit because sometimes taking that out and placing that as an order and then doing this as a separate order means you get even more amazing benefits. Oh, the camera went crazy for a second. Right, we're going to be talking about these next, I think. We're going to go and do a little review for you. So if you are thinking about placing an order, time to get your pens and your papers out. First of all, we're going to start with our Euphorbia, the Miner's Merlot. Now, this one is one I have in my garden. I absolutely adore it. The foliage colour is incredible, but when the flowers come out on here and you get these lovely lime green, frothy flowers, it's just amazing. Pollinators adore it. It's very easy to look after. It's drought tolerant, never gets massive, but is quite fast growing. We're only talking probably a maximum of a couple of feet. sort of spread and height as well. But if you've got some gaps to fill in your borders, then I definitely recommend this. It looks good all year round, and it's an amazing half-price deal for you here today, because you're going to get all 3 of those for £14.97. That one's mine. That's in my garden. That's what it looks like right now. I did that video was it Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday afternoon I did that video. Look at those flowers. Look how they contrast and stand out beautifully. The amount of ladybirds that were in that plant as well is brilliant. Anything that invites the ladybirds in is great, because they're going to eat all those nasty aphids and things for you. So 511386 is the item number that you need, and do think about joining the club, because you'll get that extra 10% discount as well. Next, we've got another euphorbia for you. This is the Black Pearl. Now this one's a double up deal, and this is brilliant as well. You put 2 in your basket if you want to go for the double up deal. Enter the code YGTV1424. The second one that's in your basket, you're only going to pay £2 for, because it's £9.99 for one, or 2 for £11.99. And I think if you've got the Euphorbia Miner's Merlot in your basket, you definitely want to add this in as well. You've got your 5 plants there, and the lime green colour of this Euphorbia contrasting against the Miner's Merlot, I think that will create one of the most stunning displays in your garden. It'll be the one that people ask you about. It'll be the one that draws people's attention. I genuinely think you will not go wrong with that. I think you'll be thanking us later on for bringing you that idea of planting those together. I'm going to get the Black Pearl. I'm going to plant it near my other Euphorbia as well, because I think that'll create the best display. Just £8.99 for one if you are in the club. It's 2 for £11.99, and if you're in the club, you'll get another 10% discount off that as well. Another one that's been really popular. I'm so pleased about this. Love it. This is another one that I've got in my garden. This is the Apple Teeny. It's a nice little novelty apple tree. You will get absolutely beautiful apples here. That's a cherry. That's the size of the Apple Teeny apple that you get from this. So they're small, bright red, juicy, sweet apples. And the blossom on it, look at that. I love the blossom. I think it's super, super interesting, really beautiful, and doesn't get massive either. So mine's in one of our heavy duty pots, the 30-litre heavy duty pots. It can happily live in that pot all its life. Because it doesn't get huge. So we often talk about gardening for everyone. It really is gardening for everyone. 300210 is your item number, and it's only £9.99. £8.99 if you are in the club. Hexacorda is the next item we're bringing you. Look at how many flowers you're getting on there. It's pure white, beautiful blossom on there as well. Has a lovely growth to it. It doesn't kind of get too dense. It doesn't bully all the other plants out the way. We're only talking probably maximum sort of 1.5 meters in height and spread here. I like the idea personally of planting this with something it's going to contrast against. So my initial thought is a Photinia. The Photinia with that bright red leaves that you get on there, and then, you know, that'll contrast gorgeously against the bright white that you're getting with the Hexacorda here. You could even underplant it, Adam was saying, because it doesn't get really dense at the bottom. So it maybe is something. In fact, you could probably put Euphorbia, the Miner's Merlot, underneath the Hexacorda, and you'll get the nice kind of contrast between the deep red of the Miner's Merlot and the beautiful white of that blossom. Just £19.99. It's been one of the most popular items for our show this week, so I'd definitely consider entering that into your basket. Just £17.99 if you are in our club. Now, if you want to do a grow your own journey, we've got the Apple Teeny there as well, but have you ever thought that you'd be able to grow kiwis here in the UK? Well, I never knew. It's amazing what we can do these days. And you can grow full-size kiwi fruit by growing the Jenny variety. It is a self-fertile variety, so you don't need to go for 2 of these, but the double up deal does represent great value, because obviously you get an extra saving there, and having 2 of these plants means that obviously you're going to get more kiwis in your grow your own section in your garden. And I say your section, don't create a separate section, mix them all up together. That's the modern way of doing things these days. Just £8.99 if you're in the club and you want one of those. If you want 2, you can go for 2 in the double up deal for £14.98. And of course you will get that extra 10% off that £14.98 if you are in our club as well. 340090. Make sure you use the code though, YGTV1424. That's how you get all of the savings, deals, double ups, etc. What was next? The hibiscus. Oh, yeah, this one's gorgeous. Love, love the exotic nature of hibiscus, but please, let me point out to you on here, pink flowers, but look at the kind of lilac-y blue colours you're getting in there as well. That's what I find really interesting about this particular variety, is the colour mix that you're getting. Now, hibiscus, you might only know it as a tender, exotic, can't grow it outside in this country. It needs lots of care and, you know, can't be exposed to frosts. That is not the case with this one. This is one of the winter hardy varieties that you can grow outside. Ridiculously hardy, has a lovely growth to it as well. It naturally grows in this lovely goblet form. And the best thing I think about hibiscus, other than its beauty, of course, is the fact that it's what I call a transitional plant. It'll flower for you later on in the summer, but it'll transition into the autumn. As Adam was saying earlier, just when you're starting to get a bit sad that, you know, the warm days and the summer flowers are all starting to disappear, the hibiscus is absolutely in its best, and it really does transition you through from summer into winter. Big saving there, £8, just £16.99 in the club. Now then, you need to think about your summer bedding. Now's the time, isn't it? We're in spring, we're starting to get over. I mean, we can't see any frost forecasts, certainly where we live, in the next month, so hopefully we're gonna escape any more frosts. This is the fruit salad mix. This is perfect for your hanging baskets. Not just for hanging baskets, though. You could create this beautiful display in a pot. What you're getting in here is Calabricoa, the two different varieties, that lovely deep purple and that lovely kind of peachy colour. Purple and peach, best combination. Honestly, those two colours together work so beautifully. But then you've got that white lobelia in there, just breaking it up and making everything pop together. It's wonderful as a hanging basket, as I said, but you could also plant this into pots, into window boxes. It'll just gently tumble and trail over the edges. Really easy to look after, and flowers all summer long. £12.99, £7 saving. You might want to think about doubling up here and going for 2 packs if you've got some nice big window boxes. I think that, I mean, it just creates the perfect display for you. And then we've got our Busy Lizzies. You can't go wrong with Busy Lizzies. You really can't. The Busy Lizzies are just super easy to look after. They don't mind a bit of shade. They can cope with full sun. They flower all summer long for you. It's unusual for a summer bedding plant to cope in shade, but these absolutely can, and they just keep flowering. This is definitely one that you want to go for multiple packs of. Not only because it's a half-price deal, you're getting a £10 saving on here, but it's easy summer bedding, easy colour, easy gardening for you all summer. 400804 is your item number. Now, we've got lots more to show you, but one thing we are going to talk to you about first of all is our Premium Professional Compost. We don't just call it Premium Professional to give it some fancy title because we think it'll sell better. It genuinely is a professional compost, one that we use here at our nursery. We've talked a lot today about Peter, who's our head gardener. He has worked in horticulture since he was a baby. I think he came out of the womb talking about flowers, basically. He's going to be here with Sean in this little video talking to you about why he loves the Premium Professional Compost.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, they're slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, Peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can't recommend it enough, I can't recommend it enough, Adam can't recommend it enough. Our regular viewers, they will tell you all about it as well. If you are one of our new viewers and you're thinking, but it's just dirt. It really, Adam gets really mad when I say that. It really isn't. And if you've ever made the mistake of going and buying an inferior product in the past, I urge you to give it a go. By all means, just ask the chat, is this really any good? Because they'll do our job for us and they'll tell you how amazing it is. Now, ordering your compost is an amazing way, first of all, to get your free gift, because the compost doesn't have any postage included. With every single order that is placed today, you can get a free gift. This is one of our heavy duty grow bags. You can grow stuff in here. Apple trees, potatoes, strawberries, all sorts you can grow in here. But not only can you grow stuff, it's just a really strong, sturdy bag. You can use it for a variety of different things. Moving logs from outside to inside, you know, transporting things down to the tip, a shopping bag. There's so many things that you can use this for, and it is a free gift. So compost, put the code in YGTV1424, that's what enters your free gift into your basket. Or the compost is a great way to get your order to over £40, because if you get your order to over £40 and enter the code YGTV1424, you will get free postage on absolutely everything that you order. If you can't get your order to over £40, and I completely understand, some people, you know, on a budget, can't afford to spend that much. I hear you, I'm with you. You will only pay one postage cost per order, and today I think the highest price postage we've got is £6.99. So that's just a few of the little bit of interesting things for you. Now then, we've got some new stuff to talk to you about. we've got the ornamental quince, we've got the cunamelias, which I just think creates some of the most beautiful flowers. Now, there's one at the bottom here. I've got to twist it to show you, because the colour and the beauty of these flowers, and particularly as this gets bigger and the amount of flowers you'll get on here, it's going to be incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what I like about
Look
these flowering quince or cunamelias is that they're kind of one of those.
Cunamelias?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, I like it. No, but I like hearing different ways. I always call it cunamelias.
It's like some people say cotoneaster, some people say cotoneaster, some say clematis, some say clematis.
I like hearing all the different ways.
Just depends. So we had the other week, didn't we, with Leucotho or Leucothoe?
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly. As long as we understand each other, who cares? We're not bothered. But, you know, the great thing about these is they're very early spring flowering shrubs. Sometimes they're deep red, sometimes they're deep orange, sometimes they're bright white.
Yep.
Good for shade as well. So if you've got sort of shady areas, and they're a nice shrub with quite a low sort of habit, more of a sideways kind of spreading habit.
Right.
Again, quite nice and open as well. So you can have sort of spring bulbs coming up around it and underneath it. But it's so lovely this time of year. And they're not evergreen, by the way. They lose their leaves in the winter time, but then in the spring, when you just see these buds burst open, and then you just see and when they really get going, the flowers are all the way up the stems. So, the whole shrub is just an explosion of colour. And they are tough shrubs, really tough. They're a little bit thorny, but don't let that put you off, because find its kind of permanent place. And if you've got an area that's a bit windy, a bit cold, a bit cool, a bit shady, sort of the place where other shrubs might kind of go, ooh, I don't want to be there kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cunamelias are really good shrubs for filling those kind of places. Also, they make quite a good barrier shrub as well. So
good for security, aren't they?
Security, yeah, because they've got their spines on there, and they produce fruit. They produce these really what they call ornamental quince. These like almost kind of a cross between a pear and an apple shaped kind of fruit. These golden yellow fruit. That if you're adventurous enough, you can actually cook them and make like a quince jelly out of them if you want to. But personally, I think they just look good left on the shrub as an ornamental kind of fruit that just adds to the kind of interest and difference.
Go for those fruits, or
not
so
generally.
much?
No. They're quite tough to begin with, so they take a little while to kind of soften up. But they're about the appletini size of apples normally. They're just only quite small, but they have that lovely golden colour, and they just add another aspect, really, another bit of novelty to what are really very easy but very stunning and gorgeous early flowering spring shrubs.
It's an amazing price as well. It's just £7.99 for a decently established plant that's going to fill in maybe a problem area in the garden as well.
Good for problem spaces, yeah.
So 510957 is your item number for that in that 2 litre pot. Do you know what? I want to have a look at the roots. I'm going to do it.
It's going to have some amazing roots, isn't it?
I've got to be careful.
Some people call it kainomalies. Oh, come on.
Come on, look, I've got Adam all excited now. I'm showing him the roots.
Look at that.
We know how to get Adam excited.
I mean, goodness me, that's well.
It wants to be planted, doesn't it?
I was going to say it then, but I thought I better not.
No, don't.
That's fantastic. I mean, when you get a plant out of a pot like that and you see that root system, we just need to do the little teasy thing, don't we? Show folk at home. Because when it's that well rooted and it's in a round pot,
I just gently. So what I sometimes do actually is I squeeze, because I find that really helps. So start by squeezing. That just really starts to loosen. Look at those roots there. It just helps to loosen those roots out, and then I just gently.
So you squeeze and tease.
I squeeze and tease. That's exactly what I'm doing, Adam. I have the squeeze and tease method.
Yeah, that works.
You don't have to do much, do you?
No.
Once you just start it, there, look. Once you've got a few loose.
Yeah, because what will happen is, because these roots have started to go round and round and round over themselves, because obviously in a round pot, when you put this in the ground, the roots may initially keep going round and not down and establish. So if you kind of tease those roots out a bit, like Bexy's doing now, that will encourage those roots to grow sideways.
And that's about as much as you probably need to do,
yeah,
isn't
don't need to go
just
mad.
Go all the way around.
Yeah.
Don't want to makes them go in that direction.
Yeah, you don't want to damage the roots, so just tease them out a little bit. And the what they're saying these days is to plant in square holes rather than round holes.
When it hits the corner, it's more likely to go out rather than carrying on going round.
Yeah. and that means that plant will get its roots down into the ground. It's going to be stable. It's not going to get blown over or knocked over by the wind, and it's just going to establish more quickly. Obviously, the quicker a plant establishes, the happier it is, the healthier it is. But as I say, if you're looking for a really nice spring flowering shrub for a really cold, tough, shady position with quite poor soil, Chinomales, Clinomales, whatever you want to call it. Brilliant plants.
510957 is the item number. Go to yougarden.com to place your order. You can, if you would prefer, go onto the phone lines as well. It's 0844 502 0050. Up until 4 o'clock, the phone lines will be open. Just make sure you tell the operator that you have an offer code. Tell them YGTV1424, because that's how you'll get the £5 saving off your ornamental quince. Right, we're coming back to the beautiful, the stunning Exocorda. We love her.
Yeah, well, Stu, our producer, basically, if kind of Stu was a male Exocorda and this was a female Exocorda, he'd marry her. I mean, that's how much Stu
that's how much he loves
this plant.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him, because this is just stunningly beautiful, isn't it? This explosion of snow white flowers, and then those lovely green centres in the middle there. And not just flowers on the ends, you've almost got the kind of like these racemes of kind of flowers here. And if I just turn it sideways, you can see there on this sort of particular one here, look at that. I mean, if I just sort of highlight that one there, you can see, look, it's got flowers all the way down.
So many.
The side of the stem. It's just absolutely beautiful, isn't it? And it's just such a happy, cheerful shrub. And Exocorda are so easy to grow. They grow in pretty much any soil. They've got a nice open sort of laxed habit, so they're not going to really take over an area and sort of crowd out other plants. Oh, I'm liking this.
Right, well, because you said, didn't you, Adam, that it doesn't grow too thick at the bottom?
No, it's a nice open shrub generally.
It's a lovely open shape. So I'm thinking, because these don't get really tall, do they? Maybe 2 feet.
Yeah, 18 inches, 2 foot. That's all they're going to get to.
That size, which I think is going to be perfect underneath here. So you'll get the lovely dark foliage of that, the lovely kind of lime green colours going on there, and then it'll be topped with this beautiful white colour up at the top.
Well, you can see down
I think that's quite a
where
nice
you've done
idea.
it down. I mean, if you actually just tuck that flower down, kind of in between those there. I mean, look at the contrast there between that sort of, that dark foliage there, and this is not even flowering yet as well.
It's just an idea, I think
that'd be a good pot idea, Bex. If you've got a nice big pot,
yeah,
that would look amazing,
maybe
wouldn't
like
it?
a half barrel or something, and then put a couple of those around the bottom. That would create a beautiful display.
Exocorda in the middle, those round the edge. That would look absolutely
Especially
stunning.
because that is evergreen and this is not.
No, this is deciduous, but it's quite an interesting shrub, because in the winter it has a nice sort of wiry kind of open habit to it.
I like that, because then you've still got some interest going on around the bottom when this hasn't got its leaves and stuff going on.
Yeah.
So it's quite nice.
It's not like kind of one of those twig.
Yeah.
Straight up shrubs. It's like just looks like dead twigs. It's a bit. Do you know what sometimes the habit acers have when acers lose their leaves? They still have that kind of quite intricate sort of branching system.
Yeah.
Exocorda is very similar. And they only get to probably, in my experience over the years when I've seen these in customers' gardens, they've generally been up to about sort of waist to chest height on me, so never really huge, great big shrubs.
I think it's an absolute winner, and so do you. We've had so many orders of this during the week so far, and Sunday is always our busiest show. We're here up until 2 o'clock, so we've still got another hour and 40 minutes. We've got loads of time. 511240 is the item number if you are interested in adding the Exocorda to your basket. It's just a £5, it's a £5 saving on there, plus you'll get an extra 10% discount as well. We're going over to our favourites table next. We're going back to our euphorbias. We just showed you the Miner's Merlot. We're going to start with the Black Pearl. I'm just going to stand this one up because I let it drop. So the Black Pearl is the first one we're going to start with, but we're showing you both of them at once because we do think you should go for both of these. The two of these planted together will be incredible. First of all, let's talk about the beautiful Black Pearl. I'm just going to put this one in front just so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about with the two of them together.
With the contrast
there. The contrast between that limey green and then the beautiful red colour of the Miner's Merlot. But anyway, let's talk about Black Pearl first of all.
And again, they're those flowers that kind of had the bracts on the outside. And then you've got that sort of darker sort of eye in the middle there as well. Just so interesting and unusual, aren't they, euphorbias? But euphorbias are just such super, super tough plants. They grow in really sort of drought conditions, windy conditions. They're good seaside plants, good plants for scree gardens, gravel gardens, and sort of sandy soils and quite poor soils as well. I've seen them at work growing in between gaps between paving. I've seen them growing kind of in all sorts of nooks and crevices and different sorts of places. And they just really are one of the most robust, sort of tough, sort of happy plants that you can grow. I mean, look at that. That just looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
I think it's super unusual and it's so easy. This is the beautiful thing about our black pearl. Can we give the details on that one, Stu? We've still got extra quarter on the screen. It's so easy to grow. They grow quite fast as well. So I think as far as filling in gaps in borders, this is brilliant. It doesn't get massive. When I say it grows fast, yeah, it'll fill that space really quickly, but it doesn't get huge. We're talking maybe a couple of feet, aren't we?
Yeah.
Height and spread.
The only other thing I would say, if you grow it in the borders, just give it a little bit of space around it. Don't make it really compete with other things. Just let it be a little bit standalone, because that way it will be the happiest, but also that way you'll just get to appreciate the full shape of it.
Yeah. It does grow beautifully in a natural shape, and the only real maintenance you need to do is once the flowers go over, just trim those flowers off.
Yeah, and just put a pair of gloves. When you trim euphorbias, always avoid the sap. Be careful of the milky sap.
It's the same with a lot of plants.
Yeah,
isn't it?
just pop a pair of gloves on and do that. But yeah, other than that, just grow them and enjoy them, and they will go year after year after year. And you'll probably even find you'll have your own little seedlings that sort of pop up as well. And if you sort of get them out the ground nice and early, you can sort of just transplant them somewhere else and get more plants.
Nice, like it. Well, that one is a double up deal. So again, because I want to try and convince you to go for the Black Pearl and the Miner's Merlot, I think you should go for the double up deal here, because you'll get two of them, and the second one is only £2 more. It's £9.99 for one, or it's £11.99 for two. It's £2. It's just £2, and you'll have a beautiful, beautiful plant. To get the double up deal, you put two in your basket and you enter the offer code YGTV1424. That will put the second one, that will bring the second one down in price for you. So you'll just be paying that extra £2 there. Then I think you need to add the Euphorbia Miner's Merlot into your basket, because this is a triple pack. So you're going to get 3 of these, which means you'll have 5 plants in total when you're looking at your Black Pearl and the Miner's Merlot. That will be a wonderful group of plants, won't it?
Oh, it's just stunning, Bex. Really stunning.
It really will be. The Miner's Merlot is the one that I've got, and I'm a big, big fan. It's one of my favourite things in my garden, certainly at this time of year. The foliage is incredible. The flowers are amazing, and I've done barely anything to it. Adam, I haven't even pruned it yet.
Well, look at that. I mean, Bex, look at that plant. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. It almost looks like, something out of Avatar, or kind of a sci-fi kind of plant. I was trying to think, what was that 70s, was it called Lost in Space?
Lost in Space!
And they used to have really kind of weird,
right?
sort of out of this world kind of plants.
I was born in 78, mate, so I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. But
no. I was born in 65, so a bit of a difference. But anyway, this Lost in Space programme, they used to have a really plastic set with kind of really sort of out there flowers that you used to find on other planets. That's what that reminds me of. It's got that sort of otherworldly kind of look to it. It's really different. And it's Miner's Merlot, Euphorbia. It's going to be one of those plants that you're going to love, because as a gardener, it's really, really nice when you have friends around or family come round and people walk around your garden. And then
love it. It's my favourite thing.
Yeah, and
I get so excited when
walk
people
round,
come
don't
around
they?
my
And then they don't say much. Then they sort of go, "What's that?" And you think, "Yes, I've got 'em. What's that?"
It's my favourite thing.
Yeah, and say, "Oh, that's my Euphorbia. Mine as well. Oh, that's gorgeous. Where'd you get that?"
If my mum ever says that to me, that's when I'm like, yes.
I've done it.
I've totally nailed it. If my mum asks me, I'm like, yes.
And that is one of those plants. That is definitely one of those plants. I mean, my other half at home, I do the back garden. John does the front garden, and he kind of. He's his own worst enemy, really, because sometimes he gets stopped by people all the time talking to him and he just wants to crack on. But he's brought that on himself, because he's got euphorbias in the front. Yeah, hi hubby. He grows those sorts of things in the front garden, and people just stop and say, "What is that? I want that in my garden." That is so different, so unusual. And this Miner's Merlot will be one of those plants for you.
Yeah, genuinely will. And it's an amazing price today. It's a half price deal. They should be £9.99 each, but you'll get all 3 of those for £14.97. Only if you use the code, though. If you don't use the code, you'll be paying full price. And I want you to get the best deals possible. And this is going to be the standout plant in your garden all year round. Amazing right now while it's in flower. but also because of that evergreen nature to it, it'll always look good. Great to mix into your herbaceous borders or where you've got more deciduous plants, because obviously you've got that gorgeous foliage all year round. 511386 is your item number. Please go for both of those. I really think you can't go wrong. You'll be so happy if you go for both of the euphorbias. And we're going to do Jenny next. Yeah, let's have a little look at the kiwi. Jenny.
Nice name, isn't it, Jenny? It's a nice, gentle name, isn't it,
Beautiful,
Jenny?
isn't it?
Yeah, lovely name. Yeah, I love it. It's my mother-in-law's name as well. But yeah, and I've grown this Actinidia chinensis at home, or Delicosa deliciosa, this one, variety
Nice.
of. In my old house in Bishop Stortford, and I grew this, funny enough, I grew it on a north-facing fence, but even so, it did so well. It was a vigorous...
North-facing fence?
Yeah, it was north-facing.
I mean, you sort of want a more sunny spot, don't you? But it still works.
It did still work, yeah. It's just that my border, I don't know why, it kind of... When I first moved into the house, the garden was a dump. I used to rent the house, and they built an extension, but they just left all the sand and old bricks and stuff.
Oh, yeah, as they do.
As they do. And then eventually we bought it, and it just worked out that the sort of... I tended to have the biggest border on the right-hand side, which was north-facing rather than the left. But that was good, because I grew lots of shade-loving things. But even on my north-facing fence, I grew this, and it was absolutely wonderful.
But it's hardy. This is the thing that amazes me. This is a hardy plant. And now, you know, there's some things that you look at and you think there's no way we're going to be able to grow that in our UK climate. But actually, you really can with this.
You can, because a lot of people, kiwi, a lot of people think, oh, you know, these come from New Zealand, because that's where a lot of the kiwi fruit comes from. They come from sort of foreign climes. But they actually originate from China. That's where they come from originally. So if you think about, you know, certain parts of China get bitterly, bitterly cold in the wintertime. But this makes a great climber. It will cover quite a large space if you want it to. And then all of a sudden you see these flowers that come out. They're like strawberry flowers, but much, much bigger. And then... This is self-fertile, this one, but the bees will pollinate as well. You will start to get your own little kiwi fruit. My only advice would be, don't be an idiot like me and grow it on a north-facing wall. Grow it on a south-facing wall in the sunniest, warmest position possible, and you get your own kiwi fruit.
Well, we learn by making these mistakes, don't we? And now we can share those mistakes with you. It is a double-up deal. You don't have to go for two. This is a self-fertile plant, but I would recommend going for two, because that means you'll just get more and more kiwis as these grow and mature. 340090 is the item number. If you do want to, put two in your basket, enter the code YGTV1424. That's how you access the savings. That code is super, super important. It enters free gifts into your basket. It accesses the savings, the double up deals, the buy one get one, the buy one get two frees. Everything is accessed by entering that amazing code in there. And of course, please join our club. Please join our club. There's over 40,000 members of our Gardeners Club, and it gives you a 10% discount on every single one of your orders. Costs you just £5. £5, and that gives you access to a full year. This is an annual club. Yeah, that's a good point, Stu, actually. A lot of the time it's a monthly subscription, so you have to pay something every month. No, this is an annual subscription, so it's £5 for the year. It will automatically renew. You can cancel that renewal at any point. You are not tied in at all, and it gives you 10% off every plant and accessory order. That includes your compost. It gives you £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year. What was it, 47 pence a month, did you say?
42,
I
think.
42 pence a month.
You told me something else about it the other week as well.
What did I tell you?
You said, like, if you sign up to it now, even if it goes up next year, it won't for you.
It's a good point. As long as you don't cancel that auto-renewal, if we ever put the price of the club up, you will never pay more than your £5. You will always pay just £5 to be a member of that club. So it's a really good one. The small print works in your favour.
Yeah, because sometimes with those sort of things, yeah, they sort of hook you in with a good deal in the first year.
Not with us.
And then they double it, don't they?
Not with us. Right, let's talk about baby Doris.
Yeah, so we've gone from Jenny to Doris.
Sorry. It's in your head now. I'm so sorry. Baby Doris. Now, we know Doris, don't we? We know Doris as being that wonderful, traditional, gorgeous variety of plants. But this one is the baby one.
This is baby Doris. Yeah, the original Doris, been around for over 70 years. Probably still one of the most loved and popular of all pinks, or dianthus. It's the sort of posh name, the Latin name. But look at these plants. These are really, really wonderful plants. Vigorous, lots of shoots at the base. And what I would do is, when you get these home, is just pinch the tops of these out because they're already multi-stemmed at the bottom. If you pinch in fact, there's a really good one.
Which one do you want?
That's a good one there, Bex. That one there.
That one.
Look at that, because you see all those loads of
loads
little
of
side
them.
shoots there. Like it's all coming round. So what I would tend to do.
So there's side shoot here.
Yeah, there's a side shoot there. There's a side shoot there. If I turn it around, there's one there. Somebody might have already pinched that one out already, but I would be a little bit more brutal than that. I'd either do it with your thumb or a pair of scissors. I would just like pinch that top right out like that. And then these little side shoots, these 4 or 5, will all produce their own little stems, and that will give you more flowers and just give you much more of a bushy little plant. They're great dianthus for many reasons. First of all, this variety is good because it's been bred to flower for a long, long time. So it's going to sort of have a main spring flower, and then it's going to keep throwing out little sort of flowers all the way through the summer up until the autumn. They're evergreen as well, so even when the flowers have gone, you've got what they call this glaucusy blue foliage that forms like a little cushion, a little sort of tuft or a little mound. It looks a bit like lavender. It does, yeah. It's that same sort of colour.
Got a lavender look to it.
And they kind of spread and cover the ground. And dianthus, very similar to the euphorbia in the fact that they are plants that will take tough conditions. They will take drought, full sun, poor soil, windy locations, seaside locations. But of course, what they reward you with is these absolutely beautiful pink flowers with that wonderful sort of spiced fragrance that we all know and love pinks for.
Lovely. So it's 401388 is the item number you need for that one. We are giving you a £5 saving on there. So normally we would be selling these at £19.99, but it's just £14.99 here today. So when we're talking about value for money, because these will come back for you year after year, this is not just your summer bedding that's going to be there for, the summer and then gone. These are going to come back for you. So value for money is incredible on that one. Go to the website to place your order, YouGarden.com, or use our phone lines. They are open until 4 o'clock. Just always enter that code, YGTV1424. Get your free gift, get your discounts. Now then, last one on our favourites table is the Weigela, the Florida Monet. What you're looking at there, if I can find where he is. There, look. Look, we've got beautiful buds. This is ready to flower for you. But it's the variegation on here, I think, which really makes this stand out to me. I love any plant that's got variegation.
Yeah, I think the thing is, when you go along a border, like a shrub border, and you might have half a dozen different kind of shrubs in there, once we get into midsummer, they're all pretty much the same colour green, aren't they? So to the untrained eye, you couldn't really tell one shrub from another. They kind of all blend in. But when you've got a plant like this, it's got that highlighting around the leaves, when it's got that sort of golden yellow variegation, it just makes it pop.
It brings it forward.
It does, yeah. So, it emphasises the plant, doesn't it?
So I planted my Fatsia, the spider's web one, which has got that gorgeous variegation on, but it's right at the back of the garden.
Yeah.
But because it's got that variegation on it, it's brought it forward. It kind of tricks your eye and brings it and highlights it and brings it forward. So this is where aspects of design in your garden really do, play a part, don't they?
They definitely do, and I do that when we're doing sort of planting in shady areas, because there's a lot of shrubs that have got sort of really kind of quite bright, dramatic kind of foliage that are good for shady areas. This one does well in a sunny area, although I do remember when I was a kid, there's one closely related. It's called Weigela Florida. It's gone out of my head now.
That happens to me all the time. I wish I could help you. I don't know.
It'll come back to me in a minute. But Weigela Florida variegata, I think is the one I'm thinking of. Very similar. And what I like about it is it will do well in sort of semi-shade, dappled shade, does well in full sun, but it's a real nice sort of neat shrub as well. Again, I'm visualising a few in customers' gardens of mine, and what it tends to do, it forms like a little sort of thicket of stems, a bit like your Amelanchier, so you get like 4 or 5 main stems come up. And I'll just leave it for the first 2 or 3 years to do its thing. And then once it gets a little bit more mature, once a year I would take about 1/3 of the old stems away and let the new stems come up, and they'll give you flower for the following year. But it's such an undemanding shrub. You just basically plant it, and apart from that little bit of pruning, you just leave it, and it'll come back year after year. It's bone hardy, it's quite drought tolerant, it's wind tolerant. It has these wonderful pink flowers, these like almost a bit like snapdragon kind of flowers for weeks on end. And even after its main flowering period in the spring, every so often it will send out little clusters of extra flowers kind of throughout the year. heading towards the autumn.
I love the shade of the flowers as well. They're a beautiful pink colour, and they're just going to sit gorgeously against that variegation, which is not just cream and green. It's got lovely little blush pink tones to it as well, isn't it?
The more you look, the more colours you see in those leaves. And what I like about this as well is that this isn't a kind of get it home and wait kind of shrub. It's like, oh, you know, I've got to wait till next year or the year after it to flower. The quality of the plants we're sending out to you, we've already got these little nascent flower buds here. So within a few weeks, they're going to develop and then they will burst open. So in the very first year of you buying this shrub, you can enjoy blossom like this.
Yeah, really nicely established in that 3 litre pot. £2 saving for you, just £12.99 or £11.69 if you're in the club. 510710 is the item number that you need if you want to add that into your basket. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order. Just a quick request from me, if you are watching us on YouTube, please could you subscribe to our channel? It helps us, it helps you as well. If you subscribe, it doesn't cost you any money to subscribe, you just have to click the subscribe button. What that'll do is give you notifications of when we're live, so it's great. You'll never miss a show if you're available to watch it. But it does help us massively. The more subscribers we get, the more visible we become, basically. The more people that watch, the more chance we've got of staying here and doing this amazing job, right?
Yeah, it is an amazing job as well. And yeah, I've done kind of shopping telly for a number of years, and this setup we've got now is definitely my favourite because it's just... It's good, yeah, because...
It feels like we're right in it. We're on the nursery. We're right on the nursery, right here. We are in it. Just outside the door, just behind the camera over there, that is the nursery. 11 acres. Adam, you took a wander out there this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, I nearly blew my wig off, but like, you know, it was, yeah, it was super, super windy out there. But yeah, I mean...
That's it. That's where we are right now.
Yeah, the amount of stuff out there at the moment that's flowering, that's coming into leaf, that's growing, it just blew my mind. I mean, there's about 1,000 plants that I want for my garden, but unfortunately my garden's too small. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a mind-blowing operation here, and it's, oh, look at, there's the oleanders.
There's the oleanders, yeah.
Looking good. That's an echium there. That looks really gorgeous. And we've got aces. Look at all those aces we've got in that.
I'm in heaven
Whoa.
when I go in that one. I'm not allowed in the Acer tunnel because I won't leave. I like it too much in there. They won't let me in there.
You'd have to take out an HP agreement, wouldn't you, by the time you left there to get home.
I'm staying in here.
Yeah.
I do love an Acer.
That's a nice thing, though. When you get hooked on a certain plant, you almost become, what's the word? When you become really obsessed with something. Yeah, you're just like... Addicted, yeah. But it's nice. It's a good hobby to be addicted to.
Love it. All right, we're going to move on to something a little bit different now. And what I will say is I know nothing about pond plants. I don't have a pond. I don't really... I mean, I probably could put in a little one, but I'm not an expert on pond plants. We know that we've got a lot of viewers who actually do know a lot about pond plants. So by all means, send us any messages. Send us anything you know. Adam, you know a bit more about pond plants than me.
Yeah. I mean, sort of not been the biggest thing that I've done in my life, but I mean, we've got a nice little mix here of pond plants. I mean, one that pops out straight away for me, and we use this in a couple of our gardens at the Chelsea Flower Show, is the buttercup one, the Caltha palustris there, which is really, really gorgeous. That sort of flowers now and it'll keep flowering for a few more weeks. So that is really, really, really pretty, really unusual. We've got a bulrush in there, which is, you know, we all remember the bulrushes. We love bulrushes. They're kind of quite dramatic, kind of different. And then there's the Pontedera or the pickerel. That's one with the purple flowers. Yeah, they call that water hyacinth, is its other name as well. So you can understand that because it's got those sort of flower heads on it that almost look a little bit like hyacinths. We've got cotton grass on there.
Is that one? No, that one. Eriophorum augustifolium.
Yeah, look at that on the top there, Bex. Oh, look at the arum. They've got the bog arum there as well with the lovely... In fact, yeah, that's like the Xanthodeschia that... well, the same family, the Xanthodeschias that you were growing.
That's that one.
Yeah.
Eriophorum.
Look at that. That's your cotton grass, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great. I mean, looking really healthy now, and there's big white heads. Have you ever been to... I've actually been to a few places in Scotland and Wales and stuff where there's really big sort of boggy areas.
Yeah.
And you see like just acres of that cotton grass, and it's a sight to behold, isn't it? When it sort of blooms, it flowers and goes to seed. It's so unusual. It's
amazing, honestly. I mean, the pond plant collection is just £19.99. You're going to get 6 pond plants, and this is a specially curated, carefully put together collection of a variety of shapes, sizes, heights, that sort of thing. So it really does give you a great selection for your ponds. If you've got a brand new pond, there's, you know, this would be a great collection because you've got, for example, the bulrush that'll get anywhere between 1.5 meters and 3 meters tall. Or we've got, for example, it is the marsh marigold, which is great for going around the edge of the pond, softening those borders. So there's lots of different things in there to give you height, to give you structure, to give you colour.
And give you different flowering periods as well, because the marsh marigold will be kind of flowering. Did I say marsh marigold?
You did, marsh marigold.
I did mean that, yeah, I did, yeah. That will be flowering now. And then the Pontedera, the one that you can see there with the little purple kind of flowers, the water hyacinth, that flowers a little later in the summer. So that will give you interest a little later on.
And it's important to have plants in your ponds as well, isn't it? Because it helps to clear the water.
Yeah, oxygenates the water, brings in different insects, gives shade to the pond as well. And just remember, when you put these in your pond, you can get those little sort of special baskets.
Yes.
And use this is the one occasion when I'll say to you, don't use our compost.
Yes.
You need to use proper aquatic compost, not our compost.
Well, it definitely is. One thing I will say is it's amazing value for money because you are getting all 6 of those included. 560-559. Do let us know if you've got a pond. We don't often talk about pond stuff, so let us know if you've got a pond. I know we had some pictures earlier on in the week of people sending us pictures of their ponds. Love to see those. My mum and dad had the most amazing pond. It was massive. It was really deep. They had big fat koi in there. We had a massive great. We called him Sharky. He was oh my word, what's he called? It's gone out of my head. But anyway, it'll come back to me. He used to swim. It was this long. I swear, it was this long.
I've never seen a carp
and he used
that
to
size.
It wasn't a koi. It was a different. Anyway, he used to swim round in circles and he'd let you come round and you could stroke him and feed him. He'd come and he'd feed out your hand. It was exciting. I loved it. So yes, send us your pictures if you've got any ponds.
He's still there, still around, still alive.
My mum and dad he's with some friends now.
Oh,
basically.
so he's moved.
They got rid of the pond.
Right.
They couldn't look after the pond anymore. It was too much hard work for them. But he lives with my cousins, in actual fact.
Wow, blimey.
560-559 is the item number for that. We're going on to another little collection for you. So that was 6 plants here. We've got another one here, which is your evergreen shrub collection. 6 of these included. Even better value for money here, because this is £14.99. Now, it is a selection of what you might receive. I think in the most part, you're probably going to get these 6, maybe, but you'll definitely get evergreen, glorious shrubs here, and some really good ones.
Yeah, I mean, the pictures we've got here in front of you, some of those are on this picture card. That's a Photinia.
Yeah, love Photinia.
So that looks like Photinia. I think that's probably Fraser Eye.
Red Robin.
Red Robin.
Yeah.
Absolutely flowering their socks off now, looking amazing. That's your Viburnum Tinus. We've actually got a standard version at Eve price, if you want a standard one. That's a little Choisia. That's Choisia tenata, Mexican orange. Has lovely white scented flowers. Evergreen as well. That's a Ligustrum or a privet, Ligustrum ovalifolium, like, you know, privet. This is next one's a Japanese laurel or Corba japonica. This is a variety called Roseanne, which I use quite a lot in shady positions. It has those unusual kind of flowers and red berries.
And I know I've been down on euonymus, but that looks like a very interesting euonymus to me. The emerald gold.
Emerald gold, yeah. We use emerald and gold and emerald gaiety. They're probably 2 of the most popular ones we use. Great ground cover, evergreen, super tough. Really, really good plants. So all of these are really lovely evergreen plants that look good all the year through. And a bit like I was saying a moment ago, I like to use some of these evergreens in shady areas because quite a few of them don't do too bad in shady areas, and you don't always get a lot of flower colour, but you get the foliage colour. So if you want to create an evergreen space, if you want interest all the year through, and you want some really tough, and that's what I want to say about all these are really tough, drought tolerant, frost tolerant. All have a lifetime guarantee because these are real stalwarts, very established in the UK. Will get through the coldest winters and will give you many, many years of interest.
Absolutely.
You might get one of these Ceanothus, for example, in the collection.
Yeah.
If you're lucky, that would be nice. The Californian lilac. Other things in the picture there, we've got the Cotoneaster, the one with the red berries on. That's another form of choisy. The one with the yellow leaves, that's Choisya tonata sundance. That's the sort of yellow foliage one that likes kind of more sunshine, generally than shady areas. And the one in the bottom right-hand corner next to the blue ceanothus, that's another type of euonymus. That's a variegated form of euonymus. So yeah, you know, we can't exactly say which 6 you'll get, but out of the ones we've shown you, the ones on our picture card here, you'll get a mix of 6 evergreen shrubs.
The important thing is they're evergreen. They're going to give you glorious kind of foliage and flowers and just interest all year round. And they are working out at well under £3 each, which I just think is incredible value for money. 510403 is your item number. Make sure you enter the code in order to get that £5 saving though. YGTV1424. Now then, eucalyptus. I cannot grow eucalyptus in my garden. I've got a decent sized garden. You know, it's a nice family garden is what I call it. Big patch of grass, borders around the edge, patio, conservatory. Yeah, it's lovely. There's no way I could grow a eucalyptus because they get massive.
Well,
but not this one.
Not this one, no. I've actually picked a little sprig off because one of the first things to do on this is...
My word. Love this smell.
that is so nice, isn't it?
Love the smell of eucalyptus.
That's really nice. It almost reminds me a little bit of, I can actually feel it clearing my nose. It's almost like Vicks.
Exactly.
It's like Vicks Vapor Rub.
Well,
It's
I mean,
got that
eucalyptus is used a lot in those kind of medicinal properties and things, but this doesn't have that, you know, fresh eucalyptus isn't, it doesn't have that horrible kind of medicinal smell. It's just a glorious smell, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's brilliant because when you smell, you can actually feel at the top of your nostrils. You can sort of feel it. It kind of just opens up your nostrils a little bit, doesn't it?
Beautiful.
It is really nice.
I like the colour, the patina of the leaves here. There's sort of well, not waxy, but kind of dusty look to them.
Yeah, it has got, again, well, they call that glaucous-y blue kind of look. And yeah, and the, sort of the white on the tops of the leaves there. And it's strange you should say about the fact that they're getting huge, because I remember, it wasn't Tatton Park I went to. What's the other big one after Chelsea? There's Chelsea and then there's the other one in London. Oh, it's going to go out of my head now.
Yeah, I can't remember.
They've got a big palace there where Henry VIII lived and stuff, and my other half at home screaming this out at me and I can't get it in my head. But anyway, it was that RHS.
Let us know, please, in the chat.
Yes, please tell us. It's the one after Chelsea, and I did a garden and I can't remember. But the point I'm getting to is there was the thing about that one is that you can buy plants there from all different stands and stalls, and there was a huge eucalyptus tent there.
Right.
And I walked in, I got talking with a couple of ladies there. It was a mother and daughter that were running this eucalyptus nursery, and I said to her, "Have you been really, really busy?" And she said, "No, not really." And I said, "Why?" She said, "Because everybody thinks eucalyptus are these great big thuggy kind of trees that take over and grow enormous and cause huge problems, and they shed their bark. And well, there are some like that, but this one isn't that one. And there are a number of eucalyptus out there that are just fantastic plants. This one only gets to about 15 foot tall, so it's a real compact plant. It's evergreen, so it looks good all the year through. And this one's really hardy. This one can go down to about -15, -20, so it's going to get through those winters.
And you can trim this back quite a lot, can't you? So if you want to keep it even smaller than that, by actually trimming it back, keep trimming it back, you can get it to be more dense as well, but also really control that size.
Yeah, and also, you know, like Stu, our producer, said in my ear, with eucalyptus, and it happens on conifers and other plants, you get something called juvenile foliage. So some eucalyptus, for example, sometimes when the trees are small, they'll have what's called juvenile foliage, and the foliage will be one shape, and then as the plant matures, the leaf size shape can change completely and go to a willow kind of shape as they mature.
Yeah.
But if you keep clipping it back, you'll keep getting this juvenile foliage. Another thing that jumps to mind as well, another customer I look after on the place called Henham, the lady there used to do flower arranging, and she had a couple of eucalyptus trees in her garden, and she used to just all the time go out on this poor eucalyptus, always going out clipping bits off this eucalyptus to put in flower displays.
They're absolutely perfect to use for cut flower displays, because you don't just want flowers in there, you need that foliage, and it's exactly the same as we talk about in the gardens. You need the contrast, and that is what the eucalyptus in a cut flower display will create. And it's really long lasting as well. When you cut stems of this, it it doesn't just die back within a week or so. It can last a really, really long time.
Yeah, it does.
I'm a big fan of this one. This one I could plant in my garden. I'm going to wait. I need to see what grows.
But you could, because this is never. I mean, again, I can think of another customer I've got in Bishop Stortford where there's got a eucalyptus tree at the side of her drive, and the tree's actually got to come down because it is absolutely huge.
Too big.
And now the roots are lifting up all the road down into the property, and it sheds all this massive. Every so often, it sheds its entire bark, and I turn up there sometimes, and there's these huge sheets of bark laying across the drive, and it's always dropping leaves everywhere. It drives me nuts, but this one will never do that. It's compact. It only gets about, say, 12, 15 foot tall. It's elegant, it's attractive, it looks good all the year through. It's hardy, it's tough. You can cut it for flower arrangements. You can trim it, you can shape it. So if you've always wanted a eucalyptus, but you've always been terrified of buying one of those ones that's going to go mad, get this one. Azura won't disappoint you.
510161 is your item number for that one. We have got a bit of a saving on there as well. £7 saving in actual fact. It's just £22.99. Only access that saving by entering the offer code in when you place your order. YGTV1424. If you're placing your order on the phone, do tell the operator that you've got an offer code to use.
Hampton Court.
Hey!
That was like trying to get a really big burp out, that was. It's like, you know, when you just want to really do a big burp and you can't, like, yeah, Hampton Court.
Henry VIII. No,
Henry VIII.
That's the one.
Oh, right, move on.
All right, let's move on to a showstopper. This one's a thriller, not a filler. This is the Agapanthus fireworks. I love Agapanthus. It's one of the most exciting flowers, isn't it, in the garden?
I tell you what, though, I'd like to see you get that one out of the pot. It's like, look.
But it wants to be in the pot, doesn't it? This is the thing. It likes... You just give it a squeeze. Give it a squeeze.
Hey.
So they like their roots to be hugged, don't they? This is how you get a really good flowering display, is by hugging those roots.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just drawing on my kind of knowledge from customer. A lovely lady I look after called Mrs. Llewellyn Jones, and she lives in a place called Fifield, and she has had Agapanthus in these same pots for about 1,000 years. And I exaggerate, but every year they flower their socks off, and there's just so much root in there now she can't even barely water them, but they love that constriction, and every year they throw out these great big stems and these big kind of tennis ball heads of flower. Great plants for full sun, great plants for drama, make lovely cut flowers as well. You've grown these, Bex, you've got some Agapanthus, haven't you?
I have got some Agapanthus. Now, I made the mistake of just planting it into a border. This was before I really knew anything. It's been there for years now, and it still hasn't flowered. But it's because I haven't restricted the roots. What I have done now is I've got some in pots, and they're looking very much like this at the moment, and I'm going to get some beautiful flowers this year because I've kept them in nice small pots. So I'm expecting to get flowers this year. I fell in love with Agapanthus years ago because I just think they're so thrilling.
They are.
The flowers that come out of them are just amazing. I love them. They look like, it's called fireworks. They do look like fireworks, the way they sort of explode and open, and you get so many flowers on that head, some opening, some about to open, and I can't stop looking at them. Agapanthus, I just think, are the most thrilling, or one of the most thrilling flowers out there. And I can imagine, I mean, I've never gone and bought Agapanthus as a cut flower, but I can imagine how much that would be.
Oh yeah, they'd be expensive. And these ones are these are the hardy Agapanthus, because you know the evergreen Agapanthus are the ones that are really, really super hardy. So sometimes the ones where in the winter you don't see any foliage on at all, the Africanus types, they can be less hardy. But these ones with the evergreen foliage or some foliage remaining at the base, they are the toughest ones. So they're going to get through the British winters.
They might need a little bit of protection, right? Maybe a bit of strolch or something.
Yeah, I mean, you could try some strolch if you're in a really, really cold area, but in any case, always grow them in the sunniest position you can find, the most sheltered position.
Well, they're known as the African lily, aren't
African
they?
lily.
They come from Africa, so it's like they do need a decent amount of sunshine.
Yeah, but I mean, again, over the years, I've planted many, many Agapanthus for all sorts of different customers, and they've come up year after year, they've flowered year after year, and they're just gorgeous.
So 561027 is the item number. It is a double up deal, okay? So you can get one for £12.99, or you can get two for £16.99. Now, I know on the website it says two for £19.98, but this is the difference between shopping on the website and shopping with your IGTV. We're going to add two of the 9cm pot into our basket. Let's go into our basket. Hang on a minute, it says £25.98. I'm sure I didn't say it was that much. Put the code in, YGTV1424. Apply the code. Ooh, look at that. Now it's £16.99 for the two. Plus, we've got our free gift entered into our basket as well, that heavy-duty grow bag. I would definitely consider adding a few more things into your basket. We can do better than that, can't we? And we can certainly get rid of that delivery cost if we get over the £40 as well. Right, should we move on? Kitchen Bay. Oh, he's adding something else into his basket. Hang on. We're going for some compost. I mean, you don't want to run out of compost. It's annoying when you run out of compost. I'm about to run out of compost.
Yeah, me as well. I'm down to
there
2
we go.
bags
Look,
now.
we're over the £40 mark. We've lost the delivery on there. You might want to join the club at this point as well, because the amount you'll save will pay for the club membership. And then every time you place an order, you're going to save that 10% discount. Now, the Kitchen Bay. I am a big fan of Kitchen Bay. I've got a bay bush in my garden. I grow rosemary, I grow thyme, and I grow bay, because those are the 3 most used herbs, certainly in my house, that I use all the time. And it is exciting going outside whenever I'm cooking my spaghetti bolognese or my lasagna, or I'm doing a soup or a stew, and I go and grab my herbs. Oh, and then I flavour my cooking with them. This is, I mean, it's a beautiful bush. It's evergreen. It's wonderful. Pollinators adore it, but it's useful.
Yeah, it is useful. And when you add bay to something, it just elevates it, doesn't it?
It really does. It's not a specific, it's not a strong flavour. You wouldn't go, like rosemary, you know rosemary, don't you?
Yeah, you can't ignore rosemary
Bay
or
is
thyme.
but it makes a difference.
It does make a difference, and also I find it fragrances the meal as well.
Yeah.
It gives the meal kind of a really nice sort of aroma when you're eating the meal.
You can just put bay into just boiled rice as well. If you just boil some bay with the rice, it adds a gorgeous flavour to the just plain rice.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the great thing. And and these aren't those really expensive little bags of bay you're buying in the supermarket.
No.
That's been picked for 2 or 3 weeks already. You can go out into your garden. And the second you need it, you can pluck these little bay leaves straight from the tree, straight from the plant, put them in your cooking, get that sort of wonderful kind of flavours and aromas, as Bex and I are saying, to your food. But these are super, super tough shrubs. You might not like bay, you might not want it in your cooking, but still makes an absolutely wonderful shrub in the garden. You can leave it to grow into a natural shape. In fact, if you planted this little one we've got here and left it for 25, 30 years, it'll grow into a tree.
It'll get massive.
Great big tree, yeah. But the great thing about bay is you can clip them, you can sort of make them into topiary, you can shape them if you want to. Really, really easy. They flower as well when they're really happy. They have kind of like a little tiny sort of yellow flower in the axils of the leaves, which is quite unusual. And they really, really are tough as well. They're robust plants. In fact, a house I used to look after, the people before the people that live there now planted some bay trees at the front of their house back in the 1930s, and those bay trees are still there, still looking as good today as they've always looked, and they're all nicely kind of trimmed and sort of domed on the front of the house. So if you want something evergreen, something tough, something resilient, something you can eat, something that flowers, something that you can shape, something that's just so easy to look after, and you just want to fill a nice corner and always have that interest, go for a bay, go for a Kitchen Bay.
Yeah, it's a really good one. It's just £7.99 here today. That one is a couple of pounds saving on there. 750047 is the item number that you need. I love that one. That's another one that could just tip you over that £40 mark. We've had a lot of people going for the bay this week as well. Right, where do you want to go next, Stu? Oh, we're going to review. Let's remind you of some of the things that we've seen so far and some of the most popular items on the show. The Keenomalies or the Shanomalies.
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 Or Kainomalies, some people say.
Or Kainomalies, or Keenomalies, or let's just call it the ornamental quince. 510957 is the item number. Now, it does have little spikes and spines on it. We don't mind that. Just put it in a place where you're not going to, go and touch it. It'd be great to have as a, security bush as well. Some people do use these spiky bushes as that, but look at the flowers. Look at those beautiful, they can be deep red, they can be a lovely orange colour. They're absolutely glorious. And what Adam was saying was that it's got a more spreading habit than a kind of upright bushy. Oh, look at those. That is so pretty. Really well established already for you as well. Just £7.99. There's a big saving on there. It's £5 saving in that 2-litre pot. Make sure you enter the code YGTV1424, please, so that you can get that £5 saving. Now then, we're going to go back to our euphorbias. I think these have been the runaway winners this week. Black Pearl is the first one. It is available on a double-up deal. I am going to encourage you to go for the double-up deal because it's £9.99 for one, or it's £11.99 for two. So essentially you're paying £2 for one of those. That's quite amazing, isn't it? Or five... Oh, I was trying to do the maths. I'm rubbish at maths. Anyway, it's an amazing deal. £6 each, thank you, Stu. I mean, 12 divided by 2, what is wrong with me? Right, so go for the Euphorbia Black Pearl. The lime green colour is incredible, easy to grow, evergreen, drought tolerant when they're established. They work beautifully in pots, they work fantastically in borders. It's superb gardening, this. This is what I would call easy but thrilling gardening. I think people will ask you about these. Now, if you're going for the double-up deal there, I highly recommend you go for this one. Go for the Miner's Merlot as well. You'll get 3 of these. So if you're going for the Black Pearl, the double-up, you're going to have 5 amazing plants that will work so beautifully together. This has the foliage is this lovely wine red, burgundy, glorious, evergreen colour on here. So it always looks good all year round. But then it gets these beautiful flowers on here as well, and these are a kind of limey green colour too. So if you were to plant the Miner's Merlot with the Black Pearl, the combination of the foliage and the flowers all together, I just think will be knockout. I think you'll be really, really happy about that. I know I will be. I've got my Miner's Merlot, I just need to get the Black Pearl included in there as well. Amazing price, half price deal, £15 saving. They should be £9.99 each, but you're going to get them all for £14.97. So under a fiver each is what we're saying here. YGTV1424 is the item code. No, it's the offer code that you need. That is what will give you those savings. Please enter that when you place your order, otherwise you will end up paying full price, and we don't want you to do that. The next item is the fruit salad mix. Now, this is a really clever combination because sometimes it can be tricky to know what to plant together. You know, when it comes to hanging baskets and pots and things, it's, you know, if you don't know, you don't know. But what we have done is put together a collection here that's always really popular. You've got the lovely Calabricoa in there, the kind of deep purple and that lovely peach colour. It's called the dark blue in actual fact, and it's called Sunrise, which is the peachy one. So those are a perfect colour combo. And then you've got the white lobelia in there as well. It's called Laura White. Now, what that combination does together is just really make each one of those flowers stand out so beautifully. They're perfect for hanging baskets, but you can plant these into, you know, window boxes, plant pots and things as well. They'll gently trail and tumble over the edges of there and just give you months of colour over the summer. £7 saving at £12.99. If you've got a big hanging baskets, I'd recommend going for 2 packs of those, because you're probably going to want 12 for each of those. But as I say, it depends on the size of the pot, the size of the basket, as to whether you go for 1 or 2 packs of those. But it is a £7 saving, so it's a really, really good price one for you there. Jenny. Hello, Jenny, if you're watching. I hope you're well. But this is the kiwi Jenny that we're talking about here. Now, I think to grow kiwi in the UK, this has blown my mind a little bit. I mean, every day's a school day, isn't it? And it just to be able to grow kiwis here in the UK successfully, you know, regular sized kiwi fruits as well. I just think it's incredible that we're doing this on a winter hardy plant. This isn't one that has to be, you know, kept in the conservatory. It is winter hardy. It's definitely going to want a sunny position. Adam grew this in a previous house he lived on, and he said it grew so well. It was incredible. Now, to grow your own is just a fantastic thing to do. You don't need an allotment, you don't need a massive garden. You can grow your own fruits and vegetables in some of the smallest spaces, and this is what we sort of specialise in here at YouGarden. We bring you a variety of things, no matter the size of your garden. Just £9.99 for one of these, or you can double up and go for 2 for £14.98. It is a self-fertile variety, so you don't have to have 2, but obviously you're getting great value for money if you go for 2, and you'll have more kiwis once these get established and grow anyway. 340090 is your item number. Go to the website, yougarden.com, to place your order, or go to the phone lines. They're open for another 3 hours up until 4 o'clock. Now the eucalyptus, the azura. I love eucalyptus. I love the smell. I love the foliage that you get on here. The colours are incredible. It's evergreen as well, so you do have that beautiful foliage all year round. You can cut stems off here and be able to use these stems in your cut flower displays. But the great thing about this particular variety is that it doesn't get massive. A lot of us can't grow eucalyptus in our gardens just because it gets so big, so tall. It has to be down the end of the garden so the roots don't, start growing underneath the house. It can be tricky, but that's not the case with this particular variety here, because this is the smaller variety that we've got. 510161 is your item number, and you are getting a £7 saving on that one at just £22.99. Next, the last one for our review is the hibiscus, the Woodbridge. I love the colour of these flowers. Lovely pink here, but when we see I think it's the next shot that it goes to. Yeah, look at this. Can you look at the colour combinations in there? You've got these beautiful pinks, but then it's got this kind of lilac-y blue tinge to it as well. I think it's really pretty. The fantastic thing about hibiscus, or my favourite thing about hibiscus, is not just the exotic looking flowers, but the fact that this transitions the seasons. It takes you from late summer, which is when it starts flowering, all the way through into those autumn months, when a lot of, our summer flowers, summer bedding, it's all sort of disappeared and gone away. But this is really coming into its own at that point. It's a hardy version as well. Hibiscus, there are some hibiscus varieties that are not hardy. This one absolutely is. You don't need to worry about this one. It's really quite hardy. You don't have to mollycoddle it, and I always think you should strulch or mulch everything because it's a good habit to get into, but this one doesn't actually need it. It is an £8 saving on there at £16.99. 500074 is your item number, just £15.29 if you are a member of our club, and I do recommend you become a member of our club because, well, you get loads of money off, and that's the most important thing. 10% discount on everything that you order, and it just costs you, or nearly everything, the majority of things, it costs you just £5 to join that club as well. So do think about having a little look at our club membership. Right, couple of minutes on the compost, Adam.
Okie dokie. Well, I use this compost, Bex uses this compost. I've been growing my seeds this year. Busy Lizzies, Cleomes, Helichrysums, cucumbers, tomatoes, all sorts of things. I've started off my seeds in this. I've now transplanted the seedlings into bigger pots, and I can understand you smelling this, Bex,
it
because
smells so good.
It smells fresh, it smells clean, it doesn't smell mouldy or mildewy, it doesn't smell stale like some compost. In fact, I bought some bags of compost. I shouldn't have done really, but I kind of...
We've all done it.
I run out of this stuff. I needed, and I bought this stuff from a DIY chain, and it smelled of poo. It did. It literally smelled like poo. It was horrible. It took about 3 or 4 days for the smell to die down, and it was really sticky and nasty.
That's not what you want when you're in your greenhouse.
No,
is it?
and it was really chunky and lumpy, so I couldn't use it for seeds. It had to go straight on the garden. This stuff is amazing because there's elements in it to hold on to the moisture, so this compost doesn't dry out quickly. There's always moisture for those little seedlings through to the bigger plants, so that when they want to draw on it. But you don't want a compost that's going to be really waterlogged and heavy and claggy, because that can rot off the roots and cause problems as well. You've got that composted wood fibre, so it keeps the texture open. That lets the water percolate, it lets the roots penetrate, it lets the oxygen get down to where the plants need it as well, the root system. There's a slow release fertiliser in this. It's going to feed your plants for up to 6 months, so not a big sort of flush of energy and then that's it. The plants are starving because there's nothing for them to draw on. Also, there's a wetting agent. So if for some particular reason, your pots do eventually dry out because somebody hasn't watered them, they said they were going to, and your plants are all wilting and looking sad, once you put the water on this, it absorbs it really quickly. It doesn't kind of run off like with some compost, and you've got to soak the pots in buckets overnight and stuff like that to rehydrate it. That doesn't happen with this one. Also, this is pH balanced as well. That sounds gobbledygooky, but basically that means it's not too acidic, it's not too alkaline. So we haven't got things at one end like lilacs and pinks that love really alkaline. We haven't got things right at the other end like rhododendrons and azaleas like really acid. We've got towards the middle, so that means many, many more plants will actually grow in this. In fact, practically anything that's not acid loving will thrive in this compost. It's amazing.
It is really, really good stuff. And what we will always say to you is that if there was a better compost, our head gardener would be using it. I promise you that. If there was something better out there, he would move to that. But there isn't anything better out there. That is why this is the compost that we use here at the nursery. Anything we grow here, anything we pot on here, our pre-made hanging baskets, I'm sure we'll be bringing you those in coming weeks and months. It's all potted in this. This is the compost that we use. Our business is growing plants. We are not going to use anything inferior. This is the best compost. I can't say it more simply than that. 100125 is the item number. It comes to you in these 2 white bags. You'll notice they are unmarked. And as Stu always says to me, the value is in the bag, not on the bag. Why waste money putting loads of stuff on the bag? We're passing those savings on. If we start marketing on the bag, that costs us more to produce. We'd have to put the price of the compost up. We're not going to do that.
And it's literally going from the supplier to you, so you don't need anything on the bags.
No.
It's just a waste of time and ink.
Commercial product. This is a commercial product. You can't get it anywhere else. It's just £24.98 for the 2 bags. I know you can get cheaper compost out there, but it's inferior, I promise you.
There was just one thing you reminded me of as well, Bex, as well. Being the fact I'm in the trade, you said you can get bulk deliveries of this as well if you want to.
If you need a massive amount of compost, just speak to our customer services department, because we can actually do bulk deliveries. They'll do you a special deal, basically. So all you have to do is ask our customer services department and they'll sort that out for you.
Wow.
So with our orders, you also get a free gift. So that's where the value of this starts to actually make sense. So it's £22.48 if you're in the club. The free gift today is our green bag. Thank you. When you use our code YGTV1424, you will get a free gift entered into your order. This is our amazing grow bag. So that's worth £5. So £5 coming off the price of this.
That's a bit Vivian Westwood, isn't it, that bag?
Yeah, let's go with it, shall we?
It's got that look to it, hasn't it?
She could stick a little crown on the side and then, be Vivian.
Should we do that thing again?
Could you imagine if it did? I bet you she could get away with that as well.
But...
It's strong.
That's a strong bag, isn't it? Those handles aren't coming off. So if you've got that full of spuds, so you've been harvesting your full top with spuds, no problem. You might want to be moving quite a heavy pot around the garden, so you can take a handle each and kind of use it to take a pot across the garden. You might want to grow things in it, like your children. Your kids have grown spuds and potatoes and stuff in there, tomatoes. You might want to store something in there for the winter time. You might want to take this to a concert, a festival. You might be going to one of those gardening shows, and if you're anything like me, they had those gardening stalls, didn't they? And you want to get about 5,000 different plants, and you're trying to get in those paper bags or those really cheap supermarket plastic, and all the handles are ripping. And this is tough. This is robust. It's going to last you for life.
Yeah, it's a bag for life. You don't need an item code. Just put the offer code YGTV1424 into the website when you place your order, and that will appear for you. £4.99 that is usually worth. The next is the Torino pots, which is the most affordable item that we have on our show. It is a buy one, get 2 free.
Oh, okay. There you go.
So you put 1 in your basket, enter the code, and then the other 2 will appear into your basket for you. Stu's going to show you this right now. Are you putting the code in already? Yeah, the code's in already, because look, we can see that we've got our free bag there. So now we're going to go in and put our Torino pots in. We're going to add 1 of those. It's not 2 for £5.98. It's because you've got the special deals here at YGTV. So enter 1 into your basket. Now have a little look. Can you see? We've now got 2 free ones in there. So what's that? £1.33 per pot. Oh, he's going to add another one. This is what I was saying earlier. So if you want multiples of these, it's great. So if you put 2 in, you'll get another 4 in your basket. If you put 3 in, you get another 6 in your basket. This is how you can really start adding in and getting all of this amazing value for money. And I do think you want more of these. I've got some of these. I've also got the little Alhambra ones. Have we got any of those? Not got them in the studio. Similar size, but round, basically. I've got loads of these size pots because I find them incredibly useful. Love doing container gardening. So I've got big pots, I've got smaller pots, but what I do is I put these around the bigger pots. I create that lovely kind of tiered effect going on. If you've got some steps in your garden, putting these either side of the steps is wonderful.
That for me, Bex, that's my favourite suggestion, because these are just about the same width as the treads on steps, aren't they? So you can just pop them in the corner, and you might have some steps that have got a bit old and they look a bit depressing and not very attractive. Just imagine sort of 3 of these up either side, then you could have sort of things cascading down, things trailing down, couldn't you?
A split level. My mother-in-law's got this, so she's got a lovely little patio bit, but then there's a wall, and you go up to like 3 steps to get onto the grass and the garden bit. But that wall just looks plain and boring. Put those all the way along the wall, and she's got a lovely, like, creating a border there.
Yeah, exactly. You've kind of created that interest, haven't you? You've made something different. Or I was just even thinking houseplants, for example. You could pop your houseplants in these. You might have a windowsill with, you might be looking at the pots and you think, I bought that one somewhere and somebody gave me that one, and I hate that pot, it's chipped, and that one, they don't match. How about just 3 of these on the windowsill, all nicely spaced out, all looking elegant?
I like the idea of getting your herbs growing on the window. Obviously, they've got the drainage holes in the bottom. They are outdoor pots, but that doesn't stop you using them indoors. All you have to do is get one of those trays and put them on a tray or on a plate or something like that, and then that'll catch any excess water. But those on the windowsill in your kitchen, growing all your herbs on, that'd be beautiful.
Absolutely fantastic for that, and UV resistant, frost resistant. These aren't going to break. They're not brittle.
No.
They're not getting to be damaged. And for a small pot, the amount of kind of design that's gone into them, the horizontal lines, the little recurved lip at the top, stunning.
Great price as well, just £3.99, and you will get 3 of those. That works out as £1.33 each, which means that for something that you're going to have for many, many years, that really does work out as great value. Remember, it's a buy one and get 2 free, so put 1 in your basket, enter the code, and that's where the free ones come in, or 2, or 3, or 4, and get multiples of those. Right, the tower planter. Big fan, big fan of this.
There we go, right.
Should we go right in the middle?
Yeah, let's...
So this is one of my favourite things, pieces of... Oh, that Bollywood is beautiful. One of my favourite things to have in the garden, heavy-duty pots are amazing. There's a couple of hardware items that we bring you that just make sense, and this 100% makes sense. I've got 4 now. I don't think I can fit any more in my garden. It's probably enough for the time being, but I just love them.
It probably isn't.
It probably isn't.
To be honest, because there's so many things that will climb.
Look at this, though.
Well, you wouldn't even know you had a tower pot there, would you?
No. This is my wisteria. I've got the wisteria Amethyst Falls. So that was taken in September last year. And just look at all the foliage. Look at how that's grown and moved in around the trellis part. If you've got a jasmine, if anything that climbs, basically, goes in the tower pot.
Well, I'd say what you've done there as well, Bex, is because this is a 360-degree planter, that wisteria is getting light all the way round. It's not just like a 2D surface where it's on a bit of trellis and at the back it's all dead.
Sometimes I just go and do that to it occasionally, just to get that nice even growth going round.
All the way round. So whether it's your clematis boulevard, whether it's your wisteria, whether it's your jasmine, whether it's your sweet peas, they're getting colour, they're getting light. You're getting colour, they're getting light all the way round. And even on its own with nothing in it, it's an attractive item. I like this burnished kind of coppery bronze look to it.
Well, that's important because the wisteria obviously is deciduous. So right now the wisteria doesn't look like much, does it? It's just the way it is. So you can really see the tower pot at the moment. It's got all of the wisteria, stems going around it, but it's really bare. But it still looks attractive.
Yeah, because some things you buy to support plants are very utilitarian. They're kind of, and you're just desperate for the thing to climb up it because on their own they're a bit, not very attractive. And some of them as well are a bit sparse. So you see these poor little shoots trying to look at something to grip onto, and you've got to go out there and actually physically tie them on. With this, there's so much opportunity for the plants to grip on.
Yeah.
And that's really important because when you've got a climbing plant, the more it grips, the more full that display is going to be because it just covers all the surface. And she was saying just now, if it is a wisteria, if it is your clematis boulevard, on a piece of trellis against a wall, it's just flat, and the flowers behind you don't get to see because they're between the trellis and the wall or wherever else it is. This all the time, you can move this round, you can sort of take this to wherever you want, and you've got mobile colour with this, haven't you? You can take the colour to where you want it to be.
Well, this thing, do you know what? If something's looking a bit rubbish, it's gone over, it's not quite in flower yet, I can take it and I can hide it. It doesn't have to be front and centre. It's nice and lightweight. But when something is looking amazing, like when the wisteria is flowering, that is going to have pride of place in the garden. That's going to be right where everybody can see it. But if something's looking a bit rubbish, it can disappear. If I ever move home, that's coming with me. I don't have to leave that plant behind. Obviously, what's in the beds and borders, I'll probably have to leave. But if it's in a pot, I can take it with me. This is why none of my acers have been planted in a border. They're all in pots because they're all coming with me.
No, that's fair enough. And the good thing about this as well, I mean, you can see at the moment it's about sort of a metre tall, but you don't have to have it like, you know, it doesn't come to you like fully kind of erected like this. It comes in 3 sections. So
yeah, they just clip together. You can see the clips around there, look.
So, you know, if you've got something that's not too tall to begin with, just grow up to the top section, then add the middle section, then add the very top section.
If you're growing your sweet peas, tower planter, that's a really good one. I've got 2 now. I've got 2 of them with my sweet peas growing in, so they'll grow up and the little tendrils will grab hold. It is a double up deal, which is fantastic because you get extra savings by going for the double up deal. One of them is £24.99, and that's great. Honestly, you'll have it for years. But if you go for 2, you'll get the 2 of them for £39.98, so £20 each basically. 130461 is your item number. Put 2 in your basket if you want to take advantage of that double up deal. Put the code in, and that's where the savings will come off there for you.
Lovely and light as well. It's not
so
heavy,
light,
is it?
even
really
when it's
light.
filled with compost and with a plant, I can easily move that around my garden. Right, let's move on to the Bollywood, because the Bollywood is beautiful, isn't it?
Should we bring it to the centre?
Look how gorgeous the flowers are on there.
Well, again, Bex, I know you're going to love this because of something going on the leaves.
I know, it's the variegation,
It's
isn't
the same thing again. It's very similar to the Weigela. I mean, and when you see it on the screen, like you'll have seen it at home, that really stands out, doesn't it? That variegation at the edge really sort of jumps out at you.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love rhododendrons, and at this time of year when they are, you know, starting to bloom, this is where, I mean, we could bring it to you at $34.99, and that's a great price for a rhododendron. We could bring this at full price, but that's not our ethos here at YGTV. It is all about trying to provide you with some savings. So we are taking £7 off the price on here. Excuse me. Now with rhododendrons, you don't always get this variegation, do you? You get lovely, dark, glossy, evergreen leaves on there, but the Bollywood really sets it apart from other rhododendrons because you've got the variegated leaves as well as these incredibly showy flowers.
Yeah, when you think of Bollywood or you think of Hollywood, you think of glitz, glamour, don't you? Think it's colour, sort of effervescence, life, kind of entertainment, and that's what this actual rhododendron will bring to you as well. So at the moment, it's at its most spectacular best. It's kind of on that catwalk or that red carpet at the Oscars at the moment, kind of just looking resplendent and glorious because you've got flower and foliage and variegation. But you know what? Even when that flower drops off, you've still got the interest of the foliage all the year through. You've got the sort of the glitz and glamour of the foliage, and these plants, rhododendrons, do quite well in shade or dappled shade. So again, that variegation will kind of stand out and still look interesting.
They tend to prefer it, don't they? I mean, I always find with rhododendrons, like the hottest part of the day, they're not happy if they're in full sun then.
No, they like, I mean, I think, what's the one, I forgot the name of the one we bought last week that did like the full sun. What was it called?
Oh, I can't remember.
No, it's gone up my head now.
Oh, Nova Zembla.
Nova Zembla, yeah. That was one of the exceptions. That's all right in full sun. But generally, yeah, where they grow in the wild, rhodies might grow at sort of quiet elevation in cooler areas, or they sort of like woodland sort of shrubs growing under other sort of big trees or edge of woods kind of places. So, yeah, if you've got somewhere, in fact, similar place to the Chinomales, if you bought the Chinomales earlier on, this would be a great sort of complement for that because they flower just sort of, you know, almost a similar time, but you could extend the season from the Chinomales through to the rhododendrons, so grow them somewhere cool and sort of damp and a little bit dappled shade or semi-shade or even full shade with some of them. The only little thing to point out is if you've got acid soil, in other words, if you've already got rhodies and azaleas growing really well in your garden, that's fine, you can put this straight in the garden. But if you haven't, you'll just need to get some of that ericaceous compost and grow this in a pot instead. But it's honestly, it's worth the extra effort because for like the month or 6 weeks that this is flowering, is super fabulous, but for all the other months it isn't. It's still glorious with the variegated foliage.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Rhododendron Bollywood. 510717 is the item number, and you're getting a £7 saving on that one, only if you put the code in YGTV1424. That's the offer code that unlocks all the deals. Right, let's go over to the cowslip. Now, this is one of, so we talk about this one being a flowering plant that really tells you spring is here.
Yeah, well, on the
spring is here.
Definitely.
There's a few that do that, and this is one of them.
Well, they're everywhere now, aren't they? When you drive down the motorways, when I came in this morning at King's Lynn, just on the verges, there was literally thousands of cowslips, and they just look so lovely. And because it was windy this morning, all their kind of little dainty heads were kind of just blowing in the wind, looking really glorious. But yeah, they're a really happy plant. They're just a plant that likes sort of quite damp conditions, quite wet conditions. Again, quite good for shade or do well in full sun as well, really. They're very adaptable. Come up year after year, they'll seed about, and you'll get little baby plants come up that you can sort of transplant. Just great plants for cottage gardens, wildlife gardens, great to plant near streams or ponds or kind of woodlandy areas or damp areas. Just an elegant little plant that will flower for a number of weeks, and then as we get into late spring, summer, they kind of take a bit of a back seat, and then late summer, autumn, they'll start to get some nice new leaves come from the middle that will then sit quietly through the winter. And then again, the following spring, bang, you know, the leaves start to really develop. And the leaves initially form kind of like almost like a bit of a ground-hugging rosette kind of shape of leaves. And then above that, all of a sudden, these perhaps up to a half a dozen, if not more, spikes of yellow flower come out, look great for weeks, buzzing with pollinating insects and just lifting the mood.
And forming lovely little clumps as well that you can divide, can't you?
Yeah, you can divide these. Like a lot of primulas and primroses and things, after 2 or 3 years, just dig up the clump and then just literally using your fingers, just tease that clump apart. And from one established plant, you might get up to a dozen individual plants.
Wow.
Just repot them or replant them somewhere separately. And a bit like bluebells and snowdrops and things, year on year, they'll just kind of form bigger colonies and start
bluebells
to...
are all coming up at the moment, getting all the foliage of those.
We went past the wood the other day and they're already in flower, some of them. Yeah, again, that's about 4 to 5 weeks
too early, isn't it?
ahead of where they should be. But yeah, these are just magnificent, and I think they're really great plants for children to grow as well, because there's just something really fun and innocent about their lovely little yellow flowers.
Well, you can get a double up deal on those as well if you want to. You can go for one for £9.98, or you can go for two for £14.98. 560216 is the item number that you need to place your order. You need to go to YouGarden.com. You need to go to the website in order to place your order. You can also use the phone lines as well, but if you are using the phone lines, just tell the operator that you have an offer code to use, YGTV1424. We want you to get those savings, and that's how you access them. If you are watching us on YouTube, please could I ask you to do us a favour and subscribe to our channel. It really helps us out. The more subscribers we've got, it makes us more visible. There's something to do with algorithms and all that nonsense, but it helps basically to get us more visible. The more visible we are, the more viewers we get. The more viewers we get, the more chance we've got of being able to stay here and do what we're doing. But also by subscribing, it also means that you get notifications of when we go live, which is fantastic. It means you're never going to miss a show. Right, we're going to move on to our berry bucks next. A little bit more grow your own going on here in the potting shed. Now, this is super interesting when it comes to growing your own. These are blueberry bushes, but they grow in that buxus shape. So these are ornamental, beautiful, but productive as well.
Yeah, which is great. What more could you ask for, really? And look good all the year through. You could grow these as a little hedge if you wanted to do that as well. And blueberries, I mean, they call blueberries like a superfruit, don't they? Because they're bursting with sort of vitamins and minerals and...
Oh, they're amazing.
They're really, really
so
lovely
good.
and sweet. This morning I did get offered blueberries with my pancakes. I had pancakes for breakfast, but I did decline because I'm a bit of an old-fashioned type. I just like pancakes on my own, just no blueberries.
No blueberries.
But I do
maple syrup, lemon.
Oh, maple syrup and sugar, yeah.
Right,
but,
maple syrup and sugar.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's a long show, isn't it? So I need to get the sugar levels up. But during the week, I have blueberries every day. Blueberries, raspberries and grapes with veggie yoghurt. And,
nice.
Gorgeous.
Oh,
Absolutely love blueberries.
What I love about Grow Your Own, though, is like every single one of those little flowers that you can see, and there's loads of flowers on that one, in fact, on both of them.
Yeah, look at this.
Every single one of those flowers has the potential then to turn into a delicious blueberry. And then if you're eating your blueberries every day, you can go outside and you can pick your blueberries straight from the bush and put them onto your yoghurt or, you know, in your pancakes or whatever it is that you're going to be making yourself some blueberry muffins.
And how amazing is that, Bex, as well, to be able to grow your own blueberries. And you know what? Blueberries are so silly, easy and simple to grow.
Yeah.
Again, a bit like the rhododendron we were just talking to you about, if you haven't got acid soil, grow them in a pot with ericaceous compost, grow them somewhere really sunny, keep them nice and moist. They barely need any looking after, really, from year to year to year. All you need to do occasionally, if they get a little bit too wiry and a bit crisscrossy in the middle, just thin them out a little bit. If there's any stems that are a bit damaged or died off, just trim them out. But really, you can pretty much just leave them to do their thing from year to year, and you reliably get fruit year after year after year. So you get the gorgeous blossom now, wonderful fruit, and I tell you what, out of all the plants I can think of, blueberries have the most obscenely, fantastically brilliant, gorgeous colour in the autumn. Wow, I mean, it's oranges and pinks and reds and
it's a blaze,
it's a blaze of colour before the the foliage finally drops off, helping the bees as well and the pollinating insects. Yeah, they're brilliant.
Yeah, they really are. The only decision you need to make is whether you're going to go for one of these or whether you're going to go for that double up deal. Always the double up deal gives you, great value because you're getting a saving on two of them. Two of those for £14.98 or one of them for £9.99. Either way, you'll get a 10% discount if you're part of our club. So 10% discount off of the plants, the pots, the compost, all of those things. But you have to join our club in order to access those discounts. It costs just £5 to join the club, and that is £5 for the entire year. 10% every time you place an order. Right, now then, Power Daisies. These are, I love this, just orange, yellow, daisy-like flowers. I think that is simple, but it's beautiful.
These, again, have always been beloved for, sort of decades, really, centuries. These are calendulas, or what we used to call sort of pot marigolds. People use them to make soaps and all sorts of different things. These are double-flowered ones as well. And also, these have been bred to keep flowering throughout the summer, kind of hence power daisies. You don't just get like a big kind of fit of flowers in the spring and then it's kind of all over. These keep going, keep flowering. And you can choose. You can have just a pot of yellow or a pot of orange, or you can do what we've done here. We can mix those two colours together. Yeah. I think that mix looks really brilliant myself.
I like the mix, personally. I think the mix would be the way that I would go with these.
But look at the plant. I mean, look at the quality there, Bex, of those plants.
Such good quality. These are jumbo plugs, so these have really been grown on, okay? These aren't the baby plugs. These have been really, really grown on. We've done a lot of the hard work for you. Are these hardy? I've completely forgotten.
These are hardy. Yeah, these will go kind of from year to year. I mean, I've seen calendulas, last sort of a long, long time. Again, plant them somewhere sunny and well drained. In fact, they do quite well even in dry kind of situations. I've seen them growing really, really quite dry soils. I've even seen sort of power daisies or calendulas sometimes even throw odd flowers out at just really bizarre times of year, like sort of February or January or something. If the weather's really, really mild, they're almost kind of irrepressible, really. They just want to keep blooming all the time through. Yeah. But just really easy, fun, happy, colourful, joyous, gorgeous sort of daisy-like flowers that just flower for so long. And again, great for children, great for cottage gardens, great for those kind of hanging baskets, pots, troughs.
I like this display. I like the mixture. I mean, by all means, you can go for the full pot of yellow, full pot of white, because they are labelled so you know which one is which, but I do really like this display. I think that together will be really gorgeous.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
It's up to you. We all garden differently. I am never going to judge you on that. You do whatever you want to do. 480393 is the item number. We have a is that right? £9 saving. £9 saving on that. £24.98 if you're going to go for 12 of those. About £2 a plug, which is really good because these are the jumbo plugs. Right, now then we're back to our oleander. That was the last new item, wasn't it? There's going to be no more new items. We've got about 25, 26 minutes or so left. So we're going to show you a whole bunch of things that you've seen that are the favourites. Oleander is definitely a favourite. A favourite because it's evergreen, because it flowers for ages, because it makes you feel like holiday, but because it's a buy one, get one free. Let's face it, £15 each this is working out as.
Oh.
And look at that. Oh, he gets so excited about roots.
See, this is the thing. When I look for it, I look at a plant. I don't look at the top first of all. I look at the roots. Stu just asked me if I do this in the garden centre, Stu.
You should
yeah,
do it
I
as
do.
well.
Yeah, I empty plants out, and because
Absolutely.
I tell you what, sometimes, and most growers, most garden centres are brilliant, fantastic in this country. But I have occasionally got plants in places. I've tipped them out of the pot, and they've only literally been put in that pot for 3 or 4 days. And you can see they've been potted on from a smaller pot into a big pot to make it like you're getting more for your money, which isn't good. And that plant isn't going to do what you expect it to do. These will do everything you expect them to do because they've got that amazing root system. You can see the roots have got right down to the base of the pot there. These are multi-stemmed plants. These are evergreen plants. These are super, super healthy plants with voluptuous, gorgeous, green, waxy, shiny foliage from base to tip. Already got flower buds on for you, already got flower colour, hardly down to about -5. Grow them in pots or if you're in a super cold area. But in recent years, as the climate's changing and warming up a bit, I'm just seeing more and more people keeping oleanders, growing oleanders getting larger and more kind of mature in the UK. And even in the odd cold winters we have had, I have seen some larger oleanders being knocked back, but more often than not, prune them back, they reshoot from further down, and once they're really established, they'll grow all over again.
Yeah, they are really absolutely incredible. And I just love the idea of having these planted because it just makes you feel like holidays. If you've been to those lovely hot countries and, you see these and they grow so easily on their own because they're really drought tolerant as well. Once these have got established, you don't need to constantly be watering because they really can cope with it. And they just grow freely. So I think it gives you that feel of holidays. A couple of these in pots, on your patio, your veranda, your balcony. You'll sit next to them with a mimosa or a cup of tea, whatever floats your boat there, and just feel like you're on holiday. They flower for months on end,
They do
and
flower for a
they're
long time.
evergreen as well.
And it's like you say, when you've been on that long flight, you get off the plane and you open the door and that wall of heat hits you, but you're really tired, and then you walk into the airport and you've got to go through, the bag stuff and collect, but then you step out those doors, don't you, where the coach is or the taxi is, and you see that bank of oleander. It's like, yes, I'm on holiday, and then you do that little twisty thing, doing the wrong side of the road because you're, and they take you up to the main road at the top as you're going along. There they are, up on the hills, along the middle of the road, on the embankments, and you get into the town where you're staying, and there's oleanders everywhere, and it's like, whoa, I'm on holiday. I'm full of joy. I'm full of happiness. I'm full of excitement. That's what they do for you when you bring them back into your garden. So, get Ibiza in your garden, get India in your garden, get, what's that other place they used to go to? Ayia Napa in your garden. Go for it.
680027 is the item number. It is a buy one, get one free. So bring that feeling of holidays into your garden. Just add one of those into your basket. Enter the code YGTV1424 and we will magically make the other one appear in your basket. So it works out £15 each, even less if you're in the club because you'll get that extra 10% discount. Right, let's go back to grow your own. Let's go back to growing some apples. Let's go back to growing some miniature, beautiful, sweet red apples in our gardens.
Well, I'm handing this one to you, Bex, because that's your appletini behind you.
It is my appletini. I'm going to have to move the extra quarter, though, I think. Oh, no, he's got it. That is my appletini that I planted last year. You can see that I've got it in the heavy-duty pot. We don't just tell you to grow stuff in the heavy-duty pots. We actually do it ourselves as well. But this I've been growing for, I can't remember planting it. I know it was last year, but I can't actually remember planting it. So I don't know how long. I know it was last year. But that has been growing on for a year. I've got lovely blossom going on. Oh, he's chopped me bits off at the bottom. We've got lovely blossom going. Adam did some maintenance on my plant for me today. He's trimmed out the bits at the bottom and he's cut off some of the dieback that I've got.
Which is normal
at
the end of winter.
Absolutely, that's what happens. But yeah, we've got the beautiful blossom here. We've got some more buds that are ready to open. The blossom is breathtaking, honestly. I mean, the stuff up here is just starting to go over, but the colour when these open it's just incredible. I'm very hopeful to get apples this year, because what we're going to get are these, I mean, little red apples, and they're sweet, red skin beauties. That was mine. I've been growing that for a year. This is what you are going to get, and look at the blossom that's on there.
Look at the quality of that plant.
That is amazing. As you were saying, it's multi-stemmed already, isn't it?
Staggering. Multi-stemmed, already got blossom on the top there. And one of the things I loved, actually, I was just kind of looking on the YouGarden website about this plant, and there was one suggestion about making little miniature toffee apples with the apples.
Yeah.
And I thought, because you got little
They're
kids.
Beautiful red skins as well, which will look great as the toffee apples.
Yeah, and you don't want your kids having some huge, great big toffee apple with overdose of sugar and stuff, but just giving them one of those little tiny toffee apples. What a lovely kind of little treat.
They do crop September, October time, don't they? So they should crop at the right time.
Yeah, so you could add those for Halloween, couldn't you? Guy Fawkes, kind of. That'd be really cool.
I'll be doing that later on this year for sure.
But yeah, and a tree that's sort of miniature as well. This isn't not going to be a tree that's going to get really huge, and you're not going to need ladders and stuff to pick the fruit. So again, you can grow this in that 30-litre pot. So as I say a million times, 3 floors up, you just got a balcony. You can have your own apples. You can have your own apple blossom. You can have your own colour and interest, and you can have your own homegrown fruit, because these days we're breeders are breeding all these wonderful different types of fruit. That means even in the smaller spaces now, we can have all these different things.
This is exactly why I went for this particular apple tree. We do loads of different varieties of apple tree here, but I just wanted something a bit novelty, a bit smaller, a bit simple, just so that I can, I can grow apples. I can show my kids where apples actually come from. They don't come in plastic bags from the supermarket. We grow them on trees. And I love the price of this. It's £9.99. So I really would like you to give the apple teeny a go. I know we've had some pictures from our viewers who are also growing this as well. It's 300210 is the item code that you need. The offer code is YGTV1424. That's what's going to give you that extra discount on there. Right, so we're going to go back. I'm coming back to the Exocorda.
Look at that.
She's so pretty.
That is just such a beautiful plant, isn't it? I mean, absolutely stunning.
The pure white on there, and actually it's got a kind of lustre to the petals as well, hasn't it? There's almost a little shine to the petals that I can see under the lights here, under the sunlight. That's going to be incredible. It's known as the pearl bush because, and you can see on these ones up here, they're going to turn white. They're a bit green at the moment, but they're going to turn a beautiful white colour, and they look like little pearls, don't they?
Exactly what they look like, Bex. Yeah, little tiny pearls there. And what is really amazing as well, you've got these almost little racemes of kind of flowers, and I like the fact that they pop open all the way along the stem. So for a good couple of 2 or 3 weeks, you're just going to have the explosion of white. And look at the green in the middle, the little sort of green centres to the flowers, almost picking up on the green of the leaves there. And this is a shrub that's got a very laxed, open, airy kind of habit. It's not going to compete, it's not going to dominate, it's not going to overwhelm other things. Again, I'm just sort of going through my head, thinking of the ones in different customers' gardens that I've seen over the years, and I've never really seen them get much taller than sort of myself, and I'm only like 5'9", 5'10" on a good day. So this is never going to be a super, super tall shrub that's going to just outflank everything else and take over. Easy to look after, full sun, dappled shade, part shade, part sun. Not really fussy about soil, poor soils, good soils. Just generally one of those really easy shrubs to grow, but just such a rewarding explosion of white blossom this time of year.
And that truly is an explosion, isn't it? That's not insignificant at all. It's not just a few flowers. That is a lot of flowers.
It is a lot of flowers.
Beautiful, pure white, gorgeous flowers that you're getting on there. It's a £5 saving here on YGTV, £19.99. That's £17.99 if you are in the club as well. Do think about joining our club. Costs you just £5 to join, but it gives you that 10% discount off plants, compost, pots. It gives you £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year as well. So it's really a great one to be a member of. We've got over 40,000 members of that club. Did you know? Over 40,000 members. They can't all be wrong, can they?
No, there's something going on there.
We showed you this right back at the beginning of our 4-hour show. We're near the end now. We've only got about 15, 20 minutes left. I love this one for 2 different reasons. quite obvious ones as well. Foliage and flowers. No, it's really interesting as far as the foliage is concerned, because I think hydrangea foliage can be a bit boring sometimes.
Yeah, on some of them it can be pretty mundane. Really. It's not the kind of it's not the be all and end all, is it? But
No.
on this,
With this, you've got that interest on the foliage before we even get to the beauty of the flowers.
look at that. I mean, just if we kind of turn the leaves over,
Excuse me.
you kind of got that. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, look at that.
That's really dramatic the way you turn that one over, Bex. Look, it's like it's two different leaves. You drop it down, and then how can it be so green on one side? Look, and then. I mean,
I love it.
That's insane, isn't it?
I absolutely love it. And then you're going to get these flowers on here, and I just think the colour combination of these flowers, there's something about this colour combo that talks to me. A beautiful pink, and then this gorgeous kind of lilac-y, bluey purple colour in there as well.
And even kind of the flower stems have got that chocolatey colour to them before those sort of bracts and the flowers come off in the middle there. And then contrasting those flowers with this amazing foliage, this is a hydrangea kind of out on its own, really. It's in its own distinct class, isn't it, this hydrangea?
Yeah, I agree.
It really is. And look at the plant here. It's got nice sort of compact growth to it as well. It can get sort of 2 to 3 metres tall if you leave it, but you can clip it, you can shape it, you can keep it in bounds if you want to. But just a magnificent, different, unusual hydrangea. And I mean, that foliage, it just makes me laugh. I mean, nature is just so remarkable. It's like, now I'm green, now I'm red, now I'm green, now I'm red.
So I know something about this
It's
just
insane.
in relation to indoor plants. So I've got a couple of names dropped out of my head, but I've got a couple of indoor plants, and they've got this kind of more burgundy underside. Medallion, that's it. It's the calathea, isn't it? So, and I was reading up about this, and the reason that they've got this burgundy thing on the inside is because it refracts the light back through it.
Yeah.
So what it gets is basically a double dose of the light, which helps the photosynthesis, because those are plants that grow at the bottom of they don't get much light.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're making the most of getting the light. So I imagine it's a similar thing with this.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they'd be like an under canopy kind of plant. So they've got to they've kind of got to do that. It's a bit like, for instance, that's why cheese plants have the holes in the leaves there, because it actually allows the light to go through the holes to get other leaves further down, rather than kind of actually crowd out their own leaves.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because it provides this element of beauty, but actually it's really interesting to understand why it's doing that.
Yeah, and again, that's the incredible thing about nature. Is we just look at plants and we just think plants are plants, but when you get into a plant's psyche and you really understand plants, there is so much going on.
I think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Are we looking at somebody's picture, did you say, Stu? Lynn sent us a picture, not of this. We're going to show it now. Oh, it's coming. Oh, Lynn! Lynn! Oh, my gosh.
Look at that.
That is incredible. That is years old. I was going to say, yeah. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat now because that was so pretty. It's been moved 7 times and she's had it for 30 years.
Look, that's just that.
Wow.
Joe, if you went to buy that in a garden centre,
hundreds.
Yeah, even
we're
over
talking
£1,000, you could pay for an Acer as magnificent as that.
That really is magnificent.
And look at the pot. I love that pot it's in as well. That's cheerful. Look at that.
Lynn, look at that. That's a load of daffs in there. She's got some crocuses at the bottom. We can see you in the reflection, Lynn, taking your picture. Yeah, that is happiness right there, isn't it, in that window box?
Oh, these are nice. Look at these
look.
petunias, looking really glorious. I don't know if they're in easy fills or not, but I mean, they've got that lovely sort of 360-degree sort of ball of colour there, aren't there? So, these are the sort of. Look at these. These are sweet peas.
Sweet peas.
This is going to be you, Bex.
That is going to be me.
A couple of months' time.
So.
Yeah, look at those. They're looking really interesting.
I love that. Either side of the door as well. The smell. Oh my word! Look at that view.
That's nice, isn't it?
I want that
God,
view.
Imagine waking up to that every morning.
That's beautiful. You lucky lady, Lynn. That's a beautiful place to live you've got right there.
I like the garden as well. I like the way she's sort of kept the fence nice and low, so you're not losing the view.
You can actually see that view.
Yeah, and what's good is she's borrowing that landscape at the back, because it's almost like those trees are in her garden, but they're not. She's getting the benefit of them, but she doesn't have to worry about them.
Oh, look at that little bistro table set she's got there.
Oh,
nice place to go and sit in an evening.
Yeah, it's got a nice little Pyrrhus, I think, in that yellow pot, doing well there.
Oh, thank you, Lynn. That was really nice to see that. So we love seeing your pictures. If you do want to email us, and we're going over here, Stu. If you do want to email us, you can do ygtv@yougarden.com. That's where you can send any questions or pictures. We are coming up to the end of the show, so we might not be able to fit them in by the end of this show, but Stu always saves things and shows them at a later date if he can. Right, we're coming back over to our favourites table. I'm going to let Adam talk while I have a little drink. Euphorbia Black Pearl.
Yeah, Euphorbia Black Pearl and Euphorbia Miner's Merlot as well. And the reason I'm mentioning them together is because, goodness me, they just look so fantastic together. Let's sort of move them right up against each other, because the amazing thing about euphorbias is the colours of the foliage. I mean, I've known euphorbias with red foliage, orange foliage, pinky coloured foliage. You know, the Miner's Merlot's got the deep, deep chocolatey colour. This one here has got the absolute sort of black pearl kind of colour in the middle there, and then the acid green at the top. These are plants that are robust, that are tough, that are drought tolerant, that grow in really poor soils, stony soils, sandy soils, chalky soils, kind of really manky soils where other things kind of won't grow. Euphorbias will grow at work. I've seen euphorbias seed themselves into gravel, into little gaps between paving stones. I've even seen them growing out of crevices in walls and places like that where they don't get any sort of rain pretty much all summer long. But they're robust, they're dramatic. And this time of year in spring, when above their evergreen foliage, they then throw out these explosive heads of flowers. Oh, they're just... they're showmen, showwomen, aren't they? They're show people, these plants. They really are. They're just incredible plants, performers, absolute incredible performers. And they'll come up, they'll look good year after year after year. Magnificent. Yeah, I can't say enough about euphorbias, to be honest, Bex.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I got my first euphorbia last year, and I'm a big fan now, having grown the Miner's Merlot, and I'm definitely going to add the Black Pearl into my collection too. It is a double up deal. You can go for one if you want to for £9.99, but for £2 more, you can go for two of these. Put two of them into your basket, enter the code YGTV1424 into the offer code box, and then you'll get two of those for £11.99. Do tell the operator if you're on the phone line that you've got an offer code to use, because that's how you're going to access those savings. Right, so if you're going for the Black Pearl, please can you go for the Miner's Merlot as well? Please, 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 because these two will just work in heaven together. This one is mine. My one and only euphorbia that I've got in my garden, but look how beautiful that is. I adore the darker foliage. Obviously, there's loads of green foliage that we've got in our garden, so having that redder, burgundy, darker foliage is really, really important because it contrasts beautifully. But what we get on the Euphorbia Miner's Merlot is, look at those lime green flowers.
Yeah.
They are so illuminated, so highlighted by that foliage, and it's super easy to look after.
Yeah,
I've done nothing to it, genuinely. I planted it last year, and I've done nothing else.
Yeah,
It'll get an occasional watering when I go and do the others. That's it.
That's all you need to do, just plant them and leave them. And those flowers on there, on that Miner's Merlot, if those flowers were just on an ordinary green shrub, you could easily miss them.
Yeah,
you could easily walk past them. But when you see them, and they're only small, but when they're contrasted with that incredible dark, dark foliage, whoa, it's just a magnificent kind of combination of colours there. And again, I mean, I'm thinking, I don't know, but I'm thinking again, nature's idea in that case might be, I need the bees to really notice these flowers. I need the pollinating insects to really notice these flowers. So I'm going to make my flowers really stand out.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go for I'm going to make my foliage dark,
and
so my flowers really
yeah.
light. So boom, you know, you've got that important contrast, and the pollinating insects come in. But of course, that looks as pleasing to our eye as it does to sort of pollinating insects.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a stonking deal, Adam. I'm stealing your word here. You're going to get 3 of those pots included in this particular one. You don't have to choose how many. You're going to get 3. They are working out at just under £5 each. They should be £9.99 each, but it's a half price deal. 511386 is the item number that you need. So please, if there's anything that you are going to add into your basket today, I'm going to recommend these 2 items. Just go for these 2 because that will give the best displays, honestly, all year round as well, being evergreen. Jenny, We're coming back to Jenny.
Yeah.
Jenny is our next one. This one's a double up deal as well. You can get 2 of these for £14.98. And yes, we can grow kiwis here on a winter hardy plant.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them grow in the UK. I've been to these places. Sometimes you go to these stately homes and have the big walled kitchen gardens. I've seen them grown on a south-facing wall. Absolutely happy as Larry, doing really, really well. I grew one of these in my old garden in Bishop Stortford. It's a vigorous climber, but don't let that put you off because you can trim it back very easily. But if you want it to be vigorous and cover a big space, it can. And even if it doesn't fruit, or even when it's not fruiting, the great big leaves are really interesting. And when the stems grow, they're like sort of a blood red kind of stem, and then the leaves come out. And then once the plant's been matured for a couple of years or so, you get these flowers, white flowers. They're like strawberry flowers, but much, much bigger. And then if you got it on a south-facing wall and we get a nice warm summer, you get your own kiwi fruit.
I mean, that's just amazing, isn't it? Kiwi fruit here in the UK, full-sized kiwis. Mind blown. Double up deal here. You can get 2 of these for £14.98. Now then, we need to just remind you of the fruit salad mix because this one's been super popular and I can see why. Look at those beautiful colours. We're getting the lovely peachy colour Calabricoa and that deep blue, which is almost purple to me. We've got the lovely white lobelia included in there as well, which just ties that entire, colour combination together. What we've done is taken any sort of hard work and thinking out of this for you. You have a designer level hanging basket display right there just by adding this item into your basket. 400761. You just need to work out whether you're going for 1 pack or for 2 packs, depending on the size of your hanging basket, your pot, your window box, wherever it is that you're going to plant these. Lovely tumbling colour that you'll have all summer long. Very easy to look after, this lot. Now then, we're bringing you back to our oleanders. These have been really popular again, haven't they, Stu? Buy one, get one free, and months of glorious colour and feeling like you are on holiday if you're in the UK and you can't afford to go on holiday. But it doesn't matter because we can transport ourselves there using the oleander. 680027 is the item number. Put 1 into your basket, enter the offer code, and we'll put the other one in there. It works out £15 each, basically.
Yeah, well,
really easy to grow, aren't they?
They are easy to grow, and there's no need to put an oleander in your suitcase on the way back from Spain or
You'll get in
Italy.
trouble for doing that. Don't do that.
Because you can just order one from us, and you can bring Italy, you can bring Spain into your garden. These are hardy down to about -5. In recent years, I'm seeing more and more oleanders grow to larger sizes, get through our winters more and more as our climate's kind of warmed up a bit. And sometimes, with the change of climate, we will have to adapt going into the future and kind of change the sort of plants we grow. These are super drought tolerant. These are absolutely exquisitely good quality plants, multi-stemmed, evergreen, shiny, healthy foliage. They're going to arrive to you in the box with flowers on already. They're going to keep flowering, and if you look after them, give them a bit of protection in cold areas, you can enjoy these year after year. Yeah,
for such a long time. They're going to be absolutely beautiful, and they are buy one, get one free. Shall we show you how you can access that by placing your order on the website? YouGarden.com is where you go, put in the item code, and as you can see, look here, it says 1 for £29.09 or 2 for £54.99. I know I did just say it's a buy one, get one free, so let's see how we do that. We add 1 into our basket. We're going to go and view the basket. There it is, look, we've got 1 at £29.99. But where's my free one? You need to enter the code in order to get the free one. YGTV1424. Apply the code and look what happens. We've got a free oleander. It's exactly the same price here, but I've got 2 free items included because the oleander is a buy one, get one free. So there's your free one. And we also get a free gift included in our basket as well, because that's what we do here at YGTV. We give you free stuff. And that is the beautiful green tidy / grow bag. You can grow stuff in there. You absolutely can. I grew potatoes in there last year. You could probably put fruit trees in here. You could probably grow strawberries in here. There's so many things you could grow in there. It's strong, it's sturdy, it's tough. You don't have to grow stuff in there. You can use it as a garden tidy. You can carry stuff from the shed out to the garden. You can use it to transport things in the boot of your car to the tip. You could use it as a shopping bag. You can use it to put stuff in to go for your day out to the seaside. There's so many things. It's really long lasting and it's free as long as you use the code YGTV1424.
And is that with every order?
every order.
Right.
Not one per customer, one per order. So if you want multiples of those, all you have to do is place multiple orders. Some people have just come back and placed an order for compost, put the code in.
So there you go.
And got a free bag. That's the way to do it.
So some people are going to be getting 2 or 3 free bags, like.
Absolutely.
What they've ordered.
They're really
Brilliant.
handy, honestly. You'll find loads of uses for them. If you want the compost, by the way, details there, 100125. You get 100 litres for £24.98, delivered direct to your door with no postage included at all. Right, I think this is where we're going to end, isn't it?
Yeah, our ornamental quince as well. Really good shrub. A good shrub for problem areas. If you've got a north-facing area, if you've got sort of an area of the garden that's a bit cool, a bit shaded, a bit, just kind of one of those areas where you don't want to be. But, this plant will be happy there if it's a bit of a drafty kind of area. Xenomales are super, super tough, super frost resistant, drought tolerant, wonderful flowers every spring. And once they become established, all the way up the stems as well. So, just an explosion of colour. And we can just see here, just to give you an idea of the flower, I'm going to move the branches out the way. Just so you can see, there we go, look at that. You can see how beautiful those sort of...
Gorgeous. And you're going to get so many of those. That's what I'm saying, the way up the stems.
All the way up the stem.
This is a beautiful thing.
I mean, this is a juvenile plant at the moment, but once this gets a bit more mature, then those flowers will be all the way up the stem. It's actually quite a spiny plant as well. So if you want a plant that's attractive and flowers, but also you want it for a bit of security, perhaps under your windows or somewhere to keep people out, grow a hedge of this. It'd be fantastic. It will look good, but also it kind of does what you need it to do as well.
My mum and dad used to do that in the front garden because the people on the way home from the pub used to do hedge diving. Mum and dad got really annoyed with it, so they started planting spiky bushes in the front. They stopped hedge diving.
Well, they did it once more and then they stopped.
And then they stopped, that's it. 510957 is the item number if you want to go for the Xenomales, the Keenamales, whatever it is that you want to call it. It is beautiful. Do add that into your basket. It's only £7.99 for a beautiful, beautiful plant. Do make sure that you check out your baskets. Do make sure you enter the code YGTV1424 whenever you place an order. Do make sure, if you can, you get your order to over £40 because that is going to give you your free postage. What else do I need to tell you? Join the club if you can, please. You'll get an extra 10% discount off there. I will not be back on Wednesday and Thursday. Boo, I hear you say. I'm going to take a little holiday. We're going off. We're going to go walking. We're going to the peaks. It's going to be amazing. You're going to be here?
Will I be here with the lovely Sean?
You're here with Sean, I believe, on Wednesday and Thursday.
That'd be nice. Lovely, great stuff. Have a good holiday, Bex.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy yourself. You
I
deserve
will be
it.
back next Sunday. I'll also be back on Saturday, but at QVC, so I'll post some stuff about that so you can have a little look. I'm not quite sure exactly what times I'm going to be there, but I'm going to be at QVC on Saturday and then back here in the potting shed on Sunday. I do believe if you switch over sort of now-ish, you'll be able to find Sean on QVC. I'm sure he said he's doing the 2 o'clock show. I hope I've got that right. Anyway, tune over. Go and have a little look. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your company. Thank you for sending all of your pictures in. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us.
Been a blast.
And I will see you all next Sunday. Adam will be here on Wednesday and Thursday. Have a lovely afternoon.